Welcome back. You're watching the special coverage of Union Budget 2026 on DD India. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju expressed his views ahead of Union Budget 2026. He said Prime Minister's Reform Express will move towards Viksit Bharat or developed India with a great speed. He added that the world is watching as India's budget is going to be presented with high expectations.
भारत का एक रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस बहुत तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ेगा और भारत का बजट को आज के दिन में विश्व देखता है, पूरा देखता है कि भारत का बजट में क्या होगा। तो सब हम लोग अच्छा से उम्मीद के साथ आज बजट सुनेंगे।
It's time now for the presentation of the Union Budget. We'll be taking you across live to Parliament, where Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the Union Budget in just a short while from now. 11 a.m. is the time when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is set to present the Union Budget for 2026-27 in the Parliament House. We are showing those earlier visuals. In the morning, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman came to Kartavya Bhavan. That's where the Ministry of Finance is located now. Thereafter, she met and called on President Draupadi Murmu. We are showing some visuals of the developments since the morning. FM Nirmala Sitharaman to present the Union Budget 2026 shortly. And we'll be going across live to the Parliament in just a bit, and those visuals now coming from the Parliament.
Item number 1, माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी। Item number 1. Item number 1.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution. Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3. Explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin Part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2, rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3, creating champion MSMEs. 4, delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5, ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6, developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning Biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025, with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research, and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test, and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2, a scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for Self-Reliance in Natural Fibers, such as silk, wool, and jute, man-made fibers, and new-age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation, and common testing and certification centers. 3. The National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco Initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom, and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process, and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, One District, One Product ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high-quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design, as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a 3-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT-MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. link GEM with threads for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4, introduce threads receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, REITs have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and even temple towns, which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform-cum-result-based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth, while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology-driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF-aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to, 1, set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2, upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3, upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, AVGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through Challenge Route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through Challenge Route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges, and research institutions, skill centers, and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, 1 girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences, 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka, and Kerala. And 3, bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. It's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dholavira, Rakhigarhi, Adichanallur, Saranath, Hastinapur, and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers, and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling, and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent, which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers, which are foundational, intermediate, and elite levels. B, systematic development of coaches and support staff. C, integration of sports science and technology. D, competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E, development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1, increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B, empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training, and high-quality assistive devices. C, empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D, focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A credit-linked subsidy program, B, scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry, enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, and poultry-focused integrated value chains, and D, encourage creation of livestock farmer-producer organizations. High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. All of them will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards, and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She-Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She-Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana, timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALIMCO, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity, and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers, wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely, A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions, are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offense. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of TDS payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation and disclosure standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, IND AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap, and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set-off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long-continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear, and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair, or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted, long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant, and animal and wildlife products, accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo, will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters, the following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit, or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans, and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind. One and a half hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir.
3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy, fiscal policy strategy statement, and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 4 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So there you heard Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman delivering her 9th consecutive budget speech in the lower house of Parliament, and what a budget it's been, with focus on new age sectors like semiconductors and artificial intelligence, and also on skilling and infrastructure, and of course the 3 kartavyas, the 3 responsibilities and duties are what underpin the entire budget. The first being accelerating and sustaining economic growth by enhancing competitiveness and building resilience to volatile dynamics. A second is fulfilling aspirations of people and building their capacities. And the third is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, a meaningful participation of all.
Budget 2026, the Finance Minister says, is going to be focusing on the potential of the youth, or Yuva Shakti. There is significant focus on budget proposals for Biopharma sector as well. We are taking you through some of the highlights. Initiative with an outlay of 10,000 crore over 5 years. That's for the Biopharma sector. Biopharma Shakti to tackle the rising non-communicable diseases challenge in the country. Some of the highlights of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's address. India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 is launched with 40,000 crore outlay to address the needs and the vision of the decades ahead. Proposal also to support mineral-rich states in the country in particular in order to harness the potential that they bring to the future of the country. The minister also proposed 7 high-speed rail corridors across India, improving mobility and logistics for the people. The routes primarily are Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Bengaluru to Chennai. These are new high-speed rails. The minister announced creation of mega textile parks as well.
Yes, the Finance Minister also announced the launch of Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative. We'll tell you more about that in a bit. And she has proposed support to ICAI and ICSI institutions too. Besides that, there's a proposal to set up a 10,000 crore rupees MSME growth fund. So a big boost coming in once again for the MSMEs, the medium, small and micro enterprises. A new dedicated freight corridor has been announced connecting the east of India to the west. Also, freight corridor will be promoting green cargo movement. So extremely important for logistics particularly, which again would give a major push to infrastructure, and that will give a further push to demand and to industrial growth, and hence give a boost to growth. National Institute of Hospitality has also been proposed in the budget. The plan is to increase public capital expenditure to 12.2 lakh crores up from 11.2 lakh crores. So there is an increase of 1 lakh crores there. Infrastructure growth is going to focus on tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So the government increasingly focusing on tier 2 and tier 3 cities. PROI investment limit in Indian equities has been proposed to be doubled. So those Indians who don't reside in India but reside elsewhere can now invest more in the equity markets. Increased investment for PROI has been announced by the Finance Minister. The plan is also for developing a medical tourism hub in India, or to develop India into a medical tourism hub.
We're taking you through some of the highlights of the budget speech. Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector gets further boost in Finance Minister's speech. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman delivered about an hour and a half long speech, about 90 minutes long speech. The budget for 26-27, a host of areas focusing on economic growth, aspirations of people and the larger vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Yuva Shakti in focus. The minister also announces simplified tax rules for NRIs in her budget address, extended time to revise returns with payments of nominal fees. We see a greater emphasis on compliance than prosecution as far as taxes are concerned. Time limit for filing revised IT returns has been extended to March 31st. Just bringing you up to speed with some of the highlights of the budget speech. States to get 41% share in fund transfer. Rupees 14 lakh crore has been allocated in this domain. 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme has also been announced for small taxpayer by Finance Minister. The fiscal deficit is seen at 4.4% of the GDP. The Finance Minister saying she fulfills the promise she made of bringing it under 4.5%. Debt to GDP ratio estimated at just over 55%, 55.6%. And those are the highlights that you can see on your screens. Yuva Shakti-driven budget. First, Kartavya, to accelerate sustained economic growth. Second, to fulfill aspirations of the people of the country. And the third, the larger vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas taken forward.
So these are the 3 kartavyas or duties that have been outlined by the Finance Minister in the budget. The first is to accelerate and sustain economic growth. The second is to fulfill aspirations of the people of India. And the third is to carry everyone along in the development journey. The idea is to promote 7 strategic frontiers for manufacturing. 10,000 crore rupees for Biopharma. Shakti has been announced. India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 has been announced with focus on design, stack and fortifying supply chains. Electronics components manufacturing scheme gets 40,000 crore rupees boost. So this is under the first Kartavya of accelerating and sustaining growth. Mineral-rich states will become dedicated rare earth corridors going forward. High-tech tool rooms in PSEs for manufacture of precision components. So focus very much on semiconductors as well as rare earths. And 10,000 crore announced for container manufacturing as well.
And turn to more elements under Kartavya 1, that is to accelerate and sustain growth. Mega textile parks have been announced. Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. Dedicated initiatives for boosting sports goods manufacturing, research and innovation as well. Significant elements for the youth in the union budget. 10,000 crore for SMEs, growth fund, corporate mitras, a tier of professional services in tier 2 and tier 3 towns to help and empower the smaller businesses. Capex increased to 12.2 lakh crore to continue the momentum. Last year it was around 11.2 lakh crore. Increasing focus on Capex. New dedicated freight corridors from Dankuni to Surat, east-west corridor. 20 new national waterways, inland waterways over the next 5 years have also been proposed to be developed. Coastal cargo promotion scheme for a model shift from rail and road. So in that sense, all elements of the economy in focus. Logistics, mobility in particular. 20,000 crore for carbon capture, utilization, storage over the next 5 years. High-speed rail corridors between cities seen as growth connectors. And high-level committee on banking for Viksit Bharat. The banking in a good shape, in good state, according to the finance minister. Time now for next level of development. We still with the first vision of Kartavya 1, accelerating growth, restructuring power finance cooperation and rural electrification cooperation. Persons resident outside of India, PROI, permitted to invest through portfolio schemes. Proposed investment limit in portfolio investment scheme up to 24%.
That was about Kartavya 1. This is what Kartavya 2 entails, a high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee with focus on skilling. Aim to be a global leader in services with 10% global share by 2047. And the impact of emerging technologies including AI on skills and jobs suggest measures as well. So focus by and large on the services sector and on skilling. Adding 100,000 allied health professionals over the next 5 years. Also, a scheme has been announced to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs. So, focus there on the health sector. And an announcement was made for setting up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda in the country. So, health continues to be a key focus of the government. It's been announced that there will be upgradation of Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs, upgradation of WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar in Gujarat. The National Institute of Hospitality will be upgraded as well. Besides that, there will be support given to high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa in coastal areas. So these agriculture-related announcements. There will be support for cultivation of walnuts, almonds and pine nuts. There will be setting up of NIMHANS 2, upgradation of National Mental Health Institutes in Ranchi and Tezpur. A scheme for development of Buddhist circuits has also been announced. Circuits will be set up in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. And the recommendation of the 16th Finance Commission for devolution at 41% has also been accepted. So we'll talk more about that. Fiscal deficit in the budget estimates 2026-27 is estimated at 4.3% of GDP. Debt to GDP ratio is estimated at 55.6% of GDP in the budget estimates 2026-27. So very near to what it was previously.
All right, let's also get some updates from the ground, the reactions that are coming in. Let's turn to our correspondents. Tapush Bhattacharya joining us from New Delhi. Shama Mishra is joining us from Mumbai. Shama, if I can come to you first. The stock markets have also been open on a Sunday today. So just take us through what the initial reactions have been. You have with you CII guest as well, I believe.
Well, yes, Shubhendu, I have Ipsita Dasgupta. She is the chairperson of CII Western Region and the task on the task force of artificial intelligence. We understand that artificial intelligence and the quantum and the semiconductors, these were the important areas of emphasis from the government, and we were all expecting also this in this particular budget. Let's talk to her directly. Initial reaction to the entire budget, and then breaking down to your sector. How did you find this year's budget?
So I found the budget to be actually directionally extremely strong. I'd rate it an 8.5 or 9 out of 10 directionally. But the proof is going to be in the pudding. It depends on how we, what the execution plans are. I think the things that really stood out is manufacturing, corporate parks for manufacturing. I think that's going to be fundamental for us to be able to compete. The focus on semiconductors, the focus on IT was fantastic. Infrastructure investment, it wasn't clear how the infrastructure investment is going to play out, but at least the headlines on waterways and on infrastructure in tier 2, tier 3 cities, I think is going to be key. The MSME support, absolutely critical, and I think combining the MSME support with AI is going to be really important. We are going to have to figure out how to do widespread and wide-scale AI adoption by MSMEs to have them be productive. And then this education to employment focus is a fantastic one. 15,000 content creator labs, fantastic idea. I think the implementation of that as soon as possible is going to be important. That sector is a big sector for us because we're, after all, the land of stories. The focus on inclusion and equity, bringing AI to farmers, focus on women, focus on the disabled, all very impressive.
Like we were talking about, there were various sectors, and this particular, while we were listening to her announcements, it felt that she has touched almost all sectors, from the bigger sectors to down to the coconuts, tofu. Do you see this leading us to the Viksit Bharat, the idea and the dream of Viksit Bharat by 2047?
I think absolutely, and I think the balance was quite nice. I think there was a combination of sort of legacy industries not to be forgotten. It was a wonder that the coconut industry employs 30 million people, according to her in the budget. And at the other end, the tax relief for data center builders and companies that are doing IT. So I think very, very balanced and taking the whole market into account.
Also, while we were waiting, the salaried people were waiting, there was no announcement on that. And how do you see that particular point where the salaried people there was nothing for that? And given the fact that already in the previous year, we did have a bonanza kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's where the balance has come in. I think, we do have a very large informal sector, so a focus on MSME and a focus on people who are not in the formal sector, I think, was really important this time. Also, I think putting money back into the hands of the consumer was also quite significantly done. I think these international tour packages are really talking to salaried people and some of the other aspects like that.
All right, thank you very much. And definitely, like she was mentioning about tourism, and she was mentioning about the areas where salaried people or even people from across the world can come and have the heritage of India. They can see the heritage of India. That's wonderfully done. And we were also listening to her announcements where she was mentioning about the part where in Orissa, the turtle nesting area, that will also be opening up. So to have a balance between tourism and sustainability, because obviously Government of India would be having in mind not to harm the environment, not to harm these creatures. So we will have to see how beautifully it will be done and what new avenues and doors it would be opening up for India. Shubhendu.
Right. Shyama there. Thanks for joining us with those updates from Mumbai.
Yes, and Tapas is also joining us from FICCI in New Delhi. FICCI is one of the main industry chambers in India. So how is corporate India reacting, Tapas, to the budget?
Mumul, you have to wait for some time before FICCI will be coming out with their own statement. They're right now huddled inside the meeting room where they're discussing the budget in threadbare. But from the looks of it, it seems it's a very positive budget for a simple reason. The government has actually taken a look at major investment and putting the money in sectors which are very key for India to become Viksit Bharat, be it MSME sector, be it AI, be it electronics manufacturing. All these things, that the government have put a major push. In fact, when we spoke to some of them, they mentioned the fact that they will be coming up with a statement very shortly. We will be getting you the bite interview of the DG of FICCI, Jyoti Vich. But before that, they informally, it looks like a very good budget from the industry's perspective. When the budget started, the finance minister mentioned the fact that they believe in working rather than the government chose reform over rhetoric. So that is one, the minister started with that, and it stems from the fact that the capex proposed at rupees 12.2 lakh crore for 2026-2027 is a huge jump from the earlier one. And also when they mentioned the fact, the finance minister mentioned the fact that they are also giving a major push to the container manufacturing. That's another major point about budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years is a major push in that direction at the same time. So these are some of the major push from the finance minister. But also finance minister also announces the new freight corridor that we've been talking about. In fact, from east to Dankuni, that's there in West Bengal, to all the way to Surat in the west. That is expected to be another game-changing concept that one can have. In fact, if you take a close look, if Dankuni can be connected to the whole of Northeast and beyond the countries, that will also be a major point from the government perspective.
Right, Tapas.
So that is another thing. Then Shubhendu, 10,000 crore announcement from MSMEs. Again we're talking about finance minister mentioned the fact that we need super MSMEs to come up. That's something that finance minister has been mentioning. So all those things have actually pushed the industry, and they're saying that it's a great budget. And as I said, in the India Semiconductor Mission 2.0, that's something that we are all looking forward to, because India this February 2020 will be hosting the AI summit at the same time. So all this are push in the right direction. Shubhendu.
Right, Tapas, stay with us. We'll come back to you for more. Let me welcome Mr. Rajat Kathuria, senior economist, into the program. Mr. Kathuria, welcome to DD India. A budget that is presented as a Yuva Shakti budget to perhaps harness the potential of the demographic advantage. Your key takeaways, sir, on this particular aspect?
Well, on this aspect, I think the budget has gone a long way in identifying sort of various schemes and measures by which you can create employment. I think if one looks at the budget that was presented, and not getting into the macroeconomic situation under which the government presented this budget, maybe later, but focusing on your question, I think the budget does deliver, at least in the announcement it has made, to harness the demographic dividend. We've been talking of the demographic dividend in India for a long, long time, but we haven't been able to leverage it or actualize it or realize that demographic dividend. And I think this budget recognizes the fact that while India is growing fairly significantly at 7.5% or thereabouts, the sort of trickle down into job creation hasn't been there. So the employment elasticity of growth has been less than desirable. So rather than leaving it to the market, finance minister has decided that it's time for directly intervening into labor-intensive sectors. And I think that's a good sign. And I hope that the implementation gaps that we have been seeing in the previous announcement, not only in the budget but elsewhere, those implementation gaps are bridged. And what I mean by that is that when you make an announcement that you're going to scale up the textile sector, you're going to employ more for the textile sector, you're going to get some remissions for employment rate, in the labor-intensive textile sector, the sports goods sector, the tourism sector, the agricultural food processing sector, the fisheries sector. All of these sectors are really, well chosen, well identified by the finance minister. But you have to actualize them, you realize them, because what often happens is that because sort of the skill requirements are not adequate, or you don't find adequately qualified people to work in these sectors, you have to plug that pipeline as well. And there also the finance minister has created some initiatives so that the skill gap that often these sectors face because of lack of training or lack of skilling or lack of sort of education prevents large-scale employment. So I think the finance minister had tried to plug both those gaps. So as far as employment or Yuva Shakti or demographic dividend is concerned, I think the announcements made in the budget are in the right direction. Of course, they cannot be sort of realized in 1 year. This is the direction that the finance minister has provided, that this is the direction that we want to move in. Because what's been happening in the Indian economy is that most of your growth and most of your GDP is coming from the services sector, which is not as employment intensive. And it's also quite informal in its manifestation. So what the finance minister has said, let's go back to the structural transformation, classical economy, which is...
Yes, let's get some more reactions from ground, and our correspondent Mark Lynn, who's gone through the budget papers extensively, is now joining us. Mark, you've gone through the entire budget in a sense early this morning. So tell us, what do you think is the headline takeaway from the budget to your mind? So many announcements made on the tax front. A lot of announcements made for new age sectors like semiconductors, rare earths, for high-speed trains as well, and artificial intelligence too.
Yes, indeed, Munmun. Clearly, it's a budget that's directed at the youth, as you were saying earlier, and it's a budget that has the tax proposals largely in the indirect taxes sector, with regard to customs duties being exempted or brought down in various areas to encourage people to invest in critical areas, in technology, and establishing data centers in India for cloud computing in the future. So to encourage all this, we can see that the budget is giving incentives to entrepreneurial skills. Apart from that, it is also a budget that is being described in a sense, or being written in a sense with a mission, because it starts with Kartavya 1, Kartavya 2 and Kartavya 3. And Kartavya 1 is to build the economy, to grow the economy. Kartavya 2 is to fulfill the aspirations, and we can see that the aspirations are largely from the youth. And then we see that Kartavya 3 deals with the distribution and how the distribution should be as equitable as possible, through different, even from the center to the states. So it looks at a holistic approach. Then it also talks about the two aspects of the debt GDP ratio coming down, and the fiscal deficit also coming down to 4.4%, keeping it within the requirements of the FRMB Act.
Right. Mark, stay with us while we also bring in Akshay Dongre, our correspondent who's reporting from Delhi. Akshay, this budget is presented as a Yuva Shakti Youth Power budget. One particular announcement, it would be of interest to them. The AVGC sector gets a particular focus. Some 15,000 content creator hubs are going to be created across schools. And also National Institute of Design gets a boost as well. So in that sense, a lot for the new generation of youth interested in content creation to also get government support.
Well, absolutely, it's becoming a huge industry, Shubhendu, and why not have regulations, and why not have certain lines drawn as far as the regulation of the entire industry is concerned, which is now frankly worth billions of dollars in India alone. There is a huge amount of interest that has been there as far as the youth in the content creation sector is concerned, largely unregulated. They had to be at the mercy of the corporates and had to work without a certain drawn lines. But as the government is showing interest as far as the regulation of this particular industry is concerned, it's going to be huge interest to the youth. There is a range of announcements that have been done by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman that interest the youth from the MSMEs to the AI startups to other kind of startups to real, to content creation, getting into new professions, setting up India as a global Medicare hub, as well as talking about the tourism sector. All of this, it relates to the youth as far as job creation is concerned, when it comes to creation of content, when it comes to creation of economy and industries here in India by getting into these kind of relevant jobs. So it's not just content creation for the social media anymore. It has taken a form of advertisement. You have content creator promoting things. So it's obviously a promotional business that's also going on right now through the youth and as well as other people who are involved in the content creation industry. Then if you look at the tourism sector, there's a lot of involvement of the youth as well as in form of guides, in form of people who represent the industry. They will also be given a proper training, proper guidelines will be set up. Some of the top institutes in the India, including the IIMs, will be roped in as far as the training of these people are concerned. So it's a wholesome budget that has been announced. Several of the details are emerging as we speak right now as far as other details of the fine print of the budget is concerned. But as far as the youth is concerned, there is a lot to get from it, and especially as you have rightly mentioned, the content creation section that has gathered a lot of interest from the youth and will be helping a lot of people who are into content creation get established into the industry as well as into the sector.
Right, Akshay, stay with us. Munmun, shall we now take the conversation forward and invite our guests in the studio into the discussion? Let me welcome Prasenjit Basu, Senior Economist, also Shubhaman Bhattacharjee, Senior Economic Journalist, and Rajat Kathuria, I'm told, Senior Economist, continues to be with us. Warm welcome to both of you in the studios. Host of things to talk about just after the budget, but what really stood out for you? Shubhaman, I'll start with you. Just the big ideas that stood out for you in the budget.
Right. First of all, the context. And given that context, which Rajat was rightly pointing out, this was a difficult time to do the India budget. So what the finance minister has done is she has hit all the right sectoral notes. This is a very difficult thing to do. The foreign investment that's not coming into India, and in fact you saw the markets not being very enthusiastic, is because of factors that are beyond India. The finance minister of India cannot set those factors right. The Trump tariffs, the tantrums. So what she has done has been absolutely right. She has gone in for what needs to be fixed within the Indian economy. And as the comments coming from different places are making out, she has looked at where the labor intensity of Indian economy can be pushed further.
Yes. Like textiles.
Textiles, content creation, tourism, right. All of these sectors are huge employment creators. Not only tourism, she's looked into it and also dissected into medical tourism and general tourism. Right. So, these are very difficult sectors, but these are the sectors that need support.
I think each of these sectors we'll talk about in detail, Shubhamoy, but we have to head for a short break here. Lots more coming up in our comprehensive coverage of the union budget. Stay with us.
Stay tuned.
Take a front seat to witness the grandeur that Gar Firdaus Barruez Sami است.
Can the US launch a bombing campaign against Iran? The Philippines vessel suffered structural damage. The saga of child sexual abuse is the United States China's debt trap strategy. Truth is stranger than fiction. But sometimes hard to uncover. Trust us to tell the truth, unadulterated and pure, of every story that matters to you. You read between the lines, cut the clutter, and connect the dots to get you the full picture. Watch Connecting the Dots at these times with me, only on DD India.
Today, we try to answer a key question. Is there a cleaner, affordable and eco-friendly way to travel?
Air quality has deteriorated significantly over the past 10 years. The reason? The increase in road traffic.
The train is powered by green hydrogen, a renewable fuel that promises to reduce climate-damaging CO2 emissions, so that green hydrogen becomes a real alternative to fossil fuels. Both countries have a joint green hydrogen roadmap to increase production and reduce the reliance on fossil fuels.
I think there should be a lot more built-out pavements with green space in it. This road is extremely long and is lovely for walking and cycling, but there's nowhere to sit.
Kolkata, the city of joy, the capital of the eastern state of West Bengal in India, has long been one of the leading metro cities and cultural centers of the nation. Home to over 14 million people, the city is known for its celebration of Bengali traditions and cultural diversity. The city was once a center of colonial power. The Grand Victoria Memorial is reminiscent of that colonial past. Kolkata distinguished itself with a leading role in India's freedom movement. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, one of the tallest leaders of the freedom struggle, grew up in the historic city.
Hello and welcome and namaste from New Delhi. You're watching DD India. I'm Gautam Roy and we're keeping the focus for this hour on India's budget for the financial year 26-27, which was presented just a short while back by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. There's a lot to chew on there in terms of both budgetary and tax proposals, and we'll get down to it right away with me and my colleague Munmun Bhattacharya.
Yes, good afternoon to all the viewers. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has created two records today. First, by presenting India's first union budget on a Sunday, and second, her 9th consecutive budget speech. Her proposals hold a lot for different sectors of the economy, from infrastructure and capital goods to frontier tech sectors like cloud, semiconductors and rare earths. The MSME sector has also got a boost, along with major employers like textiles, hospitality and healthcare, to name a few. We'll dive into all of that with experts' guests as well. But first, the headlines.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents a record 9th consecutive union budget, says it's guided by a 3 kartavyas or duties framework to drive economic growth and inclusion.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman proposes no changes in direct taxes in Budget 2026. The new IT Act will take effect from the 1st of April.
The FM projects fiscal deficit for FY 26-27 at 4.3% of the GDP, slightly lower than the 4.4% estimated for current financial year. Raises capex to 12.2 lakh crore Indian rupees for FY 26-27, 9% up.
And budget proposes India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 with a hiked outlay of 40,000 crore rupees, 10,000 crore rupees over 5 years to make India a Biopharma hub and dedicated rare earth corridors for mineral-rich states. And joining us for Perspective, our guest, we have Shubhamoy Bhattacharya, who is a senior economic journalist with us. Also joining us is Prasenjit K. Basu, senior economist. Mr. Basu, we are still taking the initial reactions to the budget. So what do you think is the biggest takeaway to your mind?
I think the major takeaway is that there is a focus both on new age sectors like semiconductors, Semiconductor Mission 2.0, biopharmaceuticals. You know, India is a global leader in generic drug manufacturing, but in new drug discovery, we haven't yet made a major impact. I think this budget contains a big focus on biopharmaceuticals as the single largest area of manufacturing focus. That's very good. Now, in addition to that, I think in the agriculture sector, the economic survey talked about the need for value-added crops. So there's a whole lot of incentives for a number of different types of crops where India has a relative comparative advantage. So a move away from water-intensive crops like rice to things like coconuts and so on, where we are a major producer, but there is scope for much greater focus. So that, plus of course labor-intensive manufacturing. Now, if you just think about labor-intensive manufacturing, that dovetails beautifully with the new labor codes that were notified at the end of November. So we're just 2 months into the new labor codes, which have significantly liberalized the labor market and made it much more flexible. Dovetailing into that is the focus on things like textiles, leather, etc., that will be benefiting from the new labor codes, we need a shift away from countries like China and Vietnam that currently dominate textiles and garments. India, as I always say, has been the clothier to the world through most of history for the last 2,500 years, except the last 75. So this textile focus is very good. Because the labor laws have been changed to make it more competitive. Now the government is also putting some money behind it. So in terms of the tax structure, of course, last year was the big bang budget. After last year's big bang, this year is pretty ho-hum in terms of tax changes. The major changes are pretty minor, mainly in things like improving the structure of import tariffs to benefit particular industries, including health and tourism. So those are areas that will benefit and will generate a lot of employment. So there's a long-term focus in this year's budget, not so much on the short-term aspects of tax changes.
Right. Shubhamoy, what is your view on the budget, particularly when it comes to the direct taxes? There's not much on the face of it, but the new IT Act comes into force from the 1st of April. Now, what is a common taxpayer has to look forward to where that particular change is concerned or transition is concerned?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, of course, I wasn't expecting any change in the direct taxes. So, and that's exactly what has happened. In fact, for the common taxpayer, the interesting thing is the change in the securities transaction tax. You know, the big change that has been done, and this is going to be discussed in the days to come, is the STT has been raised on futures and options market. And it's a steep rise.
Is it a marginal? How do you
It's a sharp rise. It's a sharp rise in the futures and options market, almost a 50% rise. Right, from gone up from 0.02 to 0.05.
Yeah.
So it's a sharp rise, and it's deliberate to ensure that people do not speculate in the market. The retail investors, because the futures and options market, the volumes in the retail segment was jumping up massively, and that is something that the government has really decided to cut down on. So the securities and so STT is the big talking point that will be happening, that in terms of the jump that has been done, and that is something that will be interesting to look at for what you should say, the Aam Aadmi. The big thing is the budget this time is focused essentially on the labor intensive sector. So employment is the big theme. Remember, a couple of years ago, there was a lot of discussion about.
And at the same time, it
schemes.
also addresses issues of sectors which are bearing the brunt right now of the American tariffs.
That's exactly the point, that what you'd get right now is that this budget comes in the background of two very major developments for India, which is that the India-EU FTA has been signed. Many of the provisions here you can see are actually helping sectors which will be pushing for exports into the EU region, like the chemical parks and others, essentially to get into those those benefits. The impact of the Trump tariffs has played out in terms of the fact that the finance minister has pushed in money for sectors where there can be manufacturing expansion, and that I think is a very important thing, because this is going to play out over time. And I particularly like her forward thing about the rare earth corridor. This is something that often is not understood, but the implication of the rare earth permanent magnet corridor in the 4 states is going to be very significant in terms of their implication in the sectors. The one thing that has been done very majorly is to allow investment by non-resident Indians, almost doubling their ability to invest in Indian equities. So for Indian equities, that is a very major flow of funds that would be coming in. Indian companies are now big, and in fact there are two things that you would notice. She has cut down on, she has taxed share buyback, discouraging companies from going out of the market. At the same time, to promote equities, she has said that foreign Indians abroad can now, instead of the 10% limit, it's been gone up to 24%, can invest majorly into Indian equities. So what's happening is that if a company comes into the market, there is going to be much more finance liquidity available for that company to be able to play in. And I think that gives a much larger space for investments to come in. We had all often talked about foreign investors coming in. We talked about the FIIs.
More IPOs.
Yeah, this is something which actually promotes the IPOs. You know, the huge rush of IPOs that's happening, and it allows Indians abroad to be able to come into the market in a big time. That is something which is quite a bit of a change from several decades, which had been saying that, you know, we don't want money coming in.
Do you think that will give the FII is also food for thought?
Yes, and so the FIIs therefore will find that there is a fresh competition, because we had been saying that while the FIIs have been going out, the market has been propped up only by the domestic investors.
Right.
Now there's an additional ballast to the domestic investors, the investors coming in, the Indian investors coming in from abroad, and that actually does something very major, because if this plays out, this is going to be helping the rupee very strongly. The value of the rupee will be
because they'll buy in foreign exchange.
Yes, because that will mean that there's a large pressure, upward pressure, which will come on the Indian rupee. So this is actually going to help the valuation of Indian companies when we look at the dollar rate of their performance. So there's so these 3 measures, cutting down F&O by taxation, retail investors, making the investors come along lightly,
Yes, you can pick up the mic, but interesting points being made there on decisions that have been taken in this budget or proposals that have been made that give a push to foreign investment and also prop up the rupee. Let's get perspective now from our colleague and correspondent Mark Lin, who's joining us. Mark, you've told us broadly speaking, the main takeaways from the budget. But if you could tell us how this budget is helping the Aam Aadmi. We understand that there's more focus on education, skills, on hostels. There's going to be easier credit for MSMEs, and there are better healthcare access announcements that have been made. Also faster travel, better urban mobility, and cheaper foreign travel.
Indeed. So if we look at the way the budget has been designed, we can see clearly that there is one whole aspect of the Kartavya 2, which is on aspirations. And the aspirations are of the people of India, not only of the youth of India. So we can see that the Aam Aadmi is very much a part of this. And we look at a high-powered committee which has been set up for education to employment to enterprise. So this is one committee that's going to look at everything to try and get the aim to make India be a global leader in services with about 10% of the global share by 2047. And its impact is on emerging technologies, including AI, jobs, skills, as the name suggests. And also they're supposed to suggest measures. Then there is also the aspect of trying to move into tier 2 and tier 3 cities, where we know you had professional services of people who are involved with the corporate sector, maybe like chartered accountants and financial analysts and all that. But something called corporate mitras now, people who have enough understanding who can help set up enterprise in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. This is another aspect of the budget which we can say is going to benefit job creation and the common man. Also, we can see that health is very important as a sector, and the importance of Ayush, particularly the setting up of 3 All India Institutes of Ayurveda, and then the upgrading of Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs. Also the upgradation of the WHO Global Telemedicine Center in Jamnagar. All these are looking at improving health. And also there has been a huge segment on tourism. As we know that tourism can be a great job creator and an employer. And India has, despite the beauty of India and the various advantages that India has naturally for tourism, we haven't really got our full potential there. And we can see that the Buddhist circuits now being developed in the northeast. Then also we have trekking to be developed in certain areas. And there's an Institute of Hospitality also being created to upgrade the skills in terms of tourism. Munmun.
All right, Mark, just stay with us. We're also joined by senior economist Rajat Kathuria. Rajat Kathuria, what do you make of the union budget in the first place? We've talked about direct tax proposals, but in terms of fiscal prudence itself, do you think the budget is taking the task that was laid, after COVID, when India had to increase a lot of spending, breach some of those guidelines that were there initially? But are we on that path now? And what kind of an impact would it have overall in the economy and on people as well?
So, I think, thanks Gautam. Let me just say that, since I'm not in the studio, I'm unable to see your body language. So stop me when you want to, if I'm sort of going on longer than you think I should. So just stop me. I think the macroeconomic stability is one of the positives that has happened for India over the last few years. We've been growing at significant rates, 7.5%, and I think this year as well we'll grow at about 7.4%. I think the weakness has been in the nominal rate of growth. So a nominal GDP is growing only at 8% this year, and hopefully it will pick up as inflation picks up and we get price signals. Hopefully that will pick up. Now that has implications for the questions that you're asking. I think post-COVID we did fairly well. We had a fiscal stimulus and then we withdrew. We had direct tax and indirect tax proposals. GST revenues picked up. So our revenue position became a little comfortable. And therefore, the finance minister was able to reduce the fiscal deficit over time, sequentially, from 4.9% to 4.7 to 4.5, now this year to 4.4, and next year to 4.3. She would have liked to go to 4.0 next year, but I think given what's happened to the nominal GDP, she has just reduced the fiscal deficit by about 10 basis points for next year. But I think I commend her for maintaining fiscal consolidation, whether it's through the fiscal deficit or whether it's through the debt to GDP ratio. So that's the positive. The macroeconomic situation is the positive. The weakness, I think, as I was saying, is the lack of growth in the nominal GDP. But what's happened, if you look at the numbers, we don't have the numbers. I don't think the finance minister had time today to tell us what the nominal GDP growth rate is going to be or what the real growth rate is going to be. But what's happened over time is that there has been a change in the sources of revenue for the government and change in the nature of expenditure. I think the government has been doing the heavy lifting as far as capital investment is concerned, and capital investment is critical to grow. Given the incremental capital output ratio about 5, if we are investing about 34% of GDP, we grow at about 7% or thereabouts. I think government has been doing the heavy lifting in the sense that it's been investing more in capital. Revenue expenditure has come down from the projected rate, so there's been some shortfall of government revenue expenditure, which is why we've been able to maintain the fiscal deficit. But no quibbles with that. I think, let me just say one more thing, which is what Shubhamoy had begun to allude to and what everybody is talking about. I think our big growth momentum that happened in 1991, 2004 were on the back of private investment. And I think the government wants private investment to come back. So a lot of the reform measures that you see that have been begun in this budget are directed to getting back private investment into the country. And what Shubhamoy was just saying about foreign investment is absolutely right. You want to get foreign investment back into the country. You want to grow on the back of foreign investment because it has a knock-on effect on domestic investment, both in terms of technology, managerial skills, and competition. So I think that's a very good sign. Get more foreign investment. And I think one of the things that will be talked about for a long, long time post this budget, as Shubhamoy said, one is, of course, the STT, which has gone up. But the other thing is the massive tax holiday that the finance minister has announced in the new age sectors for the data centers and for investors who are going to set up long-term investments in the country. I mean, they go up to 25 years and 15 years. I think that's a good sign to get those investments in the new age sectors because India does have a comparative advantage. We have the software, we need the hardware, and if you combine our soft skills, which are a comparative advantage, along with the hardware, then I think we can become leaders in design as well, which is another focus of this year's
Absolutely.
budget. I'll stop there.
I'll just tell Rajat, from the data that's coming up, for the budget glance, you see that the nominal growth rate has been pegged at 10%.
10%.
Yes.
I missed that announcement in the budget.
No, it was in the budget, the other documents. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So let's now take the viewers through some of the excerpts of the Finance Minister's speech. India's Finance Minister presented the Union Budget for FY 2026-27 in Parliament, and in a speech, she said that our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every section of society. She termed the budget as a Yuva Shakti-driven one.
Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget.
And calling this the first budget prepared at Kartavya Bhavan, the Finance Minister also said that the government is drawing inspiration from 3 core kartavyas or duties aimed at strengthening India's economic and social foundations amid global uncertainty.
We are inspired by 3 kartavya. Our first kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation.
The Finance Minister announced 3 new chemical parks to boost domestic manufacturing and cut import dependence.
To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model.
And the FM also proposed the setting up of Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicraft, aiming to boost rural livelihoods, manufacturing as well as self-reliance.
I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth.
Outlining a 6-step strategy to accelerate long-term economic growth, the Finance Minister highlighted scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic sectors, reviving legacy industries, creating champion MSMEs, pushing infrastructure development, ensuring economic security and stability, and building city-based economic regions as engines of growth.
Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions.
And the Finance Minister also announced a sharp increase in capital expenditure, raising the capex target to 12.2 lakh crore Indian rupees for FY 2027, up from 11.2 lakh crore rupees in the current fiscal year.
Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum.
And Meghna Dev, our correspondent, is now joining us from Ahmedabad in Gujarat. Meghna, Gujarat-related announcements have also been made. For instance, establishment of new dedicated freight corridors connecting, one is Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west, and there are more. So how is Gujarat reacting to the budget announcements? Is it welcoming it?
Yes, Munmun, I'm here at CII Gujarat, and we are joined in by Jayant Murthy, who handles the manufacturing panel of CII Gujarat. Definitely, we already had a discussion on the announcements, but obviously, looking at finer details will give us more insight into how long impacts the announcements will create. But for now, we are joined in by Jayant Murthy. Sir, we'll be talking about obviously the manufacturing sector because you handle that sector for CII Gujarat. How do you see the announcements made for the sector?
I think it's very positive because Gujarat is a very strong manufacturing base, right? So it's a state which is powered by manufacturing, and it has a large base of small and micro manufacturing industries, and of course large players in manufacturing like petrochemicals, pharma, refining, etc. If you notice, the Honorable Finance Minister has talked about focusing on 7 strategic sectors, and most of those sectors are in Gujarat. So it will be a very positive boost. One thing that comes to my mind very interestingly is Commonwealth has been announced. And this will provide a great opportunity for manufacturing of sports goods and equipments, which there is no share of Gujarat in particularly in that. And I think there's a great opportunity for Gujarat to take this opportunity and get into sports goods and equipments, especially for the small and medium enterprises. I think that's a great opportunity. There is also a big announcement to support the textile industry, which is again very good news for Gujarat because Gujarat is very strong in textile, especially in southern part in Surat. So that should also be a big boost for Gujarat.
Besides that, which are the other sectors, manufacturing specific? We're talking about container manufacturing also. We are also talking about airplane manufacturing, which has also got some incentives. So from small businesses like the sports goods industry, which will obviously be hearing this budget very closely because it is a good news for them. But big manufacturing units, what do you have to say about that? And also one of the important aspects is the Biopharma Shakti that has been announced, because pharmaceutical industry is huge in Gujarat. I think about 45% of all India pharma is manufactured from Gujarat. So what do you have to say about these specific sectors, from big manufacturing to obviously the biopharma?
So, see, almost 40+% of pharma is produced in Gujarat. And Gujarat is very familiar with pharma manufacturing. And as you know, globally, we are moving away from chemical-based pharma products to more biosimilars and bio-based. And I think that will be a new sunrise sort of industry. Of course, investments have already been made. But if you look at the large players in the sector like Biocon, etc., they don't have a significant footprint in Gujarat. So I think after these announcements, there should be a surge in the investments, both in R&D and manufacturing investments in biosimilars and bio-based pharmaceutical products in Gujarat.
And about the container manufacturing and the aircraft manufacturing?
Yes, there was also the Honorable Finance Minister talked about Dholera. And Dholera is going to be, we recently had a relationship and some kind of an agreement with UAE, which focused on MRO, maintenance and repair of aircrafts in Dholera. So I think there's going to be a lot of action in Dholera. It's already a very lot of focus in Dholera. So maybe MRO will come in. There will be also, there is announcement of coastal ways for shipment. So this will also boost ship manufacturing, ship repair, and using ships to transport, into Gujarat and out of Gujarat within India. I'm not saying just for exports. And lastly, there's a big boost for container manufacturing. And personally, manufacturing containers is not very high tech. If Gujarat has a lot of manufacturing.
Statements 2026-27, Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission again, I rise to lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the following papers under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement. Macroeconomic framework statement.
Papers to be laid on the table, Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, I rise to lay on the table under Article 281 of the Constitution a copy each in Hindi and English of the following papers. A report of the 16th Finance Commission for the years 2026 to 31. B, explanatory memorandum on the action taken on the recommendations contained in the report of the 16th Finance Commission.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. on Monday, the 2nd February 2026.
And we continue to be joined by guests here in the studio. Shubhamoy, What's been penalized in the budget is another interesting question. One is non-disclosure of movable assets, but those valued at less than 20 lakhs have been exempted. The other is income tax misreporting. So penalty has been raised to 100% of the tax amount. Could you elaborate on this?
Well, essentially, I mean, along with that, you should also see that she has given a broader window for tax, for sort of, I wouldn't call it amnesty, but for the formless declaration and all those things and filings and all those things. And she said that, look, if you do it, I'm willing to be with you. And lots of, if you look at the other factors where, people who are making genuine mistakes, she's sort of given them the space. But she wants essentially to build on the fact that there are larger number of people who are coming into the tax net. So to give a data, our income tax filers was about 6.2 till a couple of years ago. It has gone up to 9.5 crore in last year.
Yeah, the economic survey had put that out.
Yes, it's a huge number jump. Now, the finance minister would want that sort of trend to continue because tax, as a tax GDP ratio, the direct taxes has gone up to just 55%, and this is a very good thing. It used to be 51, and remember, Munmun used to be discussing why the tax GDP ratio, direct tax GDP ratio was not rising. So it has risen. So she wants to build on that, and to ensure that it's built on, she's essentially again doing the same, doing the thing about allowing more space for genuine filers to sort of come up and file, giving them the additional space, but becoming more and more strict for misdeclaration, deliberate attempts to evade taxes. And I think that was necessary also, because you remember this is also the year when the direct tax code has just come into play. The income tax code, the new income tax code, which was accepted by the parliament, which was passed by the parliament in December, has just come into play and will become effective from April 2026. So it was necessary to allow all those provisions. So there's a large number of those provisions that she's announced, which are part of the finance code, which have been brought in as part of the new business transactional rules of the government of India. They seem, they essentially give that focus that what the government wants to do with its taxes. Because remember, there's also on the indirect taxes, there's a large number of simplifications correspondingly. On customs, for instance, there's a customs process simplification that is fairly elaborate and fairly useful, and it allows for easier importing of goods into India.
Especially for personal use.
Personal use, but you also see on the customs bonded warehouse and others, she's allowed for lots of facilities. The area for the scope for advanced ruling in customs has been extended from 3 years to 5 years. All of these essentially help in what we call the ease of doing business. But the flip side would be that while that's happening, the state is becoming much more tighter and drawing the noose around the assessees who are not really playing ball with the government. And I think that this is a process that will continue. Remember, despite everything, I was looking at the budget numbers. The tax revenue this year has just risen about 9%. It was supposed to be 12%, and that was because
this includes both direct and indirect taxes
and everything taken together. Now that was supposed to be a nice rise, but because of lots of factors, slowdown in the global economy and everything, that the tax rise hasn't happened. So obviously the finance minister cannot afford in these circumstances to let people who can pay and who should pay the taxes go away. There is a very interesting change that she has done in that context of making the MAT as the final tax. She has, for corporates, remember this, there was a lot of change that was done in 2019 in the corporate tax structure. For the first time, she has moved in this time to further simplify that, to say that what will be the effective taxation structure for companies which come into new manufacturing. Those giving them the benefits of saying that, first of all, the MAT from 15% it is brought down to 14%, but as the final tax, but that has to be paid up. So the tax credit, how much it can be taken on, how much it can be extended, all of these she has clarified, simplified, but made them much more effective in the sense that the companies will have to pay up. And that I think is something that is very useful. remember, we are looking at the idea that there will be lots more manufacturing, lots more happening in the manufacturing sector. So you would be expecting new companies to come in. So you want the field to be clean and clear for them, so that they don't have to play around with tax laws and rules, rather than getting along with the work that they want to do, which is that of production. So those changes that she has brought in have been very substantial. In fact, they become even more significant if you look at her deficit numbers. She was playing from a very difficult wicket. I was just looking at the deficit numbers. Almost all of the deficit numbers in absolute terms have gone up a bit because of the difficulties that India is facing. The primary deficit, which had come down to something like 2,74,000, that has gone up to actually to 2,84,000. Now, what does that mean? That the government, which was actually borrowing less, effectively has this year, because of the gap in taxation, expects to borrow a bit more, which is what you're also seeing in the drawdown of cash balances, which you're also seeing in the draw that she's made on small savings. But all of these will be she'll be depending on more.
Let me just point out that in the year to date, the data has been announced yesterday. In the year to date, there's a primary fiscal surplus. The deficit was supposed to be, primary deficit was supposed to be 0.8% of GDP, but in fact, from April to December, there was a primary surplus. The government is very conservative. Every year, the government has been very conservative in measuring its deficit numbers. Year to date this year, in the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year, the fiscal deficit is 3.2% of GDP. If you look at the deficit for the first 3 quarters of the year, it is only 54.5% of the full year FY26 deficit. So you have 1 quarter left. Unless the government has a huge assignment to the states, it is actually likely to outperform. Every year it has outperformed in the last 4 years. It is outperformed. The actual deficit will be lower than what was projected in the budget. So it's quite unfortunate that.
And what about the other critical number?
See, the point is that nominal GDP growth has been modest. Real GDP growth has been above what the government is projecting. The number for the year to date is 8% in the first half of the fiscal year. The real GDP growth was 8%. But in fact, in the second half, there's a fiscal stimulus provided in the middle of the year. One is the GST rate reductions. Second is income tax reductions for the whole year, FY26. That is going to boost real and nominal GDP growth in the second half of the year. We're likely to get 8.5% real GDP growth. If you look at the last 4.5 years, every year the projection is lower than the actual outcome.
It's conservative.
So we actually, if you look at, I'm surprised that V. Anantha Nageswaran has been talking about 7% real GDP growth as being the new normal, as being the potential growth rate. The reality is that in the last 4.5 years, real GDP has grown 8.2% on average, and is likely to be slightly more than that in the second half of the fiscal year and into the first part of the next fiscal year. So, in fact, we have stronger growth. Rajat was talking about the fact that nominal GDP is not growing that strongly because inflation is too low. It's nice to be one of the few countries in the world that has too low inflation. But inflation is about to pick up. We're going to see inflation get closer to 2% by the current quarter and then rise a little bit more to the normal 2 to 3% range. 2 to 3% range is perfectly reasonable for a fast-growing economy to have that sort of inflation rate. If you have 8.5% real growth and 2% inflation, you'll get 10.5% nominal GDP growth, which is more than adequate to continue to provide a boost to direct tax revenue as well as indirect tax revenue. Now, what I find quite interesting in the actual numbers is that even though income tax rates were cut in the year to date, April to December, you had about 6% growth in income tax revenues, despite the substantial reductions in rates across the board. And if you look at corporate tax revenue, people in the equity markets have been focused on the fact that EPS growth, earnings growth for corporates has been rather weak. But interestingly, if you look at the December number, corporate tax revenue is up very strongly, and the October to December quarter saw a very powerful turnaround in corporate tax revenue to the government. So in the calendar year 2025, there was 15.5% year-on-year growth in corporate tax revenue. The previous year was only 3 to 4%. So we've seen a very strong rebound in corporate tax revenue, which to my mind is about to be reflected in the next quarterly series of corporate earnings reports in a recovery. If the government is getting more corporate tax revenue, surely corporate earnings are growing, and that'll be reflected in the next quarter. So the worst is probably behind us in terms of the earnings growth performance of the corporate sector. It has already seen a recovery evident in the corporate tax revenue, and I think we'll continue to see that coming through. Now, it's quite interesting that in the budget for next year, there's been no significant changes in the direct or indirect tax regime. The main thing is ease of reporting, etc., has been brought in, and some penalties, particularly for things like futures and options, which SEBI for the last 6 to 8 months has already been flagging as being an area. India's options, futures and options trading is the highest of any country on earth. We have excessive involvement in the options and trading market. There's too much speculation, and so the government wants to calm that down. It has very few revenue implications because STT is not a big source of revenue to the government, but it's a penalty. But if you look at the major sources of revenue, corporate and income tax revenue have held up remarkably well, despite the fact that personal income tax was cut drastically in the latest budget. So it's provided a boost to personal consumption, but at the same time hasn't hurt revenue that much. I mean, we've seen only, if you look at personal income tax revenue growth, it's only 6%, which is very modest because the previous few years it was growing at 20% for 2 or 3 years. Personal income tax revenue was a big source of revenue to the government in terms of growth. Corporate tax was weak.
Yes.
Now we've seen a shift.
Okay.
Corporate tax is the one that is contributing much more in the current fiscal year. Personal income tax has come down as a source. But I think the overall picture, though, is that we are likely to get 8.5% real GDP growth, inflation at a 15-year low, and the current account deficit will be near zero this fiscal year. So very positive macroeconomic backdrop. Stability on the macroeconomy is one of the big positives of recent years, and that actually flows through eventually in the form of a better growth environment, because you have stability on inflation. You have now, for some of the newer areas, there is 20-year tax holiday being provided up to 2047. It's quite it's rare to see any country providing that sort of tax holiday. But a 20-year tax holiday, the idea is to incentivize a pickup in private investment in a number of newer areas. And that, I think, is really the key to pushing long-term growth to an even higher plane. And one of the areas, of course, is labor-intensive manufacturing, which is the one area where over the last 75 years we've done relatively poorly in compared to, say, China and Vietnam. This budget has a lot of incentives as well as actual money provided to labor-intensive manufacturing to see a significant leg up there, so that we can really see employment pick up in the millions.
Okay, Rajat Kathuria, if I come to you and talk to you about another key macro number, which is the debt to GDP ratio, which is in the range of 56% right now, but the aspiration is to bring it down around 50% over the next few years. How do you think that will help the economy in general?
It gives much more fiscal, a moderate debt to GDP ratio for developing countries like India, around 50% by the year 2030. I think that's a good aspiration to have. It essentially sort of mirrors what a fiscal deficit would tell you, is that with a growing economy and declining interest payments, what both Shubhamoy and Prashanjit were referring to, if you have declining interest payments, so the debt to GDP ratio will decline. When the government borrows more and the growth rate falls, then the debt to GDP ratio is likely to go up, and I'm talking about nominal GDP here. If that falls, then the debt to GDP ratio sort of tends to rise if you borrow too much. So there's debt dynamics of the economy, which on a declining trend allows much more fiscal space to the government to get away from making interest payments on borrowed debt and thereby invest money productively in capital investment. So so previously our anchor used to be the fiscal deficit under Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, and now the anchor has moved to a debt to
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो और आईटी सर्विसेज के लिए बहुत एक सिग्निफिकेंट सिंप्लीफिकेशन किया गया है सेफ हार्बर और फास्ट ट्रैक एपीए के प्रोविजंस लाके। आने वाले समय में डेटा सेंटर्स बहुत बड़ी एक ताकत बनेंगे देश की, जिससे कि दुनिया भर को नई सर्विसेज और भारत के लिए नए एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के नए रास्ते खुलेंगे। तो डेटा सेंटर्स पे जो टैक्स हॉलीडे दिया, इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। साथ ही साथ ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी जो हमारी क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी है, इसमें 20 लाख एम्प्लॉयमेंट नए बनाने के लिए क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी में आईआईसीटी मुंबई के साथ मिलकर 15,000 स्कूल और 500 कॉलेजेस में क्रिएटर्स लैब बनाने के लिए बजट में प्रोविज़न किया गया है। और साथ ही साथ रेलवे के लिए 7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स, चेन्नई से बेंगलुरु, चेन्नई से हैदराबाद, बेंगलुरु से हैदराबाद, मुंबई से पुणे, पुणे से हैदराबाद, दिल्ली से वाराणसी और वाराणसी से सिलीगुड़ी। एक तरीके से साउथ इंडिया में सदर्न ट्रायंगल बनेगा, चेन्नई, बेंगलुरु, हैदराबाद का हाई स्पीड रेलवे का, बुलेट ट्रेन का। वैसे ही दिल्ली, वाराणसी, सिलीगुड़ी का एक नया हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर बनेगा और साउथ वेस्ट को साउथ से जोड़ने वाला मुंबई से पुणे, पुणे से हैदराबाद का एक बहुत बड़ा मेजर कॉरिडोर बनेगा। साथ ही साथ आज बजट में एक नए डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जो कि बंगाल में दांकुनी, वहाँ से गुजरात में सूरत, इसको जोड़ने वाला, ईस्ट को वेस्ट के साथ जोड़ने वाला नया डीएफसी भी सैंक्शन हुआ है। मैं इस बजट के लिए जो कि युवा शक्ति से प्रेरित है, जो कि विकसित भारत की एक मजबूत नींव बनाता है, जो कि समाज के हर वर्ग के लिए और देश के हर क्षेत्र के लिए विकास का एक नया माध्यम बना है, इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का अभिनंदन करता हूँ। बजट में कितना एलोकेशन किया गया?
Railways, Meti, and Information and Broadcasting reacting to budget announcements on the 3 portfolios that he has. Well, we continue our discussion. The first thing that he spoke of, Rajat, if we can come to you on this, is the tax holiday till 2047. Again, a point being made here in the studio that this is unprecedented, at least in recent times we haven't heard something like this. Tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company providing cloud services to customers globally using data center services from India. If you could explain to us how this is going to boost India's digital economy, what are the spin-off benefits that India can expect from this?
Well, India has always prided itself as being sort of a global leader in digital services, not so much in the manufacturing of hardware, although we have technology and semiconductor mission now put into place, which will dovetail with what the minister is saying or what the finance minister is saying about the tax holiday. I think the aspiration is straightforward, is that we have a comparative advantage in the skills related to digital services. Remember, India is 2 sort of economies put into one. One is India and the other is Bharat. One is we aspire to be at the frontier with where the rest of the global economy is, especially in digital services, and the other is the other sort of rural informal sector. So for the sectors that aspires to compete globally, I think this is a great sign, because India has for a long time wanted to host data centers within the country, and data centers require, I think, land, require power, require water, things that we are beginning to now provide. And I think it will also create employment in this sector for the people, so for the hordes of students. I work in a university today, and the anecdotal evidence that suggests to me that the most popular course, not only in my university, but the most popular course in any university in India today is computer science. And within computer science, it's coding and AI, etc. Although a lot of people say that, you know, AI is going to get rid of coders,
Nonetheless, or at least, dampen that demand. Nonetheless, I think, technology, digital, AI experts in India would get gainful employment if we are able to employ these people within the country through investments that are made by foreigners who bring in technology and therefore bring in managerial skills. Now, that will, as I said in my previous comment also, this will have knock-on effects on domestic investment as well. So I think it's a good idea. It is playing to India's strengths by giving a tax holiday for such a long time, up till 2047. You're also incentivizing foreign investors. Remember, in the global economy, the sort of growth centers now, after China, sort of very limited. Africa will probably emerge as the next growth center in a few decades. Today, India is the toast, and I think we should leverage this opportunity that we have. And clearly, AI, data centers, hardware, semiconductors, technology, etc., content creation, the orange economy that the minister was talking about. I mean, this is certainly a sector that we can leverage. But sort of, if you give me an opportunity, let me conclude the comment that I had made, beginning to make before you sort of went to the minister, which is that, the debt to GDP ratio. What Prasanjit was saying about why have there been no sort of major announcements in this budget with respect to tax. And he's right. I mean, a lot of the announcements have already been made, although I think, we are also seeing the benefit of low base. So therefore, the rise that we will get in the future would also reflect the arithmetic of a low base. But it's important to get inflation up. It's important to get nominal GDP up. And I hope, 2.5–3% inflation, which will lead to a targeted growth rate of 10.5%, 11% in the future, will augur well for India. But I think the anchor is the debt to GDP ratio now, which is a good sign.
Right.
And I think to be able to maintain that debt to GDP ratio at the projected level, it is important for there to be inflation. Now, the government cannot put more money into the hands of the people because it's already done that in the past through GST reform, to direct tax reform. Therefore, you need to boost consumption. You need to boost consumption expenditure. And this is where I think what Shubhamoy was saying becomes, which is improve the tax to GDP ratio.
Right.
So
we leave it at that. Thank you so much, Rajat Kathuria, Prasanjit Basu, and Shubhamoy Bhattacharjee for joining us with your inputs. But our comprehensive coverage of Budget 2026-27 is going to continue here. We'll take a short break, but our colleagues are going to join us in a bit. Stay tuned.
Thank you, and stay with us.
Tamil Nadu.
Open your mind to a whole new world. Explore mystic wonders of nature in the forests.
Can the US launch a bombing campaign against Iran? The Philippines vessel suffered structural damage. The saga of child sexual abuse. Is the United States China's debt trap strategy? Truth is stranger than fiction. But sometimes hard to uncover. Trust us to tell the truth, unadulterated and pure, of every story that matters to you.
Save your country.
You read between the lines, cut the clutter, and connect the dots to get you the full picture. Watch Connecting the Dots at these times with me, only on DD India.
Today, we try to answer a key question. Is there a cleaner, affordable, and eco-friendly way to travel?
Air quality has deteriorated significantly over the past 10 years. The reason? The increase in road traffic.
The train is powered by green hydrogen, a renewable fuel that promises to...
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, नमस्कार। आज का बजट ऐतिहासिक है। इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले, इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Those were Prime Minister Narendra Modi's remarks after Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the Union Budget for 26-27. In his address, Prime Minister hailed the budget, particularly focusing on youth and women power. Several provisions to focus on both these demographies. 2047 Viksit Bharat, Developed India vision is also something this budget articulates and creates a more clearer roadmap. In that sense, Amrit, there is a focus on emerging technologies and the manner in which India's own potential could be harnessed. There are rare earth mineral corridors that have been envisioned. There is also focus on biopharma and improving the freight corridors and logistics. Some of the highlights of Prime Minister's address, and he says skill, scale and sustainability is the larger agenda of the budget.
Exactly, Shumendu, and he said it's a budget for Viksit Bharat, or developed India. As Shumendu said, the focus, he said, is on Yuva Shakti, or focusing on the youth, building infrastructure, be it rail corridors, be it development of tier 2 and tier 3 cities, be it the 7 new rail corridors, the 5 inland waterways that will be developed, the dedicated freight corridors that she's spoken about, of course the rare earth minerals corridor. Giving a big push to the semiconductor sector, 40,000 crores marked for a push to semiconductor, training the youth for skilling them in audiovisual, gaming, etc. A panel to look at how AI can impact the services sector, trying to make India a big service sector economy.
That's right. Amrit, both the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister refer to the term Reform Express, basically an organic coming together of reforms in diverse sectors to propel India's economy. And Prime Minister said that being the largest growing fastest growing large economy is not enough. Now India seeks that number 3 position, the world's 3rd largest economy. Those were some of the highlights of Prime Minister's remarks just after Finance Minister presented the Union Budget. Let's now look at some of the updates that have been coming in on the budget. India's Finance Minister presented the Union Budget for 2026-27 in the Parliament. In a speech, Minister Sitharaman said, that the aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as India ensures that dividends of growth reach every section of society. She termed it as a Yuva Shakti driven budget.
Absolutely.
Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget.
And calling this the first budget prepared at the Kartavya Bhavan, the Finance Minister said that the government is drawing inspiration from 3 core Kartavyas, or Kartavyas duty, right? Duties aimed at strengthening India's economic and social foundations amid global uncertainty.
We are inspired by 3 Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation.
And Minister Sitharaman also announced 3 new chemical parks to boost domestic manufacturing and cut import dependence.
To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import.
और हमारा जो लोग हैं, हमारे युवा युवती हैं, उनको आधुनिक दृष्टिकोण से तैयार करना, रीस्किल करना, रीट्रेन करना, जिससे वो आगे चल के आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी को इस्तेमाल करते हुए देश को तेज गति से आगे बढ़ाएं। टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र को भी एक अहम प्राथमिकता दी गई है इस बजट में। स्पोर्ट्स हो, एजुकेशन हो, मैं समझता हूं इतना व्यापक प्रभाव शायद ही कभी हमने बजट में देखा है। ये बजट देश को आगे चल के 22 साल के इस अमृत काल में कैसे तेजी से हमने सबने मिलके सभी का साथ, सभी का विकास के मंत्र को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए काम करना है, उसका एक रोड मैप देने का काम करता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सर, विपक्ष कह रहा है इसमें जनता के लिए।
And Finance Minister Shubhendu, as you were saying, announced 3 new chemical parks to boost domestic manufacturing and cut import dependence.
To enhance domestic chemical production and reduction import dependency and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model.
Finance Minister, in a speech, also proposed to setting up of Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicraft, aiming to boost rural livelihoods, manufacturing and self-reliance.
I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product, ODOP initiative, and also our rural youth.
And outlining a 6-step strategy to accelerate long-term economic growth, the Finance Minister highlighted scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic sectors, reviving legacy industries, creating champion MSMEs, pushing infrastructure development, ensuring economic security and stability, and building city-based economic regions as engines of growth.
Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions.
And we're reflecting on the highlights of the big announcements made in the Union Budget for 26-27. We'll take you through some of the key elements that were announced, particularly in the biopharmaceuticals domain. Biopharma Shakti, 10,000 crore rupees allocation the next 5 years. Domestic production of biologics and biosimilars create a network of about 1,000 accredited India clinical trial sites. Again, this is to also curb imports in the domain and boost self-reliance in biopharmaceuticals.
Okay, if we look at the semiconductor sector now, launch of India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 with an outlay of 40,000 crore rupees. This is to produce equipment and of materials, design, full stack, Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. And there is 10,000 crore rupees allocated over the next 5 years under the Semiconductor Shakti initiative.
That's right. Emerging technologies, semiconductors in focus. Let's now turn to the manner in which rare earth also finds focus in the budget. 4 mineral-rich states to establish dedicated rare earth corridor in the country. This is to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing of processed rare earth minerals, to enhance domestic chemical production and reduction in import dependency. These minerals also play a key role in emerging technologies such as semiconductor manufacturing. In that sense, self-reliance also in the domain of emerging technologies. Let's now from rare earth turn to manufacturing.
Okay, in the manufacturing, to boost manufacturing, a new scheme to promote container manufacturing one. There is an allocation done there for 10,000 crore rupees spread over the next 5 years, and it aims at building a globally competitive ecosystem. So this is what the few of the initiatives that the budget proposes for the manufacturing sector to promote manufacturing.
From manufacturing to textile, important labor-intensive textile sector, an integrated program has been proposed. A national fiber scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers, textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional ecosystems of textile.
Okay, if we look at the railway sector now, 7 high-speed rail corridors have been announced, of course, to boost infrastructure and connectivity. This will link India's financial hubs, tech centers, manufacturing clusters, and emerging cities. This is along, connecting it with the multimodal network system that connects the inland waterways, etc.
And turning to smaller, medium, micro, medium enterprises, MSMEs, equity support via 10,000 crore rupees. SME Growth Fund, also top-up facilities also announced, liquidity support via TREDS platform. Professional institutes to train corporate mitras will act as agent to empower and support smaller businesses in Tier 2, Tier 3 towns. From smaller businesses to the health sector now.
That's right. In health sector, 5 regional medical hubs will be established to promote medical tourism. 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. This is what the budget proposes. Also, it talks about, bringing about 10,000 allied health professionals over the next 5 years, and 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda will be established.
From health to education, setting up of Education to Employment and Enterprise Standing Committee for job creation, committee to focus on services sector as a core driver of Viksit Bharat and how more opportunities could be created in that domain. The idea that services sector it leads the Indian economy with over 50% contribution in the GDP. We are looking at the announcement in the education sector. Education to Employment committees are going to help youth find employment so that vocational training and other such activities can be in focus. All right, our colleague Mark Lynn is joining us now with more updates and insights into the union budget. Mark, over to you.
Some of the let's touch with on the key priorities, because you've been focusing on the major highlights of the budget for a long time. And we can see that obviously agriculture is a priority for any budget, and this budget too. But here the aim is to increase productivity, increase farmers' income, double the farmers' income. How are they going to go about this? Promoting high-value agriculture. In the coastal areas, the focus on coastal products like or crops like coconuts. And then in some other areas, you can see that which are suitable to develop crops like cashew, cocoa, self-reliance crops in those areas. And then there is also in the northeast, we can see that they are going to focus on promoting crops like almonds and things that some of the nuts that are pine nuts, walnuts, things that can actually get very good prices in the international market. So that's looking at agriculture. Then, of course, employment and skills training. One can clearly see that there's plenty of focus on upskilling, especially in this AI age. So people need to generate jobs. 1.5 lakh caregivers to be trained, because obviously people would be needing a focus on on looking after people who are either having problems related to age or mental health and all these other aspects, because this particular segment needs to be developed and looked at. Then there is scaling up of veterinary professionals, another area that we have a significant shortage, and now we are trying to look at increasing them by more than 20,000 in this particular budget. So importance on these kind of sectors. Then there is inclusive human resource development and social justice. There's an additional 100,000 allied health professionals over the next 5 years. So healthcare important, moving out into various areas other than the traditional areas where we look at doctor, nurse and things like that. These allied health professionals are important, especially in the Ayush area. That's another area where there's plenty of focus that this budget is giving. And then there is the audiovisual segment, which is a content creation. We are living in the age of streaming, and we can find that a lot of important content is available for streamers, and where you can see that the Creator Labs, 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges, because content will be generated for the next generation. This is a youth-focused budget, one must remember, from these areas. Let's move on to another aspect, manufacturing. We did remember that the Chief Economic Advisor in the Economic Survey talked that manufacturing is necessary to be increased, because services are already strong in our economy, and it is services that are doing the heavy lifting currently. Manufacturing will need to do the heavy lifting also over a period of time if India's rupee value has to go up, because only then can we start exporting more significantly. So scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors, and those sectors would be in critical, using critical technologies. And there's the introduction of a dedicated 10,000 crore rupee SME fund. So this is in the area of small and medium enterprises. We could go on, but perhaps we'll focus on other things a little while later. Back to you, Shubhendu.
Thank you, Mark, for those updates. Let's now bring in a special guest who are joining us to take forward the conversation.
Dr. Nilanjan Banik, he's a senior economist. He joins us over the video link, and also Prasoon Sharma, he's founder and CEO of WS, which is a semiconductor-based solutions. Both gentlemen, thank you very much for being on the show. First to you, Dr. Banik, how do you look at the budget, its highlights? Where is it strong? What do you think the budget could have done more?
See, it is the budget has put emphasis on all the long-term factors, factors that would kind of make the Indian economy's growth much more resilient. For instance, if you look into the allocation to the capital expenditure in terms of building more freightways, in terms of building more, trying to connect all the river across our countries, in terms of building more roadways, or for that matter, building high-speed network of railways. Now, these are all great things to have. The thing is, the cost of doing business is going to come down because you are trying to connect the interior hinterland of India to the ports and airports, which are primarily located in major metropolitan cities. So that is one part I like about the budget, because the multiplier effect of such capital expenditure, which even 10 years back used to be in the region of 3 to 4 lakh crore of rupees, now it has been increased to almost 12.2 lakh crores of rupees. The multiplier effect of this is going to be huge, in the sense that some estimates suggest that the multiplier effect of investing in capital expenditure is close to 2.5, which means if you're spending $100 units of goods and services, that eventually lead to $250 of worth of output being produced in the economy. So that is the first part which I liked about the budget. The second thing which I liked is the emphasis on trying to make Indian economy much more resilient on some of the product that we are import dependent. For instance, electronic items, for instance, active pharmaceutical products. Now, we have seen at the time of COVID how much we are dependent on China when it comes to API or active pharmaceutical product. So now that Finance Minister is putting some money for manufacturing active pharmaceutical ingredients in India, that is a welcome move. The other thing which I liked about the budget, and where there is enough of space, is trying to put emphasis on our tourism sector, be it medical tourism, be it tourism in other parts of India. Now, you should note, just to give some numbers, if I'm looking into some of the European countries, for instance, France or Spain or Italy, there the footfall of tourists per year is in the region of 90 to 100 million tourists coming to those countries. Now, each one of these countries are actually, in terms of their size, less than the size of some of our states in India. True. Now, if I compare those footfalls compared to the number of tourists which comes to India, it's only 10 million. So there is a big space when it comes to expand our tourism sector. And the best part of the tourism sector is it is going to also create jobs, which does not require that much skill. Only a little bit of training will help to. And I think I heard the finance minister saying that she is going to put some fund to train the so-called government designated guides who can be helpful for the organic growth of the tourism sector. Also, you find that the cost of medical is one of the least in the world. So giving more emphasis on medical tourism will also help India to get more foreign exchange reserve. Because right now, one of the worrying point is our exchange rate is kind of falling. So therefore, what are the other alternatives? So some of the alternatives that finance minister have taken, I think is welcome move in terms of reducing our import dependence. So she is also talking about how to ensure that we also start manufacturing rare earth minerals, which is got huge application, be it electric vehicles, be it dental surgery, be it aeronautics. We have also heard her saying that a certain section of the money will be allocated to building the data center. I think what she promised is, she's saying that if the foreign companies are coming and setting up data centers in India, they will not be asked to pay any tax. So that's a great
till
move.
2047, yes.
Yeah, so that is a great initiative, because right now what this is suggesting, she is also forward-looking in that way, trying to give more emphasis on data and the AI type of activities that is going to happen. So overall, there may be some kind of, if I'm looking into the market, there is some kind of market actually thought that some tweaking around with the long-term capital gain tax as well as the short-term capital gain tax will be addressed at this budget. But that was in keeping in mind the falling value of Indian rupees.
Right.
But apart from that, I see the budget has delivered what it needs to be.
Right. Mr. Prashan Sharma, if I can come to you, there was a lot of anticipation around investment in emerging technologies, semiconductors. How satisfied are you with the announcement of Semiconductor Mission 2.0, electronic components manufacturing scheme, and some 40,000 crore being allocated over the coming years?
Yeah, this budget decisively elevates India's tech and manufacturing agenda by launching India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 and also giving 40,000 crore outlay for PLI for electronic manufacturing. And the one point which the previous speaker also highlighted is new tax incentives for cloud infrastructure, which is where we see a big gap. Like India is producing around 20% of global data, but the storage capacity is less than or equal to 3% of global data storage. That will address that, but it also comes with some ground requirements. To establish such big data centers, you need power and accessibility of internet and other things. So that also will boost the internet and basic services businesses and MSMEs, and also it will also elevate the startups in AI domain, because they can get cloud infrastructure easier and in good pricing. And for startups also, there is a continuation of funds which will help them to grow in tech sector specifically. And I think there is a realignment in PLI for MSMEs more than the big electronic manufacturers. That we have to wait and watch how this will benefit MSMEs, specifically in electronic manufacturing and semiconductors.
Just that point about the tax holiday till 2047, 100 years of India's independence that year, for cloud services with data centers in India. If you could also simplify, why is it important? Because we've been trying to understand the concept of sovereign AI, that self-reliance in the entire ecosystem of AI is also significant going forward.
Yes, for AI, the oil is data, and only 2 countries in the world is data producing, with 1 billion plus population, that is China and India. So all AI algorithms depend on this data. India is a rich source of that data, but we were not storing or keeping our data, which is, when we say our data, it's our health data, our language or cultural data, and how we use that data should be placed in our geographical region, which can benefit a lot. Like one example is our CoWIN app, how we distributed the vaccination, what will be the result. That helps specifically like medical sector to generate new ideas or new vaccines. Similarly, in tech ecosystem also, when we use UPI and we see the transaction behaviors of our customers, that gives a lot of inputs, whether it's cyber security, how our customers are spending and what services they are spending. So this also gives a responsibility to the tech enablers to keep this data in geographical locations that you said, sovereignty of our own data, which definitely helps a lot for developing our own solutions, like based on UPI, CoWIN and Aadhaar. There are many startups or applications has been developed, and it will be scaled globally.
All right, I'll request both gentlemen to stay on, Dr. Banik and Prasoon. But let's take a look at this report, our next report, which looks at what the budget proposes to do, especially in terms of harnessing technology, artificial intelligence, to drive growth, jobs and exports. Rahul Upadhyay brings us this report.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on Sunday announced the formation of a new committee, Education to Employment and Enterprises E2E Standard Committee, to review the impact of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence on India's services sector. The panel will recommend measures to unlock the full potential of the services sector as part of the broader Viksit Bharat vision.
Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund.
The committee will work towards making India a global leader in services with a target of achieving a 10% share of global services exports by 2047. It will identify priority areas to maximize growth, employment, and export opportunities in the sector. The committee will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, on jobs and skill requirements, and propose measures to prepare India's workforce for the future. Sitharaman highlighted that the government has already taken significant steps to support innovation, citing initiatives such as the India AI Mission, the National Quantum Mission, the Anusandhan National Research Fund, and the Research Development and Innovation Fund. With this renewed focus on technology and services, the Union Budget 2026-27 aims to position India as a global powerhouse in the decades ahead. Rahul Upadhyay's report for DD India.
And we continue our conversation with our guest on the key takeaways of the Union Budget. Dr. Nilanjan Banik and Prasun Sharma continue to be with us. Prasunji, another sector which finds unique focus in the budget for orange economy, the AVGC sector, brings together the potential of the youth and also technology in many ways. Content creation gets it got an official note long back, but now an infrastructure is also coming up. And it's not a small one. Around 15,000 secondary schools and colleges will have infrastructure to help with content creation in its ecosystem. How do you see it?
That will change and also include our regional languages and content as well. And this will empower the voices of our tier 3 or I would say rural India also, because they can create content relative to their concerns or cultures or ongoing challenges, whether it's farming, whether it's connectivity, or how they are seeing other aspect of the life. So it will improve. And I think recently Ministry of Broadcasting also signed an MOU with IIT Delhi for boosting startup or innovation in this sector as well. So there is a philanthropic of initiatives by Government of India in this initiative also. And it will also enhance our cultural linkage with this digital world and ecosystem. And that will also enable our rural India to learn about technologies in their own languages and passing content related to, cyber security, educating them with various aspects of their lives, which is impacting, whether it's MSME, like small things in Bengali or Hindi, they can learn how to file export license in Germany. When we are, also talking about FTAs with different countries, how they can sell or, export their products. So this, the digital trail or rail which India government has built will enable all these content creators to connect with e-commerce as well, cultural aspect as well, and their personal growth as well.
Thank you, Prasun, both Prasun and Dr. Banik. I request you to stay on. Let's look at another sector, the proposals for another sector, the agriculture sector. What the budget proposes to do for the agriculture sector. Well, one, there is a support for high-value agriculture with a focus on diversifying farm output, enhancing the productivity and the income of farmers, support for high-value crops. Now, if you look at the farm output or the high value crops, there is support for producing coconuts, cashews, cocoa and sandalwood, especially in the coastal areas and coastal trees, for support for the agar tress in the northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, pine nuts in the hilly regions. Coconut promotion scheme proposals are proposed in major coconut producing states. There is a dedicated program proposed for promotion of Indian cashew and Indian cocoa. Well, this will increase their premium brand value by 2030, focused on cultivation and post-harvest. Then there is processing of the Indian sandalwood. Again, rejuvenating old low-yielding orchards of walnuts, almonds, pine nuts by engaging with the youth. Okay, I want to come back. Okay, let's look at the fisheries sector. Well, in the fisheries sector, there is an initiative for integrated development of 500 reservoirs of Amrit Sarovars. The idea is to strengthen the value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages. Well, the fish caught in exclusive economic zone and high seas by Indian fishing vessels to be treated as duty-free as exports when brought into the ports. Okay. Let's look at animal husbandry. What are the proposals in this particular sector? Animal husbandry credit-linked subsidy program is proposed. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy, poultry focused value chain will be set up. Okay, Dr. Banik and Nilanjan Banik, senior economist, and Prasoon Sharma continue to join us. Dr. Banik, let me come to you. While the government's given a lot of focus on, say, boosting infrastructure, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, there is a focus on youth. We put out what the Nirmala Sitharaman's budget proposals for the agriculture sector are, but some, or at least to me, it seems the focus on agriculture, one, and second, on the informal sector seems to be a bit wanting here.
Absolutely, because if I'm looking into the agricultural sector, and if you look into the type of crops on which the government is trying to improve productivity, these are all high-valued crop items. For instance, almond, for instance, coconut, for instance, jute, things like that. One thing I want to mention, in case of India, almost 83% of our farming population, 83% in total, if you look into the number of people dependent on agricultural and allied activities, that would be close to 400 million odd people. Now, out of that, 83% are small and marginal farmers with less than 1 hectare of landholding size. Now, given the climate change kind of thing which is happening, and last year we also have seen these occasional cyclones, how come they are actually leading to the erosion of soil fertility. And therefore, it is absolutely necessary when you are trying to see that whether crops like coconut and other edible oils, their productivity is we can increase the productivity. Because if I'm looking into the overall agricultural productivity and compare that with European Union, or for that matter, even China, or for that matter, US, our yield is only 30 to 40% of the yield that we have noticed in case of developed countries and China. And therefore, it is absolutely necessary, given the farmers are small and marginal farmers, as to try out and find ways how we can improve the income for the small and marginal farmers. The other point I want to make is for the MSME sector. Now, out of 400
but before we
million-
go to the MSME sector, another point that comes to my mind, especially when given the fact that there is a lot of debate about pollution due to stubble burning, etc. Now, say if a large part of your farmer is small and medium farmer, perhaps the budget could have put in more proposals for hand-holding in terms of mitigating the effects and helping them to come out with the stubble burning, etc.
The stubble burning issue that you were mentioning is kind of concentrated in some of the northern states, in particular Punjab, Haryana, and UP, and that happens only during post the Kharif season. Now, the point I wanted to make, and which I already said, is Finance Minister is not talking about this other type of crops which are basically responsible for the stubble.
Bureau, I welcome you all to this press conference on Union Budget 26-27. At the outset, I offer my sincere congratulations to Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji for presenting the Budget 26-27 in Parliament today. I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Shri Pankaj Chaudhary ji. I also welcome Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Secretary Expenditure, Secretary Deepam, Secretary Financial Services, Secretary Economic Affairs, Revenue Secretary, Chief Economic Advisor. Friends, first the Honorable Finance Minister will make her opening remarks. Thereafter, we will take some questions. Please remember, identify yourself and your organization's name. And I would request you to ask one question only so that your friends can be accommodated. Thank you very much. Over to Honorable Finance Minister.
Good afternoon. This is the customary press conference that we hold with all the secretaries. You've heard the entire budget being presented in the Parliament. So as opening remarks, I'll just highlight some of the points which we want to draw your attention to. But subsequently, of course, we'll answer all your questions. All the secretaries are here with me. So this budget being the first one, as the Honorable Prime Minister said 2 days ago, this being the first one for the second quarter of this century, also leading towards Viksit Bharat 2047. We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated. Also, technology, 21st century, this century is completely driven by technology. So we will ensure that technology is brought in to benefit the common man, to make sure common man benefits in the sense of ease of doing living, or for his business to prosper, or for farmers for greater productivity, or better logistics, whatever. So technology for benefiting every common man. And above all, with all this, inclusive development. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and that is why you heard me bringing in schemes which have good allocations for bringing better health facilities, creating a cadre of people, not cadre in that sense, but a bulk of people who can come in as health workers, paramedics, and so on. And also making sure we are able to provide dignified opportunities for Divyangjan. Mental health has also received a lot of attention. So these are the side for Viksit Bharat and making sure Sabka Vikas hoega. But the idea is the advantage and the momentum that we gained since after COVID by increasing public capital expenditure will continue We've announced that 12.2 lakh crores are coming through public expenditure this time. It is 4.4% of the GDP. I'd like you all to please notice that, which is the highest, at least in the last 10 years. It could even be highest if you were to take data earlier. No increment in capital expenditure, sustained fashion, has happened ever before. This one marking 4.4% of the GDP. Then what are the kind of things which will happen through it? You will have dedicated freight corridors. I've named Dankuni in the east, Surat in the west. Then I've also highlighted that 20 new national waterways, not national highways, national waterways are being planned. And again there, those are going to pass through some of the critical mineral areas. Orissa, where the mineral-rich state, you have the waterways taking it to the port, and the two ports have been identified, Paradip and Dhamra. Similarly, we are also making sure that the coastal cargo movements will be enabled through a cargo route, so that through the coastal area we are able to cut down on cost of movement of goods. City economic regions, developing them is a very big new measure that we're coming up with. And for that, an allocation of 5,000 crore per city economic region. Imagine the amount, 5,000 crores in 5 years, 1,000 crore per year per city is being given, and the emphasis is going to be largely on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And then talking of infrastructure further, with the capital expenditure coming with the big number, you're having also the high-speed rail corridors, 7 of them announced, and the destinations are clear, so that they become the bridge for all these economical robust centers. So those are for making sure that the infrastructure and the capital expenditure are getting tied up, and the country benefits from the ripple effects that these can bring in. The 7 strategic and frontier sectors in which we've highlighted that will increase productivity and also have new investments come in and give emphasis for India's own brand on those things is on the biopharma sector. I think that's going to be a big change in the way in which we are looking at giving capacity for those who are able to research, who are able to undertake research and development. So 10,000 crore initiative again over 5 years for domestic biologics and biosimilar production. This is a clear message and backed with enough substance that India's lead in the pharmaceutical sector should be kept intact, but at the same time bring in newer ways of helping the pharma sector, and also because it has an impact on human health. Semiconductor mission had 2 major announcements that will improve the India stack and also the IP related matters. Electronic components manufacturing scheme for 40,000 crores is a major encouragement for electronics to become self-sufficient. We have also announced establishing rare earth corridors so that India can face and be able to meet its own requirements with its materials. So once we identify and are able to explore these minerals and process them, make them available for us, our dependency on external sources for bringing in the rare earths will be lesser. And we've identified the states where we want to establish this rare earth corridors. They are going to be in Orissa, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. So these are very important developments, and they are going to have multiple decadal impact on the Indian economy. Our dependence on magnets and rare earths will be brought down. 3 dedicated chemical parks, again for reducing our import dependence. High-tech tool rooms for research, that will be set up in 2 locations. Very important thing is about the construction equipment being imported. That could be for building tunnels or metros or high energy and also heavy duty equipments which we are relying on imports. We want to manufacture them in India, and that is why I said, how does it affect a common man? It affects because Firefighters today have novel, new, big ticket and small, very small firefighting tools and weapons or equipments. We don't have them in this country. That's why if there is a fire accident in some very congested area, our equipments are not able to reach those points. Whereas there are equipments which today are produced abroad, which can navigate those small corridors and go save people's lives. Whether they or huge ones, all of which we want to make sure that we will have production in this country itself, whether they are tunnel boring or anything else. From small to big, we want to bring in those very impactful infrastructure into India. So we'll support domestic manufacturing. Then container manufacturing is another which we'll support. I think I've gone in detail talking about the textile support in various forms. One very important announcement was made, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative, which will make sure khadi, handloom, handicrafts will all be brought in, and one district, one product will all be brought in this initiative, and we'll be able to support rural artisans, rural workers, and handloom weavers in those areas. Legacy industrial corridors have got saturated. Manufacturing happening there is now very constricted because they are not able to bring in newer robotics and others. So we want to upgrade these legacy industrial clusters so that they become cost competitive and efficiency comes into these places. Even more important is the champion MSMEs, small and medium industries, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, who are going to be given all the support, and three-pronged approach is being taken up there. We are giving equity support, we are giving also liquidity support, above all professional support for them, so that MSMEs, the equity support is supported by a 10,000 crore SME fund, growth fund. Above all, we are also topping up the Self-Reliant India Fund with 2,000 crores. So MSMEs should not feel any dearth of resources for equity. Similarly, they shouldn't feel any difficulty for liquidity in their hands, because the TREADS platform will now be treated almost as a backed up, security backed up instrument with which they'll be able to discount and get their monies. For professional support, we're working with the chartered accountant and cost accountant institutes so that they can create corporate mitras who can help these MSMEs in filing their returns, doing their accounts, and so on. Above all, for youth and training, there's so much. You've heard this speech, so I won't want to take your time on it. High-powered education to employment enterprise, standing committees being formed so that they can recommend measures for service sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Part B concentrated a lot on tax and related concessions that are being offered. More importantly is the process simplification which has been announced. So elaborate measures have been taken. You will be able to also seek clarification if you want. New export opportunities for fishermen who can go into the economic India's zones, high seas, and also assess and access the global markets. The one very touching, and I really was moved by this proposal, is where we have identified 17 drugs or medicines which are going to be basic custom duty exempt, which are important for cancer patients. Similarly, 7 more rare diseases are added to the import exemption list of the import duties. Baggage clearance and personal items which you bring in when you travel are all being given enhanced duty-free allowance. Besides that, there are quite a few direct tax and indirect tax proposals. Decriminalizing the penalty proceedings and support to the IT sector are some of the high points. As an opening remark, I'll conclude here. I'm sure you'll be able to ask questions and seek clarification. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll start this question, taking the questions. First question is 17.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Shishir here from Hindu Business Line. Ma'am, my question is that under the miscellaneous capital receipt, the provision is 80,000 crore rupees. And last year, the provision was 47,000 crore, which has been reduced to 37,000 crore rupees now. Does this mean that there will be more equity monetization this year, or there will be more focus on the asset monetization of CPSEs?
So you've got it rightly. The intent is that we will have a very strong asset monetization plan in place. Last year, ma'am had announced in the budget that there will be a pipeline prepared, which is being done. So we hope to reap the dividends from that.
238.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria, this side from CNBC TV 18. I just wanted to know the rationale behind the hike in STT in futures and options.
So, first of all, I believe some confusion. In fact, the question that you have asked rightly reflects the announcement itself, that the only change made in STT is in the future and options. All the other STT rates remain the same. The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is felt that when you look at the volume of transactions in futures and options, whether you compare it to the size of GDP or size of the underlying securities market, it is largely in the realm of heavy speculation, which results in losses to small, retail, unsophisticated investors. And the government's intention is to discourage speculative tendencies, and the increase in rate is essentially in that direction. So it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there. This is the reason.
54. मैम तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस. मैम आपने पूरा बजट जो है वो न्यू एमर्जिंग सेक्टर पे बड़ा फोकस रखा है. मैम मेरा सवाल आपसे दो हैं यदि आप अलाउ करें. एक मैम आपने जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी का कैलकुलेशन किया है वो पिछले बजट एस्टिमेट से इस बजट एस्टिमेट में तकरीबन 22% की ग्रोथ देखने को मिली है. दूसरा मैम जो आपने एमएसएमई के लिए कहा कि जो ट्रांजैक्शंस होंगे उसके लिए आप एक्सचेंज प्लेटफॉर्म का यूज़ करना होगा, तो क्या मैम ये सीपीएसईज के लिए कंपलसरी होगा जो डिस्काउंट ट्रेडिंग की जो बात है? थैंक यू.
I'll take the second question, ma'am. So, हाँ, ये CPSEs के लिए मैंडेटरी होगा कि डिस्काउंटिंग एज वेल एज नॉन डिस्काउंटेड बिल्स दोनों को ही ट्रेड्स पे करना होगा ताकि वो 45 दिन में भुगतान MSME को कर पाएँ, और ये हर तरह से चेक कर लिया गया है कि ये हो सकता है. So, we want to make CPSEs as pioneers. We hope, like ma'am has said in her speech also, that other corporates will also follow.
On excise?
Increased by 22%, sir, from last year B to this year B.
Because there is from 1st of February, all the tobacco products have come back into excise, and all those revenues will account for the increase of the next year. 209.
Ma'am, Prakash Predashi from ET Now. The budget has announced restructuring of PFC and REC. What will this restructuring look like? And does this also mean that these NBFC will be merged going forward?
What is the later part of your question? That these NBFCs are not going to?
Merged going forward?
Yeah, I've said we are rationalizing it. You'll get to know as we go forward. We want to streamline it, and therefore we'll be taking some steps. We'll let you know the moment we decide how to go about it.
234.
Hello, ma'am. Harsh Kumar from Business Standard. Ma'am, two questions. One is, you said that a high-level committee will be formed on the banking reforms in order to 2047. Are we going further for any kind of merger or something? Since government is continuously saying that we need at least two of the big banks, in at least of the top 20 banks. So are we going towards that?
No, first of all, when I say that it's going to be a high-level committee which is going to look into it, the terms of reference will be prepared, and we are looking at committee to go into the entire expanse of the banking sector so that they come up with recommendations which help us to plan for banking for 2047. We need, by the time we become a Vikasit Bharat, 2047 is our goal. We need to understand what are the other steps that we need to take in the banking area, and based on the recommendations, we'll go forward. But we have the Secretary, Department of Financial Services. We'll ask him to also give us, please.
Ma'am, I think you have rightly responded. There are a large number of aspects relating to the banking requirement. For example, the credit to the GDP, commercial credit to the GDP ratio low, and the expansion of the banking network, and what kind of procedures currently we have that is impeding both the deposits as well as credit. All those aspects will be looked at by an expert panel, a committee, and well, we'll definitely have TOR, and then also consult the all the stakeholders, and the government will take a view on how to lay strong foundation for 2047 Viksit Bharat.
Ma'am, one more question.
229. Left side, yes.
Ma'am, Premangshu from Ananda Bazar Patrika. Ma'am, have you consciously avoided announcing any bonanza for the poll-bound states? And secondly, can you elaborate on this East Coast corridor, industrial corridor you announced?
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing. Whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar, you need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I mean, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
262, front. At the front, please. Here, front side. Front row.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Two quick questions. Just wanted to understand the gross borrowing at over 17 lakh odd crore. Would the government look at it as being on the higher side? Just asking that. And within that, also, if you look at your net tax revenue stream, of course, B to RE, it's higher. And a lot of concessions have been given away both on direct and indirect taxes. But the trend seems to be a bit flat, around 28 lakh odd crore. So if you could explain to us, how is this entire thing looking? And second, ma'am, in terms of the disinvestment aim, 80 odd thousand crores, would this also include IDBI stake sale sometime in FY27, ma'am? Thank you very much.
So you've covered a number of secretaries all at one go. So on the borrowings, no, we don't think it's on the higher side because the net market borrowings are in the range of 11.73, which is been plus around that number for the last couple of years. The larger number is because we have 5.5 lakh crores which have to be repaid this year. So to that extent, we don't think that it's a large number. We have a plan how to manage this. And according to that plan, which also gets released from time to time, the markets would also know, as well as all of you all.
4. Okay.
So, on the tax stream, because of some concessions that were given this year, there has been some course correction. But if you look at the next year, the direct tax is growing at 11.4%. and continues to be 3.1% of the GDP. The total collection would be 6.9%. The indirect tax excise is growing very healthily because of the base correction, the base which has got added. Customs too is showing a decent buoyancy. So on the tax revenue, I think we are looking up. And even GST, as you would have seen the collection figures today, after rate rationalization, the buoyancy which we had expected, and in this hall we had discussed about it, you can see that coming back on that tax.
Hi, ma'am. Meghna Mittal from Money Control. The fiscal deficit target that you have set for next year from 4.4 to 4.3 is being seen as very, very gradual. Is there a specific reason, or is it because of the global uncertainties as one of the major factors for being such a gradual fiscal consolidation path?
I would have thought you'll appreciate it being gradual. Because particularly fiscal, drastic changes don't go down well. One or the other section gets hurt. We will have to be gradual, but yet keep it well within that band which gives confidence. And to show that we care for fiscal prudent management. There's no point in me dropping it to, let's say, 4. It has to be steady so that the economy goes in a steady speed. So it is a responsible number and realistic number. It's not as if I wanted it to be so gradual. It is a responsible number. We should achieve it and equally not bring in any kind of turbulence anywhere.
Thank you. From the center flank, 190.
Thank you, and congratulations on a very comprehensive budget.
Before you start, I was going to look at PIB and say, this side is being ignored.
Yes.
But good that he called you.
Thank you. I'm Aprajita Saxena from CNBC International in Singapore. I'm very curious because you started talking about tech, and I want to ask a question about the ISM 2.0. There are those on the outside who say that India sort of lags when it comes to AI innovation, especially innate innovative LLMs. Is the strategy of ISM 2.0 to sort of become part of the global value chain, or are you more positioning towards India creating its own native LLMs? Thank you.
I think Kashmini Vaishnav, the minister, has been speaking extensively about this. There are several aspects of it. We want to be sure that in the semiconductor domain, we have every expertise for all those 5 major chip or modeling or, the infrastructure, design, every aspect of it. So he is talking about creating capacities within the country to be able to have that kind of a infrastructure well laid out within the country. And similarly, if you're looking at the way in which our startups are working, using AI. And very clearly, we have also shown a path that it is not just the large language models, but also smaller ones, medium-sized ones, which can serve the requirement of your economy. So AI in India, particularly when you have a huge demographic dividend, will have to give us results to ensure that our people have work and also the opportunities are going to be enticing enough for the youth. It cannot replace human efforts. So we are at the same time redefining for ourselves, if I may use that expression, on how to use AI, what is the capacity that we have to create, the kind of infrastructure that we have to lay in the ground for it. Equally, the products which come out of it will have to benefit our people because our youth are revving to do more and new. For them to do something new and for them to do something more, we have to create benefits out of AI rather than push along with AI unthinkingly that it doesn't serve our people. So I think these many different factors play in making a decision on semiconductor. And that is where Semiconductor ISM 2.0 looks into these aspects as well. And I'll ask the CEA to speak a bit on it because he spent a lot of time so that he could write effectively capturing what's happening down. Ananta, you want to say anything on it?
Actually, we have to see the semiconductor mission and the announcements related to the rare earth corridor, which ma'am talked about a few minutes ago. All of them as part of the framework that we presented a couple of days ago here on the strategic resilience part. So, in fact, many elements of this ma'am's budget speech focus both on equipping us to handle the AI-related technology as well as skilling the population in areas where they can be immune to some of the AI-related impacts as well. So it covers both dimensions, and therefore the semiconductor mission, the rare earth corridor, and also some of the Part B announcements ma'am made about the various electronics and manufacturing sectors were all part of the initiatives to make sure that we make ourselves strategically resilient in a very fraught global environment.
138 at the back side. Yeah.
I'm Rishabh with NDTV Profit. Just wanted to ask on the buyback tax, the rationale behind it, because was it essential to do it now? Because in 2025, there were a lot of companies that came out with significant share buybacks. Also because, and also do you foresee some sort of a reduction in buybacks? And secondly, on pollution-related schemes, the outlay has been very stagnant, but pollution as a problem remains. Is this not a policy priority for the government now?
On the buyback, I'll have Revenue Secretary brief us.
So first of all, on the buyback, I'd like to clarify. I hope that the point was clear enough in the speech also, that it is in fact a relief. It's not a tax, additional tax. It is a relief. Buyback tax system was changed to make it as a dividend income, which is income at the applicable income tax rate at the hand of the shareholder. It has been corrected now, and we have put the tax to be in the hands of shareholder as a capital gains tax, which long term, for example, will be only 12.5%. So there is a correction and a relief which has been given to the shareholders. All that has been done is, the whole objective of doing that change at that time was misuse of a tax arbitrage by promoters. So the change made for promoter is that additional buyback tax on them, which again keeps things status quo for them. So even today, the marginal rate at which they would have been paying the tax as a dividend, which is at their respective income tax rates, we have kept it at 30 and 22. If it is a corporate, 22. If it is an individual, 30. So as far as promoters is concerned, it is status quo. As far as the other shareholders concerned, it is actually a very big relief. So that is probably what may make the point a little clearer, the announcement itself clearer.
76 at the front side. Pollution.
So pollution is a priority with government, and not everything has to appear in the budget speech is how I would put it, ma'am. So we are working with many state governments on projects related to air pollution, even water pollution. There is a significant budgetary outlay on sewage control as well as drainage. And as it was noted, you would have seen the Finance Commission recommendations also. A large portion of the Finance Commission grants to the local bodies, urban and rural, is tied to water and sanitation, particularly I would say sanitation. So pollution of all kinds remains a top priority, and there are different ways in which we are trying to tackle it.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Monica from Business Standard. Ma'am, I have two questions. Ma'am, I am here. Ma'am, I have two questions with regard to customs. Ma'am, in your budget speech, you said that honest taxpayers will be able to close their case and they can pay the additional amount in view of penalty. So I want to know whether this is a customs amnesty scheme, and if you can just provide the contours of this scheme. And also, ma'am, Economic Survey flagged the need for convergence between transfer pricing, which comes under income tax law, and customs valuation. But there was no mention in your budget speech. So is there any such proposal being considered by the government?
Both on the direct tax and the indirect tax, this is not an amnesty scheme. This is essentially an offer given to the honest taxpayer who would otherwise, when he gets to know that he has to pay the duty, he will like to pay it. But because our laws require him to also pay a penalty on that, the negative connotation associated with being penalized, which he has to obviously disclose at some point of time, does create a situation for him or an incentive for him to rather dispute the duty, even though he may not want to do it. So the window that we are giving to the taxpayer is that you will, if you are willing to pay your tax or whatever is the duty, instead of penalty, the same amount you can pay in the form of an additional amount. So it will not be either a relief or an amnesty. At the same time, this amount that you pay will not be treated as a amount which you have paid as a penalty, and therefore that negative connotation will go away. You may have seen that there is another announcement of a similar nature on the income tax side, where when it comes to the cases of underreporting today, there is a provision under which you have to pay tax, interest on tax, and a 50% penalty. If you are willing to accept the demand and not go on appeal, you need not pay the penalty of 50%. You can go ahead and pay your tax and interest, and the matter is closed. What we have done is expanded this window and included even misreporting cases, where penalty is otherwise 200%. But there again, we are telling him that you can settle it by paying the tax, the interest on tax, and this 200% get reduced by half. You pay 100% as an additional income tax. The idea here is that if you are an honest taxpayer, accept the fact that you have to pay the duty. We will not like to brand you by using the word like penalty. That is these two windows are essentially meant to take care of those situations, which is why reference to an honest taxpayer. Yeah, we are examining that separately.
194. Left side, yes, back.
Ma'am, this is Amitod Singh from CNBC International. Congratulations to you and your entire team. I have two questions. The first is around foreign investors. There were a number of expectations that taxation structures would be changed, particularly when you think about things like withholding tax. So what we want to understand is whether that was even discussed within the government. And my second question is 15% defense spend increase. How much of that has to do with global uncertainty?
Revenue Secretary can answer on the first question. See, global uncertainty is something which definitely occupies all the officials' mind when we are preparing for the budget. But I won't attribute it to be the cause for any one step. Across the board, we kept that in mind. So it's not the cause for any one thing that we've done or one thing which we did not do. That's kept in our mind. Our macroeconomic fundamentals are strong. You heard the CEA speak that despite you having a macro sound economic foundation, you're still sort of facing a world which is uncertain. And therefore, when currency, Indian rupee versus the dollar becomes an issue, You have done everything within the country to make sure your fundamentals are fine. But the uncertainty globally is affecting on many grounds, and we are seized of it for everything that we do, not for one particular thing. But Aris.
Yeah, I think today we need to look at what has been announced in the budget. So we would rather focus on that, because there would obviously be many of the issues which would be discussed and deliberated. But what has come out for you before in the budget is what is there, and we should probably focus on that. And if you saw that there are many announcements, especially which are addressing the needs for attracting investment in India, bringing more certainty, both for the residents who interact with their related parties as well as for the non-residents who otherwise do business here. There's a whole host of those announcements. You would appreciate that what, for example, has been done in IT services is a change which is completely, and it's a fully comprehensive change, which practically will take care of just about 30 companies need to now sign APAs. The rest, all 11,000 odd, will be covered under one or the other system of certainty of taxation, either through safe harbor rules or through the APA agreements. So this has been a major change. In specific sectors where we felt that the residents needed certainty, we have provided that, whether it is in the data center, whether it is in manufacturing, electronics, even for the expats, if they are going to stay here, the experts, for a longer time. On the data center, I just thought I'll take this opportunity to clarify, because there was some speculation about what has been done. The thought process in this is that a global entity which is providing kind of cloud-based data services uses data centers all over the world to provide services to the customers. So it is very difficult to connect one-on-one as to which data center has resulted in what type of revenue. So the international entity of this nature would like to set up data services centers in India, which is a net economic plus for us, because it adds to that scale and level of economic activities. It has strategic purpose too. So the arrangement we have done is, just because that entity will set up data service centers and will use this as one of the many to provide services globally, should not become a cause of uncertainty for it that its global income will get taxed here. So that is the certainty which we are giving to it. Quite naturally, the data service center, which is located in India, will be taxed depending on the way it is positioned. And that entity will be selling its services to customers in India through a reseller entity, which again gets taxed. What we are excluding from taxation is this global entity, which is essentially doing cloud-based services, using data services centers across. And we do not want it to be deterred from enhancing its business footprint in India to provide such global services.
I'll just come in to add to that point on foreign investors, to point out one or 2 points on the Part A side also, which are important. One is that this was this ask from AIFs for a very long time, that most AIFs in our country are formed as trusts. Their request had been for a pretty long time to consider if the LLP Act can be modified and amended to align it with the functional requirements of AIFs. So that has been announced today, which is a very big move forward, as it will allow them to, the amendments are going to be of such a nature that by becoming LLPs, first of all, the liability will get limited. And then there are going to be amendments which will also allow for document filing, rationalize for entry and exit of partners, and similar such things to make it easy for the AIF partners. So that's one of the announcements today. The other was the announcement on the PROIs and the relaxations given therein of how much they can invest in a company individually and together. So those limits have been significantly enhanced, and all of it has been rationalized in line with OCIs and NRIs. Other than that, the FEM NDI rules, we intend to review it for 2 things. One is, again, we are continuously in touch with investors. There are asks over there. So instead of doing it one by one, this shows the intent of the government to actually reach out and address the world which is interested in investing in India and make it easy for them to do so.
214.
मैम, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज से। मैम, मेरा सवाल यही है कि जो सवाल STT से रिलेटेड है, सिक्योरिटी ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्स से, मैम यहाँ पे मैम जो पॉलिसी है फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन को लेकर सरकार की क्या पॉलिसी है, थोड़ा सा स्पष्ट करें। और दूसरा कि जो STT बढ़ाया गया है, बहुत ही जैसे रेवेन्यू सर ने कहा कि बहुत मामूली बढ़ोतरी की गई है, तो क्या इससे जो सरकार की पॉलिसी एक रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को ऐसे जो बहुत हाई रिस्क की इंस्ट्रूमेंट है उनमें निवेश से एक तरह से कॉशन करने की पॉलिसी है, तो क्या इससे ये मकसद हासिल होता है क्या?
I'll ask the Revenue Secretary to go into the details, but आपका विषय जो मकसद के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं ना, मैं पिछले बजट के समय में भी इसका एक्सप्लेन भी की. We are touching only the futures and options. STT otherwise बाकी सब का ट्रांजैक्शन के ऊपर कोई नहीं किया. मगर जहां स्पेकुलेशन, हिंदी में सट्टा बोलते हैं, स्पेकुलेशन ज्यादा और समटाइम्स हाईली रिस्की, क्योंकि हमें मैसेज आता है लोगों से कि इधर बहुत लॉस भी फेस कर रहे हैं लोग जिनके हाथ में इतना एक्स्ट्रा पैसा भी नहीं है जिससे वो स्पेकुलेट कर सकते हैं. सो दिस नॉमिनल इंक्रीज इज प्योरली एम्ड एट हाई स्पेकुलेशन ओनली टू डिटर देम. मकसद बोल रहे हैं, हाँ, उनको थोड़ा डिस्करेज करने के लिए. हम इसके खिलाफ नहीं है, जरूर एक्टिविटी जो होता है उसका रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं, मगर इतने लॉस और इतने छोटे छोटे लोग का लॉस को सरकार देखकर कैसे आप चुप रह सकते हो? डिटर करो थोड़ा उसको पीछे हटने के लिए, बस उतना ही.
So the tax is only one element of kind of supplementing or supporting that policy, which is what I explained before. In as far as the rest of what and how this market has to be regulated is probably for the market regulator to respond better on that aspect of it.
67 from the center.
I'm Pallavi from CNN News 18. Little political question because the reactions are coming in from the opposition parties. Rahul Gandhi specifically says that the budget has failed to go in for a course correction and that it's not addressed the real concerns of the country.
With due respects, I don't know what course correction he is referring to. Economy and its fundamentals are strong. Global uncertainty is facing many of our sectors for whom we have brought in so many different schemes for those small and medium enterprises, for textiles, for leather, for shoe uppers, for people who are working in the rural areas, schemes for benefiting them, for even the farmer and value addition, for women entrepreneurs who are chote groups, self-help entrepreneurs, the she marts that we've come up with. These are ways in which we are reaching out to the common small people to make sure that they don't have to face big changes in their life because of any volatility coming from outside. They could be contributing to exporting small things, but different uncertainties can affect them equally. Many of them have been shown as successful because you see when you go there, Lakpati Didis is a fantastic difference made to women in the rural areas. Now we're bringing them together to sell their wares. Are these not measures through which we are reaching out for the poor, the small, those in a difficult terrain or in rural areas? And with all this, the fundamentals of the economy remain strong. And that has come out even in the economic survey. So, well, politically you want to criticize, you're welcome, please do it. But if you want to give me the facts on which you're basing your argument, I'm willing to hear and willing to reply to that.
16 at the center, yeah, on left side.
Ma'am, I am Bani Kinkar Patnaik from the Economic Times. Ma'am, I think probably one of the most important features of this budget is that for the first time in probably many years, your effective capital expenditure at 4.4% of GDP is going to be slightly higher than your fiscal deficit, projected fiscal deficit for the next year. So it means, I mean, in other words, you will be using more than your entire borrowed resources. You will be deploying that in productive spending. So I wanted to ask you that, whether it is going to be the new normal in the coming years. And ma'am, one clarification I needed. This VVG scheme, you have allocated more than 95,000 crore. At the same time, I see that, Narega has also got 30,000 crore. So is it going to be on top of that? Or because Jiramji scheme is supposed to replace this Narega scheme?
I'll ask the Expenditure Secretary to respond on that.
Yeah, on the new scheme, the GRAMG, the budget provision has been provided exactly as what you would have seen when the bill was being presented and the act was there. So we have gone exactly whatever is required has been provided. Now on the old scheme also having some money, in fact, it's a legacy of the inefficient way in which the scheme was, the MG Narega was being implemented by the states. So there is some carryover of liabilities, 30,000 crores. So that we have taken the responsibility of verifying and fulfilling it. So that's why we have kept that, but otherwise fresh implementation will be on the new provisions.
I would say that the fact that we have an annual budget means that we review everything annually. So I will leave it at that, ma'am. We have done our fiscal math, and I think we come with a certain credibility on the fisc that we are confident of meeting, and while adhering to our commitment to higher capex. And fiscal deficit financing, as we have always done, is through a mix of market borrowings as well as NSSF. So that will continue. So there's not many major changes like that. Thank you.
37 at the back, yeah.
Hi, ma'am. This is Shrimi Chaudhary from NDTV Profit. Just wanted to understand that this one-time foreign asset disclosure scheme, how that will be different from the similar scheme in the past, and if you could elaborate a contour of that, and also, is there any estimation of undisclosed foreign assets being done by the department?
So this scheme is meant, first of all, for small taxpayers. There is a ceiling of the amount that can be disclosed. This window was provided for the first 3 months when the act was brought in, the BMA Act, and that time people utilized it. What has been found is that there are many small taxpayers who, because of their ignorance, etc., have not been able to do proper disclosures. So this window is being given as a one-time 6-month window for such small taxpayers, the list of which some idea of who they are has been given in the budget speech also. So there are two streams in this window. One is of the people who have paid their tax, the income is disclosed and is quite transparently known. All that they failed to do is they were not able to disclose the asset, foreign asset that they had because of that. Which means they will be able to prove that the income was put to tax. However, the asset was not, just only thing they did not do is did not disclose it in their returns to the income tax department. So this is the window B, where we are saying that if you have a foreign asset of up to 5 crores, you can pay a fine of 1 lakh rupees, which today under the Act would have entailed them a fine of 10 lakh, a penalty of 10 lakh rupees and prosecution. So you will get both immunity from penalty and prosecution, and you can declare those assets. This is category B. There would also be category of people who may not have been able to or have not properly disclosed their income. This is the category A, for which this limit is 1 crore rupees. So 1 crore rupees of foreign asset or income, if they have not disclosed, then they can disclose it during this window. In this case, however, they will have to pay the tax as well as 30% tax and then 30% additional tax on top of that, and a certain amount of interest. Again, they will get immunity from penalty and prosecution. The idea is to essentially help those NRIs, returning NRIs, students, some professionals, people who have gone out, people who may have got ESOPs, any kind of such assets that they may have outside. They'll be able to disclose it and be able to protect themselves against penalty and prosecution and come clean. And it has been structured in a manner that it addresses only small assets, and secondly, it is something which will be helping them to also, get away from all the procedural problems of penalty and prosecution.
25.
Hello, ma'am. Ruchika Chitravanshi from Business Standard. Ma'am, while you have stated that global uncertainty was playing on the minds of officials across the board. If I may ask you, what was the one challenge that you were trying to address, or economic concern that you were trying to address in this budget?
And we said global uncertainties play in the minds of all the officials. It is a truth that all of us are watching, that global uncertainties are really of the magnitude that we've never seen before. So naturally, we had to assess for ourselves the various ways in which these uncertainties are playing out. So all of them are equally important.
243.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Kriti Ambe from Informist Media. Ma'am, this year's nominal GDP projection, the projection of 393 lakh crore, does it take into account the upcoming base year revision? Or is it possible that this number would undergo further revision when MOSPI releases the new base year and releases its estimates based on the new base year by the end of February?
Let the CEA and Secretary EA answer that.
The 393 lakh crores or 10% nominal GDP growth was arrived at based on the existing GDP base year and the methodology.
Ma'am, if I could follow up on that, back in 2015 when the base year revision had happened, the previous years 14 and 13 numbers went up, nominal number went up by what, odd 9 lakh crore. So if FY26 number goes up by that sort of magnitude, or even if not from 357, it goes to 360, your fiscal deficit estimate would come down even further. So do you think there is possibility?
You began your question with the if, right? No answers from my side for ifs.
Sure, thank you, ma'am.
45. I think center.
Hello, ma'am. This is Pushpita Dey from the New Indian Express. So a lot of custom duty reductions have been introduced. So how do you see the impact on the revenue, and also particularly for the consumer goods like 50% duty reduction? Will there be any measures to ensure there is no dumping after the reduction happen? And also, not particularly related to the budget, after the recent Tiger Global Tax Supreme Court verdict, do you see there will be any impact on the foreign investment for India? Thank you.
Customs duty, the reductions, etc., which have been given have a logic for that sector, the need for those items to be brought into India, and customs duty not to add cost to it. So there is an economic logic of why it has been done. And if you have seen, most of them are meant to essentially enhance either manufacturing or value addition within India, or help the cause of exporters who are using those imported items to export items from out of India. So this is a very conscious sectoral call. For each sector item, the value chain has been analyzed, based upon which decision on whatever moderation or whatever calibration of duties were to be done have been done. The second part, in terms of revenues, etc., is concerned, what you would have seen is there are a lot of custom process reforms that have been proposed. And the idea is essentially to enhance the volume of international trade, which should fetch us more revenues rather than playing on the rate itself. So we do hope that these process reforms will encourage more people to kind of, export in the process, probably the part of global value chain, more imports, and duty or revenues will be a result of that buoyancy.
I just want to add one additional point to what my colleague Revenue Secretary said. If you look at many of the customs duty reliefs given in Part B, you have to read them in conjunction with the announcements made in Part A on manufacturing. So you look at electronic component manufacturing and you look at the concessions given in Part B, there is a certain logic, alignment and synergy between the two. So that's exactly what you need to focus on.
So actually, the fear of dumping there, will you be monitoring it? We are looking at only those sectors where we need to have our production capabilities improved, and raw materials shouldn't be a constraint on those items which are necessary for us. So it is a very calibrated way in which we've done that.
39, the front row.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations, ma'am, and everybody. Karishma from Business Today. Ma'am, I just want to also continue the question on the rural employment scheme. A couple of states have shared skepticism and apprehension if they'll be able to fiscally absorb it and if they have the appetite on the cost sharing for the scheme. Ma'am, second, just a follow-up question, if there could be an update given on IDBI disinvestment.
I think the agriculture minister has spent a lot of time interacting with states to tell them what actually is Vikasit Bharat Gram, the G Ramji program is about. It is not about money. We have continuously given. That's why you heard Expenditure Secretary say, Manrega, balance which had to be carried forward, had to be provisioned for, we had to pay them back. Although inefficiently spent, we have to still give them, though we made the provision. And Vikasit Bharat Ji Ramji, as was at the time of the act getting passed, whatever was predicted was going to be provided, we provided for that. So I think there need not be any doubts in the minds of what is going to happen about rural employment guarantee scheme. In a way, the new scheme actually understands how efficiently it can function in the ground. Inefficiencies have been removed from it, and the money allocation proves that we have put the money where we spoke about. So that's fine. All disinvestments which have been approved by the cabinet earlier, that list will continue to be before us, and we will carry forward every such. And on specific, if you want to know, we have our Deepam secretary. Please do tell.
I think one thing we must keep in mind is that we follow a composite strategy, and disinvestment and closure have to be seen together as part of that composite strategy, which enhance or increase the participation and efficiency of the private sector. As part of that strategy, as Honorable FM said, whatever in principle approvals we have obtained for both disinvestment and closure, say about 50 of them, half of them have already been completed, which means about 12 closures and 13 strategic disinvestment transactions. The other ones are on track. That is why we keep aspirational targets, because we are fully on track and fully committed to completing each one of them and taking to a logical conclusion. Thank you. Yes.
81, backside.
नमस्ते, मैं कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा, भारत एक्सप्रेस से। मेरे दो छोटे छोटे सवाल हैं। एक तो मुझे याद है कि दीपावली के दिन मैंने पूछा था कि फार्मास्यूटिकल सेक्टर में क्या करेंगे, तो आज आपने पिटारा खोल दिया उसके लिए। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी। दूसरा सवाल मैम ये है मैम कि यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप बनाने की आपने 5 बात की, क्योंकि डेवलप्ड इंडिया के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। लेकिन प्राइमरी एजुकेशन और सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन, जो कि हमारे बैकबोन है ग्रोथ का भारत के लिए, उसके लिए इसमें क्या है? और दूसरा, अभी मैं एक शो करके आया हूं, उसमें लोग पूछ रहे थे कि मिडिल क्लास के लिए बजट में क्या है? बजट में क्या है?
हायर एजुकेशन के लिए जब हम 5 यूनिवर्सिटी हब्स बनाने जा रहे हैं, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू रिकॉग्नाइज दैट आज प्राइवेट सेक्टर में यूनिवर्सिटीज बहुत आ रहे हैं। स्टेट्स का मन लग रहा है कि और हायर एजुकेशन सेंटर्स जरूर होना चाहिए। इन सब को सुनने के बाद हम हायर एजुकेशन में और ऑप्शंस ले आ रहे हैं, जिससे हर तरह का कोर्स उस हब्स में बने our students don't need to go out in case उनको वीसा नहीं मिला और borrowing करके जाना है, उस क्वालिटी का एजुकेशन भारत में ही हो। इसीलिए जितने भी स्टेट्स वो क्या बोलते हैं चैलेंज मोड में आकर के बोलेंगे कि हम जमीन देने के लिए तैयार है, मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल जैसे बनाते हैं, ऐसे universities with different types of courses can all come and set up, and this will also mean partnering with universities abroad. So higher education में जो flexibility के साथ function करना है और हमारे students जो बाहर जा रहे हैं उनको उसी क्वालिटी के एजुकेशन इधर देने का, ये नहीं कह रही हूं मैं कि हमारे यूनिवर्सिटीज में क्वालिटी नहीं है, मगर एस्पिरेशनल लोग को कुछ और सर्टिफिकेट जब चाहते हैं वो सर्टिफिकेट क्यों ना भारत में ही ना मिलना, why don't we provide for it, and इसीलिए वो स्कीम ले आए. So it does not immediately mean that we are not going to be spending on primary and secondary. प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी में इतनी सारे स्टेट्स के साथ कोलैबोरेट करते हुए पीएम श्री स्कूल हो, नवोदय विद्यालय हो, प्राइमरी से लेकर हायर सेकेंडरी तक बहुत सारे कदम पिछले 5 साल में उठाया गया. न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आने के बाद उन सबको अभी भी सपोर्ट मिलेगा सेंटर से, हम कम नहीं कर रहे हैं बजट को.
22 the front.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, firstly, I wanted to understand the impact of your tax proposals, both on the direct and indirect tax side, and as well as the net implication. Ma'am, secondly, a very basic question in terms of, your new fiscal anchor on central government debt reduction. What are the measures that will be followed on that? Thank you.
So on the new fiscal anchor, we, like it has been announced, the glide path will be continued, and fiscal deficit, in other words, shall be the operational target to attain the debt to GDP. So it's not that we are going away from the fiscal deficit. It's not going to be the monitorable target. The target will be the debt to GDP that we are going to be monitoring. But both do work in tandem, and that is understandable. That's the way we are anchoring this.
So I have already explained the growth rates for the tax the next year. So if you look at the buoyancy, for example, for direct tax, we are taking the buoyancy would be around 1.14. So which shows that we expect that with all these reforms, the tax growth should become and would be growing at a rate faster than that of the economy itself. So we do expect the tax income, the tax revenues to be sufficiently buoyant in the coming year.
46, this side, left.
Ma'am, this is Priyansh from Money Control. I have 2 questions. One is on the GST. So the GST numbers that the target for FY27 is 2.5% lower than this year's target. So although there has been, this is due to the reduction in rates, but when can we expect the growth to be in the positive territory? And second question on the nominal GDP number, have you taken under consideration the conclusion of the trade deal with US on the nominal GDP? And if it is concluded, can it be higher?
So the nominal GDP, as the CEA explained, has been calculated on an as-is where-is basis, which includes the US-India trade deal as-is where-is. When things change, we will see how the data shows up.
249. Achha.
GST revenues, what is the question? Can you repeat the question? No. You will have to account the fact that compensation cess is not going to be there the next year. So you'll have to exclude that, which is why you would see our monthly figures are showing other than compensation cess. That is the right number to look at.
Hello, ma'am. This is Priyoshmita from Informist Media. Ma'am, since you mentioned that gross borrowing for FY27 is not particularly high, can we expect more buybacks this year as well to bring down subsequent repayments? And secondly, are you looking to switch bonds with the RBI as well to manage your repayments? You did this this year in May after a gap of 2 years. Thank you.
So the reason we do buybacks and switching is basically to reduce our repayment burden and to mitigate the bunching up effect, and also to manage the costs. So we did a significant switching of high coupon securities this year. Next year, this 5.5 lakh crore which needs to be repaid, as they keep coming up, we will be taking decisions closer to those, while work is continuously going on this in one division of DEA.
24. Mike, please.
Yes, ma'am, this is Rajesh Singh from ANI. My question, could you clarify some measures in the budget to boost savings? Because there was some demand by bankers for FDs to be linked with like equity benefit, or NPS scheme were demanding some kind of tax benefit. Because we need greater savings for greater growth.
We need greater savings for greater role, all right, and the banks know how to do it.
9. Please pass.
Hi, this is Adrija from Money Control. I had 2 questions. One was on the fact that the economic survey had also raised some concerns about states' fiscal health and their borrowing, putting pressure on the sovereign borrowing rates also. I just wanted to understand, has the center thought about how do we want to tackle this with the states, because we are targeting a debt to GDP ratio. But we know overall debt to GDP ratio is the anchor that most global agencies look at and ideally needs to be looked at. Second, my question was on the FEMA rule changes. I just wanted to understand with the interaction with the investors or, the stakeholders, globally, what are the kind of demands or what are the kind of requests that are coming in, especially amid the status when it comes to foreign investor outflows. So what are we looking at, if you've thought about anything yet?
Talking with states about their borrowing can only be done as a nudge conversation. Beyond that, the center cannot do. Equally, if you look at it, the center is also under Article 293(3), duty bound to make sure that the borrowings of the states are also monitored in a way. We can't curb them, but beyond their FRBM, we can sit with them and have a conversation. But that's about where it is. And I think largely states understand their duty under the FRBM Act. So I leave it there, you understand. But on this question, the next question, the NDA rules.
So on the NDI rules, there is a whole bunch of suggestions that we've got, but it's not like a review has started and a serious public consultation in a structured way has started. So there have been, I don't remember from the top of my head, but some things on the definition of FDI itself, some investors have raised. And there are other such things, but when we like ma'am has announced today that a review will be taken place. So when we start the process formally, there will be formal interactions with investors and we'll take it forward.
237, the third row. Yeah. इसके बाद 2 लोग बचे हैं. Last 2 questions after this.
I'm Nikunj Ohri from Reuters. Ma'am, I have 2 questions. One on your announcement on exempting foreign companies that provide capital assets or equipments to contract manufacturers. They have been given a 5-year exemption. So will that help the likes of Apple and Samsung that have been ramping up production in India but face some tax uncertainty? And second, on the tax holiday for data centers, would that be extended to existing companies that have existing foreign companies that have data centers? And lastly, there was a suggestion in economic survey. I want to ask you whether the government would look at implementing it on diluting government stake in listed public sector companies. It suggested that you amend the definition of a government company through Companies Act and then lower your stake. So will that be given a serious thought? Thank you.
See, the contract manufacturing, that is the toll manufacturing exemption that has been given, essentially is for the companies which will give their capital goods There'll be no transaction, there'll be no sale, no lease. It's just given because they have some reason to do it, business reason to do it, and it is utilized by the entity here to manufacture. So this will be in a bonded zone, customs bonded zone. Therefore, we are saying that if you bring your machine, and that machine is used by a local manufacturer to produce something, we will not consider this to be a PE connection to India, and we'll exempt you for 5 years. I mean, for 5 years, the possibility of it being PE because its machine is being used here is something we are giving him certainty by saying that we'll be exempting him for 5 years. So there'll be, for example, if a big company sends its proprietary manufacturing, testing, or some tools and machines here, and because of which its global income gets into the risk of being taxed, is what we are giving certainty on by saying that for 5 years we'll be exempting it.
The second part of your question, if you read the economic survey carefully, it talked about two alternatives. One is that we change the definition of a government company and bring it down from 51 downwards. And the second is we bring the equity below 51 following a strategic path, which could mean we look for a strategic partner, which could also mean a consortium or a joint venture approach where it may not be a government company, but it will still be a public or a government-controlled company, which gives it more flexibility to operate. And as you know, economic survey is an ideation document. Once we consider that in the policy framework, we also have the Atmanirbhar Policy 21, which is doing very well. We will weave it all together. It is policy in evolution. And we will consider all these aspects before taking a step forward. Thank you.
11.
Ma'am, this is Anup Roy from Bloomberg. So your nominal GDP assumption is pretty conservative even this year. Given that CA has given a growth rate of 7.2%, so are we assuming inflation at 2.8% for the year? And does that show that inflation is structurally down in India?
Inflation is down in India and it is remaining there for some time. And inflation is just not the only one which is a deflator, but however, largely you depend on that. And I think therefore the assumption of the nominal GDP is realistic. So we cannot, for the reasons well known that you want a nominal GDP to be a higher number, cannot bring in factors which are beyond the usual calculation.
I think one more question we can take. 137. Take the mic.
I'm Rakesh Kumar from New Indian Express. My question is around the electronic manufacturing as you allocated 40,000 crore rupees. So just want to know, does it include the ISM 2.0 amount? Also?
Does it include what?
Indian Semiconductor Mission 2.2.
That's a separate now. ISM 2.0 is separate.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You already asked. Thank you very much.
All right, you are watching Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's press conference in New Delhi following the presentation of her budget earlier in the day. We still have with us our guest in the studio, Mr. Anil Padmanabhan, to walk our viewers through the latest on the budget. If I can bring him in the discussion, Mr. Padmanabhan, did the press conference allay some of your fears or queries for that matter?
Yeah, to a large extent, it kind of clarified what was, some confusions outside when we heard the budget live. One was, of course, the STT, right, which the FMS clarified not once but several times that it doesn't extend beyond F&O. What I feel my fellow journalists failed to query was on the Finance Commission's recommendations. I wish there was more clarity on that. We'll have to go through the full report to figure out what exactly beyond the big distribution formula, is there something else in the Finance Commission recommendations, particularly relating to rewarding states for fiscal prudence or, compensating states for climate adjustment. These are all in the terms of reference. So I'm curious about that. But otherwise, all in all, yes, happy.
Now, it's been, 3 or 4 hours since the presentation of a budget. Budget is still sinking in, as it were. But while we are waiting for the fine print to emerge, if you look at the big picture, Mr. Padmanabhan, what's the central or the overarching theme, thought or message behind this budget?
See, this big theme is continuity and change.
Okay.
So, if unfortunately we live in an era of instant social media gratification. So everybody, and of course the FM raised expectations. So did the Prime Minister about ahead of the budget. So most people looked at this budget as another giveaway budget, which I don't know how that thought process crept in. It was never to be, because whatever giveaways were there were undertaken by the FM last year. So this was more about readying the Indian economy for the next phase of growth. So when I say continuity change, they have persisted with all that has been achieved over the last 10 years. And in that, ideologically, this government has effected a substantive pivot. It has moved from an entitlement regime to an empowerment regime. Now from empowerment, it is basically moving into transitioning into the livelihood era. So, the old analogy that you teach people how to fish, you don't give them fish. Now you're making sure that they know how to fish in a sustainable way. So if you look at the budget, and don't see the budget in isolation, see it in the overall context of all the FTAs that have been signed, all the rounds of reforms, structural reforms that are undertaken over the last few months, and I suspect a lot more will be undertaken through the year. The budget is no longer the only document of the Union government. It's one among the many building blocks that it chooses to use through the year.
So you think the focus is on duties, not rewards per se? It is for all stakeholders to perform and not to expect more from the government?
That's always the case. Like John F. Kennedy famously said that, don't ask what the country will do for you, ask what you'll do for the country.
Indeed.
That's given. But I think there's much more, because what the Government of India is doing is that it is recognized that aspirations in this country are huge. The demography is overwhelmingly youthful. So if you combine the two, there's a great amount of potential social momentum in this country. So how do you harness it?
Exactly.
You can harness it with an excellent ecosystem. So, people assume the budget gives jobs. Budget doesn't give jobs. Budget creates an ecosystem that facilitates the generation of jobs. So see the budget as that. That's why I said continuity with change. If you look at it over the, say, last 11
Indeed.
years.
And when you talk about the stakeholders, especially the youth, as you mentioned, do you think the youth have benefited at the expense of the other stakeholders, be it the farmer, the poor, or women? Is that a fair submission to make? Or do you think it's a bit too much of a stretch?
No, of course not. I don't think there's a zero-sum game here. It's that if I benefit a certain stakeholder, it will not benefit the other stakeholder. And let's also assume that a family has youth as well as older people. So it depends on how the family unit is structured. And if you look back, what is, the first, say, 7-8 years were devoted to creating saturation coverage in, basics like electricity, drinking water, and so on. So which is why, you were able to pull 50 crore people out of abject poverty. Today abject poverty is below 5%. And you enable this because you were able to bank 50 crore people. That formalization of, these are all people who are now stakeholders. True. So you have created new 50 crore stakeholders. They have not become stakeholders at the expense of another 50 crore stakeholders. It's just that you have expanded the universal set of stakeholders.
And when the finance minister speaks about a youth power driven budget, do you think there is something in it for the youth in terms of the orange economy, in terms of what she described as the content creator labs and corporate mitras and so on? So is there something to look forward to for the youth in particular?
No, I think so. And the best part is not the youth in the metros.
In the tier 2, tier 3?
Yes, it's across India. So, which is another interesting aspect of this budget, that it is a much bigger picture which recognizes that the sum of the parts is greater than the whole.
True. Indeed. Let's talk a bit, if you will, about the other stakeholders. For instance, the MSMEs. She spoke about a 10,000 crore rupee SME growth fund. Anything else that caught your eye as far as the MSMEs are concerned?
See, one key aspect of the MSME story is the lack of access to credit. So I'm hoping that this fund and the guarantees that the Reserve Bank of India provides breaks that kind of gridlock in funding, because they are completely squeezed for the lack of funds, which means they have to depend on informal sources which are expensive and which hurts their business. But let's not see this purely from the prism of a bank, because other alternative lending frameworks are evolving based on the digital public infrastructure. The account aggregator is one such example. So what it does is it basically connects your data, if you're a small scale sector, with the data request of a lending institution.
True.
Can be a bank, can be an NBFC, can be anybody. And they use your data of cash flows, not your collateral. So it is changing the very way we lend in this country.
Right.
Traditionally, banks have only lent on the basis of collateral, which is why the SME is forced to go to the informal source. With an account aggregator framework, they don't need to do that. They can get it even from formal sources.
Mr. Padmanabhan, I'll come back to you momentarily. Let me take a moment to welcome our guest joining us on this broadcast. Joining us is Mr. Davinder Sandhu. He is the co-founder and chair of Primus Partner. Mr. Sandhu, welcome to this broadcast. To start with, your initial thoughts on the way the budget is shaping up.
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh.
Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity to share thoughts. I think the message for me is that if let's look at this budget for this 26 in continuation of 25. What message clearly comes across is that India has achieved macroeconomic stability.
Okay.
Now, just not this year, but across 2 years. And the finance minister has recognized this very well, that amongst a sea of difficult economic situations globally, uncertain situations globally, India is at this point of time macroeconomically stable. Therefore, there is a need now to move forward towards growth, because that stability has been achieved. And that's what the finance minister is trying. If you see, she is not playing around with the fiscal deficit or with the debt to GDP ratios. She wants to continue on that stabilization path. But at the same time, when you look at the other initiatives that are announced, both in terms of an increase in capex from 10 lakh crores to more than 12 lakh crores, a 15% increase in defense, a focus on MSMEs. I've already heard our other guest on the program talk of all the employment and jobs related focus that is there on India's youth. This is clearly a growth prioritized budget. So if I was to sort of say a phrase around this budget, I would say the backdrop is macroeconomic stability, which is achieved. And now we are looking forward for prioritizing our growth movement as we move forward.
So would you say that the reform express that the PM keeps talking about is picking up speed and momentum?
Absolutely, because now we are coming into an area, and I feel as the year goes forward, we will see more and more of that.
Fair enough.
We are trusting our citizens. Many years ago, I remember the Prime Minister did away with the, gazetted officers signing attestation and things like that, because we have to trust our people.
True.
I think now this is coming down to MSMEs and to other corporates, where we will be encouraged to be more responsible, but our word will be respected. So rather than a presumption of guilt, it is a presumption of innocence. And therefore we self-certify and therefore move forward. I think this is where the fundamental of Reform Express is coming.
And
there is also a help out, there's also a focus on where the government is clearly expecting, and I heard this throughout the speech, that the expectation is that the regulators and other officials will help. So this is in a facilitative framework and not in a framework to disrupt, but to help people to do what they want.
And when you speak about the MSMEs, Mr. Sandhu, in addition to the 10,000 crore rupee SME growth front. Anything else that stood out for you in particular from an industry perspective?
So if I see the changes that were brought out even into the procurement norms, where there is a focus on MSMEs, the government then also said that in case MSE bills are pending beyond 45 days, you have to report it. So in some senses, the cash flows of the MSMEs are taken care of. But what I see is one major initiative. Around 4 years ago, a committee was set up on looking at the SEZs. And a large number of smaller companies and MSMEs, kind of innovators also work out of SEZs. They are now allowed to even access the domestic tariff areas, and those rules will be brought out. So I think if you see the 10,000 crore fund, of course, I just heard you speaking of that. I think the focus is quite clear. The banking industry will get the message very clearly in terms of facilitation of MSMEs. We know MSMEs face two problems. One, there is a consistent cry of saying that our regulatory costs have gone up. And second is the access to working capital. I think the moment we talk of a trusting framework, then the regulatory cost comes down. Then we are able to prevent that kind of costs which are coming on that side. But I think the banks will clearly get a message of making sure that the MSMEs are not stopped with working capital. I think there is so much dynamism that's available now that if that is taken care of, that message is heard by the banks, we will certainly have a very good era for MSMEs.
And just to go back to the point you were making about the macroeconomic stability that's coming through in the budget, in that context, what some people were debating in the run-up to the budget, that there'll be some or minimal impact of the Trump tariffs, as it were, the geopolitical environment India finds itself in. Do you think that has had little or no effect on the fine print or the text per se of the budget?
It has, but I think it has a positive impact. What I like is that we are not closing our eyes to the fact that there is a difficult world out there, number one. That there are problems of tariffs that are there, and a major export market of ours is a little uncertain at this point of time. But what I see is the government is making sure that logistics improvements go on.
Okay.
So that there is cost competitiveness that comes into Indian products, not just in one particular geography, but we are diversifying and I think the industry has also responded very well. We're looking at Africa, we're looking at Latin America, we're looking at Middle East, Southeast Asia. So new areas and markets are opened up. Government is certainly helping that. And I think this is a major step where the SEZs are now dealing from exports, but you can come into the domestic tariff area. At the end of the day, we are the fourth largest economy in the world, and I think that's a strength that the budget recognizes. So it's not that the budget is trying to ignore the fact of the tariffs, but I think there are some very good elements that lie in there that recognize that and try to address that problem.
Indeed. Let me take that point across, Mr. Padmanabhan. Mr. Padmanabhan, when we talk about the geopolitical environment, the Trump tariffs and so on, you think the impetus or boost given to manufacturing is very much evident in this year's budget?
See, I'd like to tell you that don't look at the budget as the only document to signal the way the government is looking at the sector. So, like for example, let's take the FTAs. 7 of them have been inked in the last 4 years. All 7 have been with developed countries, which means that you are opening up market access in India in a calibrated fashion to developed country industries.
Right.
So there is an impetus for domestic competitiveness to grow to match that challenge that is coming their way. At the same time, domestically, India needs to do a lot to get its own competitive structure in place. So ease of doing business, all this customs revamp, duty revamp that the FM attempted in this budget, or let's go back to the previous budgets. So the labor reforms. So this is like, solving the plumbing problem that Indian domestic industry faces. At the same time, they are seized of the potential challenge that is coming their way due to FTAs. So you raise your game, which means when you raise your game, you are also going to become globally competitive. So you can compete in other markets. So which is also the idea of an FTA. So I said, look at it in a holistic way. So it will be a mistake to look at only the budget and what it signals or does not signal.
Okay. One other thing that most observers talk about is the emphasis or focus on capex. You think the allocation would tick most of the right boxes for the stakeholders?
See, this is one mantra this government has got spot on. They figured out that it has a huge multiplier impact, and private sector was dragging its heels on undertaking investment. So they took front and center stage in this process, and they have continued to spend despite fiscal constraints. So it's a, I think, remarkable achievement by the government. And just to make sure, it's also a signal, to answer your previous question, of the uncertainty ahead that lies ahead.
True.
The finance minister reiterated that in a press conference. So the government is not eased off on capital expenditure. So it continues to maintain, even while we see, green shoots or signals that the private sector is getting over its funk, regaining its mojo, and beginning to invest.
True.
So it's a rear guard, like a stopgap, like a shock absorber. The government is very much there.
Indeed. Mr. Sandhu, would you welcome the emphasis or the accent, as it were, on a youth power-driven budget with a focus on the orange economy in terms of creating content labs and so on? So the focus clearly is on harnessing the youth dividend or the youth potential going forward?
This is the world's most populous country and also one of the youngest countries in the world. So the focus on youth is a must. I mean, if we are having around 1 crore youths coming into the job market, the government's focus on them is absolutely correct. It has been relentless. We understand the fact that we need both the service sector as well as the manufacturing sector, and both need skills. The focus on skills, the kind of areas that we're looking at, whether it is in electronic services, manufacturing, assembly, the creator labs, the AVGC, our space, our defense, the defense corridors. I think this is a clear focus on youth, because these areas will be taken up and manned by the youth. I also think that once you have a trained youth in play, and as we were just discussing, if there is a facilitation, on the MSME side, on the innovation and entrepreneurship side, there is a tremendous energy there that can be released. I was working in Karnataka, for example, on own source revenues for panchayats, and the way the local youngsters took to that and set up a company, and then went on to start solar lights, not just in their own village, but in surrounding villages, and then set up a place where I think around 22 jobs they created. Now it may seem very small, but if that is the kind of catalyzing that happens at the ground level, and the budget is fully capable of making sure that both the banks as well as the other parties involved catch on to that, yes, I see that the youth will certainly come forward. There are also the point that you just mentioned about the labor code, which is coming into effect on 1st April. I think there are some very good points there for social protection for youth and labor. So as our colleague just said, it's not just about a budget. What you get is a perception of what the government has been doing before and after the budget. I mean, a lot of things will continue to happen. When you see that the budget falls into place in bringing all these things together, not just for the industry or for the services, but even for the farmers, because the finance minister again made a very pointed reference to farmers' income, which the Honorable Prime Minister has been stressing on how we need to make sure that farmers' income is doubled. After all, we are the largest food producing country.
Indeed.
Therefore, I think it's a more holistic view of where we are moving forward towards 2047.
And from your vantage, Mr. Sandhu, in terms of social sector, healthcare, education, tourism, you think the priorities are aligned with the overarching goal of making India a developed country going forward in the next few years?
So the message that I get is that we all need to march together. The government by itself is not going to pull everybody to 2047. We all have to do it. What the government is doing is, it is making sure that it is an enabler, whether it is in terms of capital, whether it is in terms of policy, whether it is in terms of financing, whether it is in terms of skilling. All those parameters are being put in place. I think now it's a bit of a challenge for all of us, whether we are a large corporate or whether we are an MSME or whether we are a young person, to take hold of all these levers and move forward. I think government will continue to assist in whatever way it can. All those touch points, both of land, labor, capital, etc., are in place today. So I am fully hopeful that I hope we as citizens and as corporate citizens rise up to the task and take this enabling system forward.
And if you take a step back and look at the budget as a whole, Mr. Sandhu, is anything that you would have liked to hear the minister say in a budget or include in a budget?
So I, in fact, was looking at a number of things that, that I've been pressing forward in the last 1 year based on some global experience, and I was pleasantly surprised that those things are already there. So I would not be able to find a gap because, for example, setting up an infrastructure guarantee fund, we've been talking about this for a long time.
Right.
Here it is in place. Maybe around, I think around 10 days ago, I'd written an op-ed in a major newspaper pointing that out how we need to make it easier for the private sector to come forward and de-risk private capital. So I see it there. Then another very, very important initiative is the focus on rare earth and critical minerals. We know this is not a economic case. This is a strategic case, and we've seen a number of countries play that strategic game. I think the government's focus on, first of all, removing all import duty on all capital equipment required for critical minerals and rare earths is a very good step. Then identifying the 4 coastal states where we've got those rare minerals and setting up the corridors for putting it in place. I think that is again something that I was really hoping for, and it is there. It is there in a big measure contributing. So at least the 2 or 3 things that I had been hoping and I was really wishing that they would be there, they are there. So one can always keep on saying this should have been there, that should have been there. But I think in that sense, I don't have any sense of gap that I feel.
Fair enough. Good to know that Mr. Davinder Sandhu is a happy man today. But let me take upon across Mrs. Padmanabhan. Mr. Padmanabhan, just to take that argument forward, the minister also spoke about Semiconductor Mission 2.0, which he announced it. What might it entail going forward?
It entails, kind of more organized focus on innovation and attempt to solve India's strategic gap.
So more of the same, or are you expecting some to tweak it?
In what sense?
In terms of the larger picture of positioning India as a hub for AI or semiconductors.
Of course, that if the IT minister a few days ago held a press conference to explain that. So you have to see that statement in tandem with what came up in the budget.
Right. And just to get your view also on the other proposals contained in the budget in terms of education, healthcare, infrastructure, are you sort of happy with the thrust of our argument, as it were, the focus of our budget?
See, the union government in health and education at best can set the guardrails and be the, overseer. It's a state subject.
True.
So eventually it can work in coordination with states, in which the finance minister said in a press conference that in both primary, secondary and higher education, they are working very closely with state governments to resolve issues. So it is an infrastructure. Again, the union government pursues big ticket infrastructure projects, and at the same time they have also put in place a new governance mechanism in Pragati. Thanks to Pragati, your Navi Mumbai airport is up and running today. Otherwise, if it was a conventional Chalta Hai approach, it would have been launched in 2049. So there is, that's why again and again we both are reiterating that don't look only at the budget for signals.
Fair enough, point taken. Mr. Sandhu, Mr. Padmanabhan, do stay on. I'll come back to you momentarily. But time for a very short break. Keep watching DD India. Don't go anywhere.
स्वागत आहे टू मैग्नेटिक महाराष्ट्र. One of India's newest states, one of India's oldest lands. Jharkhand is a hidden
Welcome to Jharkhand, the land of forests.
Can the US launch a
Welcome back. You're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. We are focusing exclusively on the 2026-27 budget. We still have with us our guest, Mr. Padmanabhan, in the studio. And also joining us remotely is Mr. Davinder Sandhu, co-founder and chair of Primus Partner. Before I begin my guest, let me quickly recap some of the highlights from the day's news. Now, Prime Minister Modi, for one, hailed the budget. He said that it embodies a vision of trust-based governance. Take a listen.
ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है।
He called it a youth power budget, saying that it embodies the thinking, dreams, resolve and dynamism of the youth.
यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ-साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं, उससे अलग-अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे।
Addressing journalists after the presentation of a budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman emphasized the importance of sustained economic growth. She said that the government aims to create environment for improving productivity via this budget, making sure that employment is generated.
We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum, and for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated.
Right. Next, take a look at some of the key highlights of the budget.
India's sustained growth is the result of conscious choices and policies made by the government. In keeping with this and acknowledging that India needs to remain deeply integrated with global markets, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented Budget 2026 for the financial year 2026-27. It is a Yuva Shakti-driven budget with a focus on three kartavyas. First kartavya, accelerate and sustain economic growth. Second kartavya, fulfill aspirations of our people. Third kartavya, vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Under Kartavya 1, to promote 7 strategic frontiers for manufacturing, allocation of 10,000 crore rupees has been made for Biopharma Shakti. India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 has been announced to produce equipment and materials, design full stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme of April 2025 has an increased outlay of 40,000 crore rupees to capitalize on momentum. Mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to become dedicated rare earth corridors. High-tech tool rooms in PSEs for manufacture of precision components, rupees 10,000 crore for container manufacturing. Mega textile parks announced. Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. Dedicated initiative for sports goods for manufacturing, research and innovation. Rupees 10,000 crore for SMEs Growth Fund, corporate mitras for professional services in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, increased capex to 12.2 lakh crore rupees to continue the momentum, new dedicated freight corridors from Dankuni to Surat, 20 new national waterways over next 5 years, coastal cargo promotion scheme for a modal shift from rail and road. 20,000 crore rupees for carbon capture, utilization and storage over the next 5 years. High-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. Restructure Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. Persons resident outside India, PROI, permitted to invest in through portfolio investment scheme up to 24%. Under Kartavya 2, aspirations, high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee aim to be global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. Impact of emerging technologies including AI on jobs and skills suggest measures. Add 100,000 allied health professionals over the next 5 years. Scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs. Upgrade WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar. National Institute of Hospitality upgraded from existing National Council for Hotel Management. Third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, and cashew in coastal areas. Support cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. Set up of Nimhans 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and Tezpur. Scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. Accepted recommendation of 16th Commission to retain vertical share of devolution at 41%. Fiscal deficit in BE 2026-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of GDP. Debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 2026-27. Tax proposals. Interest on awards by Motor Accident Claims Tribunal exempt from income tax. One-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for small taxpayers who have lived abroad. 3 years exemption to dividend income received by a national cooperative federation. Tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company providing cloud services to customers globally using data center services from India. A safe harbor of 15% on cost in case of providing data center services from India. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, being reduced to 14%. Exemption on imports of goods for nuclear power projects till the year 2035. Exemption to the import of capital goods required for processing of critical minerals. In total, non-debt receipts 36.5 lakh crore rupees. Net tax receipts 28.7 lakh crore rupees. Expenditure 53.5 lakh crore rupees. Net market borrowing 11.7 lakh crore rupees. Gross market borrowing 17.2 lakh crore rupees. Bureau Report, DD India.
The Managing Director and CEO of National Stock Exchange, Ashish Kumar Chauhan, commended the strong focus on infrastructural growth in the budget. Take a listen.
Last 11 years of Mr. Modi's tenure or last 9 years of Mr. Nirmala Sitharaman's budgets, they've always tried to be less profligate. They've tried to bring the budget deficit down, debt to GDP ratio down, and you can see that framework even now. You are coming down from 4.5% to or 4.4% to 4.3% of fiscal deficit next year, and in some ways the debt to GDP ratio will reach 50% by 2030-31.
The Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, or FICCI's president Anant Goenka, is Director General Jyoti Vij, and the MD of Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited, Shubhrakant Panda, expressed their views on the budget as well. Take a listen.
The budget is certainly one which provides a lot of stability and continuity in a world which is full of uncertainty and change. I think India is proving to be that oasis of macroeconomic stability. I think considering that FM has made the budget for the 9th time, we have continuously seen the budget one being built over the other. I think the focus has been continued on infrastructure. She clearly mentioned Reform Express continues. Focus on manufacturing with a high focus on 7 strategic sectors, which really reflects that she's looked at the macros as well as the micros.
Whether it is the thrust on infrastructure, fiscal consolidation, ease of doing business, ease of living, those themes have kind of carried on, benefiting the farmers and so on and so forth. So all of that is there, but I think the manufacturing thrust has got further boost by particularly making the announcement on the semiconductors, on the rare earth, the legacy sectors, the employment intensive ones, which is the textile, leather, etc. I think data center is one of the biggest announcements because the tax holiday till 2047 provides a certainty to any investor, so that can help us bring in the foreign investment.
Citizen-centric budget. There are there is a lot of focus on the manufacturing sector, which is welcome, because I think that is key to India's growth ambitions, to our job creation imperative. I think from that perspective, the focus which has been there on specific things like rare earth, mineral corridor, and not to mention MSMEs, because for growth to be inclusive, it needs to be broad-based, and that is where MSMEs play a very important role. So I think the Honourable Finance Minister has continued her focus on ensuring that that MSMEs get the hand-holding that they need.
Right, we still have with us our guest in the studio, Mr. Anil Padmanabhan. Mr. Padmanabhan, we are approaching the last leg, as it were, of this broadcast. So I have 2 or 3 broad questions to ask of you. First, any particular reason the tax slabs were left untouched for individual taxpayers or even for the corporates?
But I thought that was done last year.
So,
and the corporate tax rejig happened in 2019.
So that was not expected.
And the new tax code kicks in from April 1st.
Okay.
So, no.
And the next frequently asked question this morning was, did she resist the temptation of, catering to the poll-bound states in particular, for instance, be it Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu or Kerala? She did well to resist the temptation, would you say?
See, what she has done is for India as a whole.
Right.
So all states stand to gain from it.
Fair enough.
Now, if you're a first mover advantage as a state, you will claim that growth advantage. If you're not, if you're a laggard, you will lose it. And there is no guarantee that, assuming she did come out of the package for these key poll-bound states, that they would return a favorable outcome. There's no guarantee. So you have to do your job and follow good economics. Maybe it will come up with good politics. But good politics does not necessarily generate good economics.
Fair enough, point taken. And finally, Mr. Padmanabhan, if you take a step back and look at the text of the budget and put it in its right context for our viewers, how would you describe the budget for the benefit of viewers joining us from around the world who might be watching this broadcast in terms of the overarching message that's coming through in the budget?
Okay, if you're a foreign investor or if you're interested in India as a foreigner,
right.
The first thing you would check is the fiscal consolidation path. And clearly the FM has stuck to the path. and has slowed it down a tad bit to next year, which means there is, for the first time, there is not a negative fiscal stimulus, there is a potential positive fiscal stimulus, neutral at least, built into the system.
That's one.
Second, if you're outside looking in, you're looking for stability, macroeconomic stability and political stability. Both have been showcased here. Third, there are no flourishes because the economy does not require flourishes. It requires a steady hand, consolidating all that you have achieved and then to ready for the next phase. So if you're outside looking in, you have only good things to view.
Right, on that optimistic note, Ms. Padmanabhan, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspectives with our viewers at home and abroad. Thank you for your time, much appreciated. Right, and in continuing with our coverage here on DD India, let me go across to my colleague Siddharth Bharadwaj, who is standing by with the latest for more on the budget. Siddharth, if you are with us, take it away.
All right, very good evening to you, Ramesh, and definitely the budget for the financial year 2026-27 has been announced by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today in the Indian Parliament. And if you broadly look at the budget, it focuses on the youth. It's a youth-driven budget, and it also focuses on women, poor, and the welfare of the farmers as well, which aligns with India's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Ramesh, the year when India will be celebrating the centenary of its independence. And this budget, Ramesh, is also inspired with three kartavyas. Number one is to accelerate and sustain the economic growth. Number two is the aspirations of the people. And number three is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Now, let's look at the budget for the financial year 2026-27. We'll show you first the major highlights of this budget. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. One of the highlights of the budget. Number two, electronics component manufacturing scheme to rupees 40,000 crores. So you can just see how much focus has been given here in the manufacturing, as India is about to become the 3rd largest major economy in the world, and all the global leaders in the world, everyone is hailing the Indian economy. Number third is container manufacturing scheme with outlay of rupees 10,000 crore over 5 years. And also, Ramesh, we have champion MSMEs via 3-pronged approach. Now, another one would be SMEs to get rupees 10,000 crore boost. So you can see the amount of boost the SMEs will get, further contributing to the economy of the country. Now, Ramesh, we'll also show you some of the key priorities of this union budget that has come today is to promoting high-value agriculture in coastal areas, and focus also is on making India a self-reliant in raw cashew production. Self-reliance, Ramesh, is something the entire country is focusing on, and Honorable Prime Minister, wherever he goes, in fact, in his address, he focuses on self-reliant India, and that's the vision of India, which is Viksit Bharat 2047. And you know, the focus is self-reliance is seen in the markets as well, where people are now going to the markets and buying India-made products, and also people who are coming from the foreign countries are taking India-made products, further giving them highlight and much deserved recognition as well. Next we have, when it comes to the key priorities, Ramesh, is 1.5 lakh caregivers to be trained in health sector. So the focus is also on the health sector in this budget, and scaling up of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000. Next, Ramesh, we have the addition of 100,000 allied health professionals over the next 5 years. And also very important, it's AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges as well. So AVGC, as you know, it will give a boom, it will give a boost to the orange economy in the country, which stands for animation, video editing, gaming, and also comics. So this is a very important sector. Since this budget is a youth-driven budget, so the focus is also given on the AVGC sector. People will learn, and further, the creators economy will get a boom in this budget. This is one of the key priorities in this budget. Apart from that, Ramesh, scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Also, introduction of dedicated 10,000 crore SME growth fund, which we just discussed. Also, developing city economic regions and 7 high-speed rail corridors, the growth engine of Bharat. Also 20 new national waterways, integrated East Coast Industrial Corridor. And also, when you have the announcement of Semiconductor, India Semiconductor Mission 2.0, India is now focusing, Ramesh, on enhancing it's a semiconductor ecosystem, and there are some initiatives and programs that are being launched by the government. Apart from that, there's an announcement, when it comes to the sports domain, which is a very, very important domain, that a Khelo India mission, which will not only enhance the athletes, which will not only give good opportunities to the athletes, but it will also create job opportunities for the people as well. In fact, Ramesh, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also hailed this budget, saying that this budget is focusing on youth, since it's a youth-driven budget, and also the third Kartavya, which I just mentioned, which is Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas. Back to you, Ramesh.
Siddharth, thank you for that comprehensive take on the highlights of this year's budget. Let me bring in my colleague Mark Lynn, who is joining us from the newsroom for more on the budget. Mark, it's been, 5 hours since the presentation of the budget. The fine print of the budget text is sinking in. Let's have your take on the takeaway from the budget in terms of the Prime Minister's and the Minister's focus on youth power-driven budget for a change this year. Mark.
Indeed, Ramesh, the Finance Ministry officials conducted a long press conference for about 2 hours, and they covered a lot of ground, explaining the finer details of the budget. But as Siddharth was saying, the budget really is a budget for the next generation in a sense. It's a budget which is for the youth. We can see this in terms of employment opportunities that the budget tries to generate, and also opportunities not only in the cities but in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. There is the development of corporate mitras for one, that is in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Then there is the focus on trying to develop cities also, and for their own development in terms of the city economies, and these are also for Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. This will be over a period of 5 years. They'll be getting about 1,000 crore rupees each, so up to 5,000 crore rupees. The cities will be developed. So we can see a lot of focus on this. Then we look at the impact of capital expenditure in this budget, which is at 12.2 lakh crore rupees, which is, at 4.4% of the GDP is what the minister says, which is significantly high. And this is obviously going to generate a lot more jobs. It's going to generate the right type of infrastructure, which, as we know, all capital expenditure which is invested in infrastructure creates a multiplier effect on the economy. So these are the ingredients that are building up for the next generation, because we are all moving into the critical thinking areas of AI taking over Industry 5.0, and this area is clearly developed in this budget. We can see in terms of the kind of allocations that have been put in place, and incentives that have been given to companies that are going to be involved with semiconductors and cloud computing and the like.
All right, we'll leave it there for now, Mark. Thank you. Mark Lynn reporting there on the fine print, the details of the budget. In some other news we are tracking here on DD India, Prime Minister Modi unveiled the new name of Punjab's Adampur Airport on Friday on the occasion of the 649th birth anniversary of revered saint and social reformer Guru Ravidas. The terminal has been renamed as Sri Guru Ravidas Maharaj Ji Airport. The Prime Minister is visiting the northern Indian state to attend various events related to the saint's birthday. Prime Minister Modi paid floral tributes to Saint Ravidas on his birth anniversary. Through a social media post, he said that in his thoughts, the spirit of justice and compassion was supreme, which forms the very foundation of the government's schemes for public welfare. He also visited the Dera Sachkhand Balan in Jalandhar to participate in a public program in honor of Saint Ravidas. The Prime Minister is scheduled to inaugurate the terminal building at Halwara Airport in Ludhiana. Guru Ravidas is remembered as a revered saint and social reformer whose teachings of equality, compassion and human dignity continue to inspire India's social ethos. And that's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. You can get the latest news on the DD India mobile app on both Android and iOS platforms. Scan the QR code to download it. And we'll be back with more news as it breaks. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. All of us here in New Delhi. Thanks for watching DD India News Hour.
The land of forests, nature's hidden jewel. Jharkhand is a traveler's paradise.
Welcome to Delhi.
One of India's newest states. One of India's oldest lands.
Take a front seat to witness the grandeur that Gar Firdaus Barruez Samiast.
launch a bomb.
Hello and welcome. Namaste from New Delhi. You're watching DD India. I'm Gautam Roy. Our focus remains on the Union Budget presented just a few hours ago by Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Let's get to the top headlines related to it. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says budget presents ambitious roadmap to accelerate Make in India and the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign. The Union Budget focuses on three kartavyas or duties of sustainable economic growth, capacity building and Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. In the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, Defence Ministry gets the highest allocation among all departments and the highest all-time ever outlay of 7.85 lakh crore Indian rupees, 15% higher over budgetary estimates of FY 25-26. And industry leaders welcome Union Budget 2026, call it forward-looking. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed the Union Budget. He said that it embodies the vision of trust-based governance.
ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है।
The PM also called it a youth power budget, saying that it embodies the thinking, dreams, resolve and dynamism of the Indian youth.
यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ-साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं, उससे अलग-अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे।
And briefing media persons in New Delhi following the presentation of her 9th Union Budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said, Budget 26-27 pushes the Indian economy to maintain its growth momentum with an emphasis on continuing structural reforms.
We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated.
Now, in a major boost and push for tech-driven agriculture, Finance Minister has announced the launch of Bharat Vistar in the Union Budget. The Union Budget further emphasizes high-value agriculture, allied sectors and technology-led farming. DD India's Tanvi Taneja has this report.
In the words of M.S. Swaminathan, the father of India's Green Revolution, if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. The Union Budget 2026-27 emphasized high-value agriculture, allied sectors, and technology-led farming. High-value agriculture will get a boost for promoting high-value crops like that of coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, and cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in the northeast, and nuts like walnuts and almonds in the hilly regions. The Finance Minister announced coconut promotion scheme to boost productivity. Special support would be given for sandalwood cultivation via partnerships with state governments to promote scientific farming and post-harvest processing.
High-value agriculture to diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. All of them will be supported. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030.
The Finance Minister also announced credit-linked subsidy programs for supporting animal husbandry so as to promote entrepreneurship, modernize livestock enterprises, and scale up integrated value chains in the dairy, poultry, and livestock sectors. To strengthen the fisheries value chain, the government will launch initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and other water bodies. These aim to strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas. Sitharaman also announced the launch of Self-Help Entrepreneurs or She-Marts, a new initiative for rural women-led enterprises run by self-help entrepreneurs and owned by the community.
She-Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She-Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments.
In a major push for tech-driven agriculture, Finance Minister Sitharaman announced the launch of Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool set to integrate AgriStack portals and ICAR's agricultural practices with advanced AI systems, transforming how farmers access resources and make better decisions. Tanvi Taneja for DD India.
Also in the budget, post-Operation Sindoor, defence services of the country have received an unprecedented allocation of 7.85 lakh crore rupees for the financial year 26-27. This is a major boost to the nation's armed forces. The allocation is equivalent to 2% of the estimated GDP and marks a 15.19% jump over last year's budget estimates. It makes defence the single largest spending ministry, accounting for 14.67% of total central government expenditure. Beyond routine modernization and operational needs, the enhanced outlay also factors in emergency procurement of arms and ammunition undertaken after Operation Sindoor across both capital and revenue heads. A major thrust is visible in capital spending, which has been raised to 2.19 lakh crore rupees, up sharply from 1.8 lakh crore rupees last year, underscoring the government's push to upgrade military capabilities and preparedness. The budget reiterates a strategic commitment to building a future-ready, self-reliant military with a clear emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India and transforming India's armed forces into global, according to global benchmarks. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said the budget will help in further strengthening India's defence capabilities. A record 7.85 lakh crore Indian rupees has been allocated towards the defence sector or the defence department.
और इस बजट में रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं इसके लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने के हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है, यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है।
Fillip has been given to the MSME sector as well, with the government announcing a comprehensive plan to lower compliance costs, simplify taxation and reduce litigation exposure for MSMEs, enabling them to focus resources on growth, employment generation and formalization.
Calling MSMEs the backbone of employment and innovation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stressed the need to create champion MSMEs to drive enterprise growth and resilience.
Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria.
The government highlighted the success of the trade receivables discounting system, TREDS, through which over 7 lakh crore rupees have already been extended to MSMEs. To expand its impact, TREDS will be made mandatory for settling MSME purchases by central public sector enterprises alongside unified trade systems, enabling a single-touch interface. To boost liquidity, a 10,000 crore rupee fund will be set up to create champion SMEs, including a dedicated growth fund for small and medium enterprises. This Self-Reliant India Fund will also receive a 2,000 crore rupees top-up. Export facilitation will be strengthened through product-specific entries, while a lower deduction certificate scheme will support small taxpayers, including MSMEs. Simplified TDS norms for manpower supply will aid labor-intensive units. Further, penalties for procedural defaults will be converted into fees, extended timelines for revised and updated returns will receive fear of penalties and promote trust-based compliance. To ease regulatory burdens, professional bodies will train corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, to help MSMEs meet compliance needs at affordable costs. Together, these measures aim to deepen credit access, reduce friction, and strengthen MSMEs, the backbone of India's economy. Bureau Report, DD India.
And let's now take you across to our expert panel of guests. We're joined by Nirmala Sitharaman, a well-known name in India's banking sector. She used to be with HSBC India, and she's also a former, first in fact, a woman president of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, former president, and now she's with the chair, India Sanitation Coalition. We're also joined by Jayant Krishna, former CEO, NSTC, which is a National Skill Development Corporation. If I could come to you, Ms. Kidwai, first and ask you about your first thoughts on the union budget, which with special attention to not just banking but women as well, and the goal that you have now taken up in terms of cleaning up India in every respect.
So delighted to be on your show. What I'm really impressed with is that the commitment that has been made to the fiscal glide path, control of debt to GDP, has indeed been maintained, even while infrastructure spend has gone marginally up. And within infrastructure spend, I'm happy to see that the investment that is going into urban infrastructure gets mentioned. There's mention of looking at these city zones, where it isn't just about looking at the city in itself, but clusters of cities. And if you look at what that means in terms of creating mobility between a city, the para area around the city, the hinterland, what it does is connects up municipalities around tier 2, tier 3 cities in a way which enables mobility of people and indeed becomes far more efficient in terms of use of land and resources. Now, what has seen little mention and which I do want to highlight is that there are sharp increases in funding to the Department of Water Resources, River Development, and the Ganga Rejuvenation Program by 17%. The outlay is pretty huge, going up from 21,640 crores to over 25,000 crores. And the allocation for river cleaning, basin level management have been strengthened with the National Ganga Plan receiving 13% of the increase and river basin management scheme seeing a jump of 70%. So the focus of India on looking at its water resources has continued, indeed has increased from last year. And the notable shift is that programs like the Jal Jeevan Mission, which outlay has gone up by 198%, is a demonstration of the commitment of the government to ensure tap water availability as promised by 2028. So these are older schemes which were announced have not been forgotten. And we know that 15 crore rural households, around 80% of India's rural population, have gained access to tap water. And the extension of the Jal Jeevan Mission to achieve 100% coverage is really a very critical public infrastructure priority and not just a welfare intervention. And it goes without saying that the focus in providing water and sanitation is an indication of how we want our citizens to be healthy. So they really fall into the overall attention of health management. I would just add to this that a second area which I think is worthy of mention in this budget is the whole area of job creation. This is a critical agenda for India, and it gets mentioned in the healthcare space itself in terms of skilling. It helps India in terms of being a medical tourism destination, which was also mentioned in the budget. Tourism saw focus, and that again is a big employment generator. And the delivery of public services, like this area of water and sanitation I touched on, also becomes a big employment generator. So the issue of job creation through key initiatives, particularly in tourism and delivery of healthcare services, are indeed quite critical and important to highlight.
Okay, wonderful. Jayant Krishna, if I could come to you and ask you about, of course, the kind of workforce that India needs and how the budget provisions for it, not just in frontier sectors, when we're talking about becoming a semiconductor hub, or we talk about a lot of data centers in India, but also in areas which require softer skills such as healthcare.
No, absolutely. I think, if India has to realize its demographic dividend, right? Let's all understand that it is not an endless window of opportunity. In a couple of decades time from now, India's population growth rate would start falling. It will be a negative growth. The rate of growth has already slowed down. It will become a negative growth in about 25.
All right. We're sorry to interrupt Jayant there, but we're taking across live to a briefing right now by Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav.
शक्ति को समर्पित है, कर्तव्य से प्रेरित है और विकसित भारत की नींव, विकसित भारत का रोड मैप बनाने वाला बजट है। यहाँ पर हम जॉइंटली 3 मिनिस्ट्रीज के सभी साथी उपस्थित हैं आपके सामने। तीनों मिनिस्ट्रीज का मैं आपके सामने बेसिक विवरण रखूंगा, उसके बाद में क्वेश्चंस लेंगे। सबसे पहले इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड आईटी मिनिस्ट्री। 4 बहुत बड़े आज बजट में अनाउंसमेंट्स, 4 बड़े इनिशिएटिव्स बजट में आए हैं। सबसे पहला इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का एलोकेशन 22,000 करोड़ से बढ़ाकर 40,000 करोड़ किया गया है और जो रिस्पांस मिला है ईसीएमएस स्कीम को 149 एप्लीकेशंस, जो हमने एक्सपेक्ट की थी 50 या 55 एप्लीकेशंस आएगी, तो उस मोमेंटम को मेंटेन करने में आज का ये बजट की घोषणा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। सेकेंड, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड आईटी में सेमीकंडक्टर का मिशन का सेकेंड वर्जन सेमिकॉन 2.0 जिस तरीके से सेमिकॉन 1.0 ने भारत में एक बिल्कुल नई इंडस्ट्री, फाउंडेशनल इंडस्ट्री एक नई बनाई है, और जिस तेजी से इकोसिस्टम डेवलप हो रहा है, उसी मोमेंटम को मेंटेन करते हुए सेमिकॉन 2.0, जिसमें बहुत बड़ा फोकस दिया जाएगा जो मशीनें यूज होती है सेमीकंडक्टर को मैन्युफैक्चर करने में, उन मशीनों को भारत में डिजाइन करें, भारत में मैन्युफैक्चर करें, और साथ ही साथ जो मटेरियल्स यूज होते हैं सेमीकंडक्टर के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, उन मटेरियल्स को भारत में मैन्युफैक्चर करें, और डिजाइन का बहुत बड़ा इकोसिस्टम बने, और टैलेंट के लिए जो काम अभी तक हुआ है उसको और भी बेहतर बनाए। तीसरा, मेटी में बड़ा अनाउंसमेंट है आईटी सर्विसेज के लिए। हम सब जानते हैं आईटी सर्विसेज आज भारत की सबसे बड़ी एक्सपोर्टेड सर्विस आइटम है। $220 बिलियन से ज्यादा के एक्सपोर्ट्स हैं। इसके लिए बहुत सिंप्लीफिकेशन किया गया है। सेफ हार्बर, एक्सेलरेटेड एपीए, एक प्री डिफाइंड मार्जिन 15.5% का, थ्रेशोल्ड को इंक्रीज करना, कई तरह के जो इंडस्ट्री के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट सिंप्लीफिकेशंस थे, वो सारे सिंप्लीफिकेशन आज इसमें किए गए। और फोर्थ मेटी से रिलेटेड पॉइंट है, वो है डेटा सेंटर्स का, एआई डेटा सेंटर्स का। जैसा हम सब जानते हैं, एआई के आर्किटेक्चर में 5 लेयर्स होते हैं। उसमें जो इंफ्रा लेयर है, इंफ्रा लेयर में डेटा सेंटर्स का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रोल है, और ऑलरेडी $70 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत में जिस पे काम चालू हो चुका है, और 90 बिलियन के आसपास का टोटल अनाउंसमेंट है। और आज जो डेटा सेंटर्स के लिए 2047 तक टैक्स हॉलिडे अनाउंस हुई है, उससे भारत एआई का सबसे बड़े हब बनने वाली अपॉर्चुनिटी में शामिल होता है। और भारत में टैलेंट वैसे भी दुनिया में 2nd नंबर पे है, और वैसे भी भारत एआई के टॉप 3 कंट्रीज में है। आज के इस अनाउंसमेंट से और आईटी सर्विसेज के सिंप्लीफिकेशन से भारत की आईटी सर्विसेज दुनिया भर में हर कॉर्पोरेशन को, हर एंटरप्राइज को, सभी को मैक्सिमम सर्विसेज भारत, एआई बेस्ड सर्विसेज भारत से ही प्रोवाइड होगी। तो मेटी से रिलेटेड ये 4 बहुत बड़े अनाउंसमेंट्स हैं। दूसरा, आईएनबी मिनिस्ट्री से बड़ा अनाउंसमेंट है ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी से रिलेटेड। हम सब जानते हैं पिछले साल वेव्स में एक नया पैमाना खड़ा किया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सारी दुनिया के सामने, क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी का एक ऐसा नया एग्जाम्पल सेट किया। और आईआईसीटी, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ क्रिएटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज, जो आईआईटी, आईआईएम, एम्स की तर्ज पे बन रही है, उसको स्थापित किया पहला कैंपस मुंबई में। तो अब आईआईसीटी को जोड़ा जाएगा 15,000 हाई स्कूल्स के साथ और 500 कॉलेजेस के साथ क्रिएटर्स लैब। जैसा आपने देखा टेलीकॉम में 100 यूनिवर्सिटीज में 5G लैब बनी, सेमीकंडक्टर में 315 यूनिवर्सिटीज में ईडीए टूल सेमीकंडक्टर लैब बने। वैसे ही अब क्रिएटर्स इकोनॉमी, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी में 15,000 हाई स्कूल्स और 500 कॉलेजेस में क्रिएटर्स लैब्स बनेंगी। इससे 20 लाख एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट होगा। अगर हम मेटी का एम्प्लॉयमेंट इम्पैक्ट देखें, मेटी में, आईटी में और जीसीसी में और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मिला के करीब करीब 1 करोड़ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट है। आज के अनाउंसमेंट से 1 करोड़ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली बढ़ेगा, सब्सटैंशियली बढ़ेगा, और ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी में नया एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएट होगा। अब मैं आता हूं तीसरा, रेलवे पे। रेलवे का बजटरी सपोर्ट 2,78,000 करोड़ रुपीस बजट में आज अनाउंस हुआ है। टोटल कैपेक्स 2,93,000 करोड़ रुपीस का है। आप सब जानते हैं कि सेफ्टी पे बहुत बड़ा फोकस है। 1,20,000 करोड़ सेफ्टी पे इन्वेस्ट किया जाएगा, और जो पास्ट परफॉर्मेंस हुई है, करीब 95% सेफ्टी इंप्रूव हुई है, 95% एक्सीडेंट्स रिड्यूस हुए हैं। अब उसमें और ज्यादा फोकस करके मेंटेनेंस, ट्रैक मेंटेनेंस, लोको मेंटेनेंस, वैगन मेंटेनेंस, कोच मेंटेनेंस, कवच का रैपिड इंस्टॉलेशन, सीसीटीवी कैमराज लगाना, ओएचई जो ओवरहेड इलेक्ट्रिकल है उसको अपग्रेड करना, स्टेशंस का कंस्ट्रक्शन करना, इन सब पे और ज्यादा फोकस देकर सेफ्टी को और इम्प्रूव किया जाएगा, कस्टमर केयर को, कस्टमर फैसिलिटीज को और इम्प्रूव किया जाएगा। 7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स आज बजट में अनाउंस हुए हैं। अहमदाबाद और मुंबई का हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर की जो प्रोग्रेस है, सारी दुनिया आज उसको नोटिस कर रही है, इतनी तेजी से काम चल रहा है और जिस क्वालिटी का काम चल रहा है। उसके बाद में आज ये जो 7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स अनाउंस हुए हैं, उससे देश में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सेक्टर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो जाएगा, चेंज हो जाएगा। चेन्नई, बेंगलुरु, हैदराबाद, ये एक साउथ हाई स्पीड ट्रायंगल या साउथ हाई स्पीड डायमंड बनेगा, जो कि कंप्लीट 5 साउथ इंडियन स्टेट्स, कर्नाटक, तेलंगाना, आंध्रा, तमिलनाडु, केरल और पुडुचेरी, यूटी, इसके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा वरदान साबित होगा, बहुत बड़ा बूम साबित होगा। चेन्नई बेंगलुरु ट्रैवल 1 घंटे 13 मिनट की रह जाएगी, मात्र 1 घंटे 13 मिनट। बेंगलुरु हैदराबाद मात्र 2 घंटे की जर्नी रह जाएगी। चेन्नई हैदराबाद 2 घंटे 55 मिनट की जर्नी रह जाएगी। तो चेन्नई, बेंगलुरु, हैदराबाद, ये तीनों बड़ी इकोनॉमीज हैं, बहुत बड़े शहर हैं और आईटी टेक्नोलॉजी के बड़े हब्स हैं। इस डायमंड से, हाई स्पीड डायमंड बनाने से एक मेजर ग्रोथ का मल्टीप्लायर साउथ इंडियन स्टेट्स में आएगा, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा है, साउथ इंडियन स्टेट्स के रहने वाले सभी निवासियों के लिए बहुत अच्छा है। फिर अभी मुंबई से अहमदाबाद का कॉरिडोर बन रहा है, नेक्स्ट मुंबई से पुणे का कॉरिडोर बनेगा। मुंबई पुणे कॉरिडोर से मुंबई और पुणे प्रैक्टिकली एक तरीके से मर्ज हो जाएंगे। सिर्फ 48 मिनट्स में मुंबई से पुणे पहुंच सकते हैं, ओनली 40। ये देश के लिए और यहाँ इन सभी राज्यों में रहने वाले निवासियों के लिए बहुत बड़ा वरदान साबित होगा। वैसे ही नॉर्थ इंडिया में दिल्ली से वाराणसी, उत्तर प्रदेश के कई शहरों को जोड़ने वाला ये कॉरिडोर, और दिल्ली से वाराणसी मात्र 3 घंटे 50 मिनट में ट्रैवल कर पाएंगे, और आगे वाराणसी से 3 घंटे 50 मिनट में ट्रैवल कर पाएंगे, और आगे वाराणसी से पटना होते हुए सिलीगुड़ी, वेस्ट बंगाल में सिलीगुड़ी है, वहाँ पर मात्र सिलीगुड़ी, वेस्ट बंगाल में सिलीगुड़ी है, वहाँ पर मात्र 2 घंटे 55 मिनट में वाराणसी से पटना होते हुए सिलीगुड़ी पहुँच पाएंगे। यानी 55 मिनट में वाराणसी से पटना होते हुए सिलीगुड़ी पहुँच पाएंगे। यानी दिल्ली से उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार और वेस्ट बंगाल, इस पूरे दिल्ली से उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार और वेस्ट बंगाल, इस पूरे बेल्ट में एक नया इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर बनेगा। हेल्थ केयर हो, एजुकेशन, इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर बनेगा। हेल्थ केयर हो, एजुकेशन हो, मल्टीप्लाई होगी, बहुत बड़ा इससे बेनिफिट मिलेगा। करीब ये 4000 किलोमीटर के 7 नए कॉरिडोर्स हैं और करीब 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट इन सब में आएगा। और बड़ा अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है नए डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर का। हम सब जानते हैं वेस्टर्न फ्रेट कॉरिडोर और ईस्टर्न फ्रेट कॉरिडोर की बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट प्रोग्रेस है और उसमें ऑलरेडी सैचुरेशन लेवल पे पहुंच गए। 400 ट्रेन पर डे इन कॉरिडोर्स में ऑलरेडी ट्रैवल कर रही है। और बंगाल से गुजरात को जोड़ने वाला, बंगाल में दांकुनी से जोड़कर उड़ीसा, छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश और महाराष्ट्र से होते हुए गुजरात में सूरत में टर्मिनेट होगा ये, और सूरत में वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर से जुड़ेगा, जिससे कि कोई भी इंडस्ट्री सामान अपना वेस्ट कोस्ट के किसी भी पोर्ट पे भेजना चाहे, चाहे गुजरात के पोर्ट्स हो चाहे महाराष्ट्र के पोर्ट्स हो, वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर से जुड़ जाएगा। तो एक तरीके से ईस्टर्न कॉरिडोर, वेस्टर्न कॉरिडोर और ये ईस्ट वेस्ट फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, ये 2052 किलोमीटर का ईस्ट वेस्ट फ्रेट कॉरिडोर और 7 हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स मिलकर रेलवे की एक टोटली नई ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, एक नई एनर्जी देंगे। और देश में तेजी से वंदे भारत स्लीपर्स, वंदे भारत चेयर कार्ड्स, अमृत भारत, नमो भारत, इन सब का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तेजी से हो रहा है। वैगन्स का इंडक्शन रिकॉर्ड लेवल पे है और ट्रैक्स रिकॉर्ड लेवल पे बन रहे हैं। 35,000 किलोमीटर्स ट्रैक्स बन चुके हैं। 47,000 किलोमीटर्स इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो चुका है इन 10 वर्षों में। इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन 99.5% से ऊपर पहुंच चुका है। तो ओवरऑल देश में एनवायरमेंटल बेनिफिट को अगर देखें हम, तो रेलवे 95% लेस पॉल्यूटिंग कंपेयर्ड टू हाईवे होता है। इसीलिए ये बड़ा फोकस है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का रेलवे के डेवलपमेंट पे। मैं इन तीनों पॉइंट्स पे, तीनों मिनिस्ट्रीज के बेसिक पॉइंट्स, फंडामेंटल पॉइंट्स आपके सामने रखे। आप कहना चाहिए? तो क्वेश्चंस लेते हैं फिर हम, और क्वेश्चंस का पैटर्न वही रखेंगे। एक तरफ से चालू करते हैं, फर्स्ट रो, सेकंड रो, थर्ड रो, फिर फर्स्ट रो, सेकंड रो, थर्ड रो, ऐसे करके चालू करते हैं। फर्स्ट रो में तो ऑफिसर्स बैठे, सेकंड रो अश्मित।
So there's a big push that the government is sought to give as far as the data center capacity is concerned. Towards that end, tax holiday is something I'm sure the industry will welcome. What I want to ask is that there was also a reference made to nuclear power. You've talked about that in the past as well. If you could elaborate the tax benefit that has been given, customs duty waiver for inputs required for nuclear power. What support do you see that lending to the data infrastructure that we're looking to build?
Nuclear power basically will feed into the fifth layer, the energy layer of AI architecture. And it's very important that we have nuclear power, because nuclear power will provide the base load clean power which is required for long-term sustenance of the AI economy. And for that, today many reforms, many simplifications have been announced. And this will really help us bring that new energy which is required for the large number. We are expecting maybe even $200 billion of investment in data centers. Already, as I said, $90 billion is already announced, $70 billion is already getting into construction. So with this announcement and with the simultaneous announcement on nuclear power, this will be a very big journey which will create, and we are seeing a lot of interest from AI server manufacturers who would now like to manufacture AI servers in India. We are also seeing a lot of interest in doing the ATMP for the AI chips in India. And in future, we'll definitely be looking at having our own AI chips. So this way, all the 5 layers, the services layer, the model layer, the chip layer, the infra layer, and the energy layer, all of them get covered because of these announcements.
So, Ohik from Money Control. So, just in the MeitY's budget document, there's not mention of the mobile manufacturing PLI. Just wanted to know the future roadmap for this PLI scheme.
Well, we are talking to the industry. Once things are finalized, we'll share it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, this is Shomnath from Sambad Pratidin newspaper Bengal. सर, जैसा कि सामने ही इलेक्शंस होने जा रहा है और सबको कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस था कि पोल बाउंड स्टेट्स के थोड़ा ज्यादा कुछ मिल सकता है, तो बंगाल के लिए इससे जो अभी बताया गया इसके अलावा और कुछ है क्या? और दूसरा चीज ये है सर, ये जो नया वंदे भारत स्लीपर जो चलना चालू हुआ है, इसमें एक सवाल ऐसा आ रहा है कि इसमें खाली वेज फूड ही मिल रहा है,
नॉन वेज भी मिलने वाला है, पर आप बजट पे रखो अपने क्वेश्चंस को। कल मैं बंगाल के सभी जर्नलिस्ट का अलग से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस लूंगा जब रेलवे का बजट वहां पे प्रस्तुत हो जाएगा, उसके बाद में। वैसे भी 2 बहुत बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स आज बंगाल को रहे हैं, एक तो हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर है, दूसरा फ्रेट कॉरिडोर। फर्स्ट रो में और कोई नहीं, नेक्स्ट रो, हाँ नेक्स्ट रो, इसमें पहले इस रो में ले लें। सेकंड रो बिल्कुल एकदम लॉजिकली चलो, फर्स्ट रो, सेकंड रो, थर्ड रो।
Hi sir, this is Shubhan from the Economic Times. Because we are talking about the data centers in such details, if you can give some details as to what exactly this new tax holiday will entail, and should we now expect a national data center policy, a revamped one?
This is bigger than national data center policy. This is a very major announcement, as I've said right in the beginning, and this will bring huge amount of investment. This will create a lot of multiplier impact. This will create the infra which is required for our services layer, services industry, to be able to provide those services to the world. So this is a very, very major thing, and this will bring in investment. This will create demand for so many other activities which are connected with the data center. As I said, AI server manufacturers want to set up their plants in India now. Chip manufacturers want to have some value add done in India. And in future, the chips also can be fabricated in India. So all those things are definitely going to be the outcome of this.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, Ashish from Business Standard. First of all, congratulations on the budget.
The budget also mentions an outlay of 1,000 crore for ISM 2.0. So if you could give some color on what will be the money spent on, I know that the project is yet to be announced, but some color on what kind of projects would you like to see?
ISM 2 will have huge focus on equipment which are used for manufacturing semiconductors. Second, materials which are used for manufacturing semiconductors. Third, the design ecosystem. Fourth, creating very strong capabilities in 6 major activities. One is RF, second is compute, third is memory, fourth is network management, fifth is the controllers. So basically we have identified 6 systems which can be used to design any electronics system going forward. So can we have complete chipsets for that entire, for these subsystems? Once we have that, then we can use that for every major manufacturing that we require. For example, in the strategic sector, in transportation sector, electric vehicles, consumer electronics. So everywhere we can use a combination of these 6 systems. So we'll be putting a huge focus on that. Then the design system, the design ecosystem, as we have said earlier, we would like to have 50 major design companies, startups come up in a country, and of course one of them or 2 of them will become Qualcomms of the world or AMD or Intels of the world. Yeah, this row wise, go row wise. Shivaji, aap manage karo.
Sir, Kerala has a strong expectation on high-speed corridor, but it is not in the budget. And East Region is going to start an office from tomorrow for a new rail corridor project. And what we expect from the next days?
Kerala, there are so many projects which are already announced, and we are taking up that. We need to have support from the state government. So tomorrow when I do the press conference of regions, I'll announce that.
सर नमस्ते, सुजीत ठाकुर दैनिक भास्कर से। ये बजट के लिए पहले बधाई आपको, और दूसरा मैं जानना चाह रहा था कि ये जो बजट आज आया है, ये ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए बहुत बेनिफिशियरी है, लेकिन करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर में आम पब्लिक को इससे कैसे लाभ मिल रहा है, कुछ बता पाएंगे इस बारे में?
कांग्रेस के टाइम में मात्र 2 लाख रुपए का इनकम टैक्स का बेनिफिट मिलता था, छूट मिलती थी। मोदी जी ने 12 लाख रुपए की छूट दी है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी आम जनता को, हर एक मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार को बहुत बड़ी छूट है, बहुत बड़ा बेनिफिट। जीएसटी का भी बेनिफिट दिया है, और जीएसटी और इनकम टैक्स का मिला के दोनों ही हमारे हर मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार और हर लो इनकम परिवार के लिए बेनिफिट्स है। नेक्स्ट आगे बढ़े।
सर, टैक्स हॉलिडे के बारे में थोड़ा अगर इफ यू कैन शेयर सम डिटेल्स, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली, आई मीन व्हाट ऑल
अभी डिटेल्स आएंगे ना बजट डॉक्यूमेंट्स के बाद।
एंड द अदर थिंग इज दैट डेटा सेंटर इज अ लैंड, वाटर, नेचुरल रिसोर्स कंज्यूमिंग इंडस्ट्री. So what is the logic behind basically giving them such a long tenure tax?
Listen, for the 5th industrial revolution, for the AI economy, what is the most important point that you require if you want to have a major presence in this economy? We need to have the AI infra within our country accessible to our IT industry so that they can provide services to the entire world. That is why this huge focus on making sure that our AI infra layer becomes a very prominent layer in the entire AI stack. That's the primary thought process in having such important announcement for AI data centers. Secondly, once you have the AI data centers, then the manufacturing ecosystem for chips, for AI data servers, for all the components which go in setting up the data centers, that also gets a multiplier impact. Third, the talent that we have, we are the 2nd largest talent pool in the world. That talent pool can be utilized best if the infra is available. So look at the entire picture, look at the whole picture. I'll come to the point about energy consumption, resource consumption. A lot of innovations are happening. Just recently I met with a startup which has which is able to reduce energy consumption 35%. Then there is one startup which is working on a very micro nuclear power generator, which basically sits on a rack. So every rack can have a micro nuclear generator, is the claim made by that startup. All those innovations are happening today. Let those innovations, let India take the benefit of those innovations. That's the thought process.
Hi sir, this is Dhruvaksha from Business Standard. I have two questions. I hope you won't mind me asking one by one. First is that on the high-speed rail, congratulations on getting that proposal through. A lot of the groundwork has already been done in terms of the background work has already been done on some of these corridors. So what can you update us in terms of the cost, funding partners, and how much of indigenization will happen? And also the idea that the first rail corridor went through a very lengthy multilateral funding route, and that has been an experience. So in that context, will these corridors be indigenously funded? Will there be multilateral funding involved? And what is the kind of timeline and cost that we can expect from these 7 corridors?
Another 3-4 months we'll come out with a proper, complete, detailed plan on all these. What's important is our country has really gone up the learning curve in the first corridor. Today our engineers understand the entire technology, the civil construction, track construction, OHE construction, station construction, the wheel-rail interaction, those dynamics, the signaling systems importance in this, all those things, the rolling stock, special parameters, how it's so important to have absolutely airtight manufacturing and design, so that when the vacuum gets created, that layer of vacuum gets created around the moving train, all those factors are today well understood and well absorbed by our teams. And that's a very big thing. That's a very, very significant change which has happened because of the first corridor. And we have to build upon that experience. We have to build upon that learning which has happened in our country, and the indigenization which has already happened in a very significant way in our country. There are people who are part of the construction teams who initially imported some of the items, and now they have become exporters. People in Baroda, people in Rajkot, people in Coimbatore, who have become exporters of those items because of their work, because of their good work on the first corridor. So that capability has got developed in our country, and that confidence is there. A lot of hard work, as you rightly noted, a lot of hard work has already gone into standardizing these corridors. What should be the standards? What should be the construction methodologies, technologies to be used in these? So that way, the learning curve is already behind us. So that way, we'll be able to take up these corridors at a much faster pace. And like in the first corridor, we'll be making them elevated so that there is least disruption to the people living on both sides of the corridor, and the movement of people, movement of cattle, movement of vehicles that can continue to remain undisrupted because of these. What's important is all these 7 corridors will bring about significant economic activity along the corridors. As we have seen in Japan, in South Korea, in Taiwan, in China, wherever the high-speed corridors have been built, the economic activity along the corridors significantly increases.
So is there a likelihood we could go solo on any of these corridors?
We'll come, as I said, after 3-4 months, we'll come up with a full.
Right. And so the second question was on the revenue receipts. Just wanted to understand a bit on that. There was a downward revision in the revised estimates of both the passenger receipts and the goods receipts. And just wanted to understand, of course, you've mentioned in the past that a lot of work is ongoing right now, and that sometimes causes a temporary lull. So just wanted to understand what is the roadmap going forward in terms of revenue receipts, both in terms of passengers and freight as we
Revenue and freight, revenue both from passengers and freight is increasing substantially. As you know, we have already become the second largest freight carrier in the world at 1.6 billion tons. This year we are going to cross 1.65 billion tons, which places us very comfortably as the second number. There is no third is now around 1.5. So that gap is now significantly increasing between second and third. And in terms of passenger, We are crossing this year about 730 crore passengers, and large number of special trains are being deployed to cater to the to the seasonal high demand periods. So that way, today railway is getting into a situation where we are able to meet those big peaks of demand which comes, and also the industry today is practically, I mean, you have seen the power sector, right? The thermal power sector, gone are those days when we had to see those news reports where 5 दिन का कोयला बचा है, 2 दिन का कोयला बचा है. Gone are those days, right? Every power plant has enough power, enough coal or enough raw material required for generating power, and we are in a position to meet any demand in surge in demand of power.
नमस्कार सर, कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा. 2 छोटे-छोटे सवाल हैं सर. एक सवाल की हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर जो हम 7 बना रहे हैं, तो क्या ये साइमल्टेनियसली आएंगे या एक-एक करके आएंगे? एक. और दूसरा, ISM 2.0 की आपने बात की, तो नोड 2 और 3 के मामले में हम सेल्फ रिलायंट इंडिया कब तक हो जाएंगे?
2047 तक भारत को विकसित बनाना है, तो इन 7 कॉरिडोर्स को तेजी से काम करना पड़ेगा, साइमल्टेनियसली करना पड़ेगा, एक साथ ही बढ़ाना पड़ेगा और तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे. इसमें इंडस्ट्री की भी कैपेसिटी बढ़ी है और टीम की भी कैपेसिटी बहुत बढ़ी है, लर्निंग बहुत हुई है. तो जैसा मैंने कहा आपको, देश में लर्निंग कर्व के ऊपर हम चढ़ चुके हैं ऑलरेडी और आगे तेजी से इसमें जाना है. Many of those difficulties are behind us now. Now we understand this technology, this project very well. तो अब आगे तेजी से इसमें बढ़ेंगे. सेमीकंडक्टर का आपने कहा ये 20 साल की जर्नी है टोटली. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डे 1 से कहा था कि मल्टी ईयर मल्टी डेकेड प्लान इसमें बनाना है. इसीलिए सेमीकंडक्टर 1 का जो डिजाइन था, वो डिजाइन था कि इकोसिस्टम की स्टार्टिंग करना, कैसे इंडस्ट्री की शुरुआत हो. 2 की जो डिजाइन है वो इक्विपमेंट पे और मटेरियल्स पे और डिजाइन पे फोकस्ड है. 3 की डिजाइन और अलग होगी. तो एक कंप्लीट इकोसिस्टम, कंप्लीट ईच एंड एवरी एलिमेंट ऑफ दिस सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री वो हमारे देश में स्थापित हो जाए और कई कई वर्षों तक भारत को इसका बेनिफिट मिलता रहे. उसी थॉट प्रोसेस से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं.
Hello sir, this is Dibyendu from Vartaman Patrika. Actually sir, I have 2 questions. One is what about the operating ratio for this financial year?
Numbers होंगे अकाउंट के, उसमें देख लेना ना.
Okay, and the second one is sir, out of this 1,20,000 crores for the safety, how much will be spent for the coverage implementation? Thank you sir.
सारी डिटेल अकाउंटिंग आपको दे देंगे. आगे चलें. दो चीजें होती है, फाइनेंस और अकाउंटिंग. आप बजट, इकोनॉमी, डायरेक्शन, उस पे बात करें.
हेलो सर, माय नेम इज दीपिका फ्रॉम डायनामाइट न्यूज. सर मेरा सवाल है कि यात्रियों की सुरक्षा और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों की छूट को लेकर क्या प्रस्ताव है?
यात्रियों की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत बड़े एफर्ट्स लिए गए. आप सब जानते हैं कि कॉन्सिक्वेंशियल एक्सीडेंट्स में 95% के आसपास की कमी आई है, जो कि बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट है. और जिस तरीके से फोकस है सेफ्टी पे, अगर देखें हम कांग्रेस के समय में सेफ्टी पे बिल्कुल भी ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता था. 171 एक्सीडेंट साल के होते थे एवरेज, यूपीए के 2004 से 2014 के पीरियड में. आज वो कम होकर 12 पे आ गया वो संख्या. मतलब इतना बड़ा एम्फेसिस दिया गया और अभी भी बहुत फोकस है. डेली डीजी सेफ्टी से मेरा पहला कॉल सुबह डीजी सेफ्टी के साथ होता है. तो लगातार फोकस है रूट कॉज में जाना, सिस्टम्स इंप्रूव करना, मेंटेनेंस प्रैक्टिसेस को इंप्रूव करना, हर तरीके से, चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी अपग्रेड करनी हो, चाहे प्रोसेसेस अपग्रेड करने हो, चाहे ट्रेनिंग का लेवल, चाहे स्किल का लेवल, इन सब पे बहुत बड़ा फोकस है. और दूसरी बात, करीब करीब 60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सब्सिडी पैसेंजर्स के खाते में जा रही है ऑलरेडी. करीब 60,000 करोड़ की सब्सिडी है. यानी अगर कॉस्ट, अगर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की 100 रुपये कॉस्ट आती है, तो 100 रुपये कॉस्ट में हिसाब से 100 रुपये से ज्यादा का होना चाहिए टिकट, लेकिन अभी टिकट 55 रुपए का है. यानी 45 रुपए की सब्सिडी अभी भी दी जा रही है. 100 रुपए में से 45% सब्सिडी दी जा रही है. आगे चलें.
सर मेरा दूसरा सवाल है कि सर आम नागरिक सर जो गर्मी के मौसम में होते हैं, आम नागरिक जनरल डिब्बे में से सफर करते काफी परेशान होते हैं. क्या आपको नहीं लगता कि
17,000 नए जनरल डिब्बे बन रहे हैं मैडम? 17,000.
सर इसमें एसी कोच की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, क्या आपको नहीं लगता सर? थोड़ा सा बजट उनकी राह थोड़ा बढ़ा दिया जाए, लेकिन
समझ लो मैडम।
From Outlook, sir, how will ISM 2.0 specifically support the need of strategic sectors like defense and
मैंने कहा ना 6 डिफरेंट सिस्टम्स को डेवलप करेंगे, दे विल ऑल बी यूज्ड फॉर स्ट्रेटेजिक एज वेल एज कमर्शियल सेक्टर्स। आगे चले जल्दी जल्दी, बहुत लोग हैं।
हेलो सर, अनीता चौधरी सर। मेरा कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है, बस क्वेरीज है सर। 3 है। एक तो बुद्धा सर्किट, छोटे छोटे हैं। बुद्धा सर्किट की बात मिनिस्टर साहब ने किया, वित्त मंत्री साहिबा ने, तो क्या उस बुद्धा सर्किट में रेलवे मेजर रोल प्ले करने जा रहा है, जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बुद्धा सर्किट को कनेक्ट करने की बात कही गई है? दूसरा कि स्टार्टअप्स के लिए क्या कुछ नया रहा? तीसरा बस ऐसे कि ये जो कंटेंट क्रिएटेड लैब्स जो आप बनाने जा रहे हैं, उसमें रोजगार के लिहाज से और कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स को कितना फायदा होगा?
ऑर्डर में जाता हूँ। कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी में करीब 20 लाख रोजगार बढ़ेगा। दूसरा आपका था क्वेश्चन, ऐसे ही था। स्टार्टअप्स का तो लगातार हर बजट में आप देख रहे हैं, पिछले दशक में 400 से बढ़कर 2 लाख से अधिक स्टार्टअप्स हो चुके हैं। टॉप 3 स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम्स में भारत जुड़ चुका है। और टूरिज्म, पहला जो आपका प्रश्न था, टूरिज्म के हर एक मैटर के साथ रेलवे क्लोजली जुड़ के काम करेगा।
सर, मैं प्रमोद शर्मा, जलते दीप, जोधपुर से। ये जो राजस्थान में जो टूरिज्म काफी बढ़ रहा है, रेलवे इसके लिए काफी मददगार हो सकती है। दूसरा, कितने स्टेशनों का नवीकरण किया है और कितने स्टेशन राजस्थान
का अलग से जब प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है।
सर, संतोष दुबे बोल रहा हूँ, यूएनआई वार्ता से हूँ मैं। ये आपने जो लक्ष्य रखा है कुछ समय तक, 2030 तक वेटिंग के टिकट का वो खत्म करने के लिए, क्या रेलवे की ओर से कोई नई रेलों की घोषणा होने वाली है? कल आपने बताया कि
लगातार आगे बढ़ रही है ना, लगातार बढ़ रही है। अभी तो वेस्ट बंगाल में 1 दर्जन से ज्यादा ट्रेन स्टार्ट हुई है अभी हाल ही में, आपकी जानकारी में है?
जी जी।
हाँ, तो
सर, सिद्धार्थ, ईस्ट वेस्ट कॉरिडोर जो डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जिसका इसमें जो है बजट में घोषणा की गई है, तो उससे बंगाल को कितना फायदा होगा, गुजरात को कितना फायदा होगा, और बीच वाले स्टेट कौन कौन से हैं जिनके?
सबका साथ सबका विकास।
सर, मैं बिलाल हूं, एबीपी न्यूज से। सर, जो 7 हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर की टाइमलाइन और लॉजिस्टिक एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट के बारे में प्लीज बता दीजिए। और वित्त मंत्री की जुबान से हमने 1.5 घंटे का बजट का भाषण तो सुन लिया, लेकिन रेलवे के लिहाज से इस करंट फाइनेंशियल ईयर में आम आदमी के लिए क्या है इस बजट में, ये प्लीज बता दीजिए।
आपका भी एक साथ लेने। सर, मेरा अरुण कुमार दास। सर, जापानीज कोलैबोरेशंस डिड नॉट वर्क टू आवर एक्सपेक्टेशन, इट इज अंडरस्टूड नाउ।
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा चला है।
बट व्हाटएवर द डिलेड एंड ऑल दैट, फॉर दिस 7
उद्धव ठाकरे जी के खाते में।
For these 7 corridors, should we expect some Chinese collaboration or German, something like that?
अरे भाई, भारत के साथ काम करो ना यार, काहे को?
So it will totally India,
स्वदेशी हो जाओ।
So it will totally make in India.
माइंडसेट निकालो अपने माइंड से।
No, you want to say that all 7 corridors will total make in India?
ये भी मेक इन इंडिया ही हो रहा है ना सारा। अभी आप देख रहे हो वो जितनी बड़ी बड़ी क्रेन्स हैं, वो कहाँ बनी है?
The technology transfer.
वो जो बड़ी जो क्रेन्स हैं कंस्ट्रक्शन में आ रही है, कहाँ बनी बताओ?
इंडिया।
नहीं, कहाँ बनी बताओ? तो क्विज लेता हूँ भाई मैं। आप लोग प्रश्न पूछते हैं, मैं भी तो पूछूं आपको।
सर, व्हाट इज योर क्वेश्चन सर?
सर, ये जो बुलेट ट्रेन के प्रोजेक्ट में जो बड़ी बड़ी क्रेन्स लग रही है ना, गैंट्री लिफ्ट करने वाली, वो कहाँ बनी है?
Some of them,
सर, कोई हाथ खड़ा करो। सर,
L&T,
बताओ कहाँ बनी है?
is it? I don't know.
थोड़ा भारत के बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी रखना सीखो मेरे दोस्त। सर, सुभाष
is it make in India?
सर,
No, sir, my question is that, sir, will there be foreign technology collaboration for the 7 projects?
भारत अब ऐसी पोजीशन में आ गया है, मैं आपको बताऊं, रेलवे की टेक्नोलॉजी का सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट क्या होता है किसी भी ट्रेन में? प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम। सबसे कॉम्प्लेक्स वही होता है, बाकी तो मेटल बेंडिंग है केवल, बाकी तो बहुत आसान है काम। सबसे डिफिकल्ट होता है प्रोपल्शन। आज भारत में डिजाइन, भारत में बना हुआ प्रोपल्शन स्विट्जरलैंड, जर्मनी, फ्रांस, स्पेन, अमेरिका, यहाँ पे एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। सर थोड़ा सा भारत के बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी रखने की आदत डालिए पत्रकार मित्रों, समय चेंज हो गया है। सर दिस साइड आपका ये सवाल का जवाब ये है कि भारत के रेलवे के यात्रियों के लिए और हर 140 करोड़ नागरिकों के लिए रेलवे में मेजर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो रहा है। 2,78,000 करोड़ का बजट है। नई गाड़ियां आ रही हैं, नए कॉरिडोर बन रहे हैं, हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर बन रहे हैं और खूब सारी नई वंदे भारत गाड़ियां भी आ रही है और खूब सारी नई अमृत भारत गाड़ियां भी आ रही है। 17,000 जनरल कोच बन रहे हैं और ओवरऑल लगातार नई से नई गाड़ियां जुड़ती जा रही हैं। आगे चलें।
Sir, Subhash Nayan from NIMT. Sir, just wanted to understand this east-west corridor. Is there a timeline for completion of those projects with
मोदी जी के टाइम में वो इनॉग्रेशन, फाउंडेशन भी वही करते हैं, इनॉग्रेशन भी वही।
And any investment plan for
सारा बताएंगे ना आपको, आगे भी तो पेपर छपाना है ना आपको।
Sir, Deepak from News 9. Sir, how much of this budget will be dedicated to bettering the existing lines versus the flagship new projects?
कंटिन्यूअसली इम्प्रूव तो कर ही रहे हैं। आपको जानकारी के लिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा, करीब करीब 7,000 किलोमीटर एवरी ईयर हम अपग्रेड कर रहे हैं एग्जिस्टिंग लाइंस को। 7,000 किलोमीटर, मतलब आप सोच नहीं सकते इतना बड़ा अपग्रेडेशन का प्रोग्राम इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ है। और 80% ऑफ द ट्रैक्स हैव ऑलरेडी बीन अपग्रेडेड टू 110 kmph एंड बेटर ट्रैक स्ट्रक्चर विच इज सेफर। एंड कवच का लगातार तेजी से इंस्टॉलेशन चल रहा है। ओवरहेड इलेक्ट्रिकल का 2x25 kV में अपग्रेडेशन चल रहा है। स्टेशंस का अपग्रेडेशन चल रहा है। एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स, एग्जिस्टिंग लाइंस, एग्जिस्टिंग रूट्स, उसका अपग्रेडेशन का मैसिव सिस्टम चल रहा है। इसीलिए अब समय आ गया कि अब एक और भी बड़ा काम उसमें हाथ में लिया जाए, इसलिए ये 7 बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हाथ में लिए।
Sir, I am Bharagopal from Mathrubhumi. In the opening remarks, you were telling that the southern corridor, it will benefit Kerala also. Will that corridor passes through Kerala?
People move from Kerala to Tamil Nadu to Karnataka to Telangana. Don't people move there?
Yeah, but this corridor moves through Kerala.
If you are moving, if a person from Kerala is using that corridor, isn't it benefited?
Sir, it's a specific question.
Let's go next. Done? Anything else to be added? Sir? Anything else to be added? Thank you, friends. Thank you.
You were listening to the Minister Ashwini Vaishnav holding a press conference after the presentation of the budget earlier in the day. Time for a very short break on this special broadcast. Keep watching DD India. Don't go anywhere just yet.
Tamil Nadu.
Open your mind to a whole new world. Explore mystic wonders of nature in the forests.
Can the US launch a bombing campaign against Iran?
Hello and welcome. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. You're watching a special broadcast here on DD India. We are focusing exclusively on the budget 2026-27, which was presented earlier in the day by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. First up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi says the budget presents an ambitious roadmap for accelerating the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat campaigns. The budget focuses on three duties of sustainable economic growth, capacity building, and Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Defence Ministry gets highest allocation among all departments and highest ever outlay of 7.85 lakh crore rupees, 15% higher over budgetary estimates of FY 25-26. Industry leaders welcome the budget, call it forward-looking. And in tennis, world number one Carlos Alcaraz beats Novak Djokovic to win the Australian Open, becomes the youngest player to complete a career Grand Slam. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the budget. He said that it embodies the vision of trust-based governance. Take a listen.
ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है।
He called it a youth power budget, saying that it embodies the thinking, dreams, resolve and dynamism of the youth.
यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे।
And briefing media persons in New Delhi, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the budget 2026-27 pushes the Indian economy to maintain its growth momentum with an emphasis on continuing structural reforms.
We are laying the path
and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated.
Next, take a look at some of the key highlights from the budget.
India's sustained growth is the result of conscious choices and policies made by the government. In keeping with this and acknowledging that India needs to remain deeply integrated with global markets, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented Budget 2026 for the financial year 2026-27. It is a Yuva Shakti driven budget with a focus on three kartavyas. First kartavya, accelerate and sustain economic growth. Second kartavya, fulfill aspirations of our people. Third kartavya, vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Under Kartavya 1, to promote 7 strategic frontiers for manufacturing, allocation of 10,000 crore rupees has been made for Biopharma Shakti. India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0 has been announced to produce equipment and materials, design full stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme of April 2025 has an increased outlay of 40,000 crore rupees to capitalize on momentum. Mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to become dedicated rare earth corridors. High-tech tool rooms in PSEs for manufacture of precision components, rupees 10,000 crore for container manufacturing, mega textile parks announced, Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts, dedicated initiative for sports goods for manufacturing, research and innovation. Rupees 10,000 crore for SMEs Growth Fund, corporate mitras for professional services in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, increased capex to 12.2 lakh crore rupees to continue the momentum, new dedicated freight corridors from Dankuni to Surat, 20 new national waterways over next 5 years, coastal cargo promotion scheme for a modal shift from rail and road, 20,000 crore rupees for carbon capture, utilization and storage over the next 5 years. High-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors. High-level committee on banking for Viksit Bharat. Restructure Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. Persons resident outside India, PROI, permitted to invest in through portfolio investment scheme up to 24%. Under Kartavya 2, aspirations, high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee aim to be global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. Impact of emerging technologies including AI on jobs and skills suggest measures. Add 100,000 allied health professionals over the next 5 years. Scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs. Upgrade WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar. National Institute of Hospitality upgraded from existing National Council for Hotel Management. Third Kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, and cashew in coastal areas. Support cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. Set up of Nimhans 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and Tezpur. Scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, and Tripura. Accepted recommendation of 16th Commission to retain vertical share of devolution at 41%. Fiscal deficit in BE 2026-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of GDP. Debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 2026-27. Tax proposals. Interest on awards by Motor Accident Claims Tribunal exempt from income tax. One-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for small taxpayers who have lived abroad. 3 years exemption to dividend income received by a national cooperative federation. Tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company providing cloud services to customers globally using data center services from India. A safe harbor of 15% on cost in case of providing data center services from India. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, being reduced to 14%. Exemption on imports of goods for nuclear power projects till the year 2035. Exemption to the import of capital goods required for processing of critical minerals. In total, non-debt receipts 36.5 lakh crore rupees. Net tax receipts 28.7 lakh crore rupees. Expenditure 53.5 lakh crore rupees. Net market borrowing 11.7 lakh crore rupees. Gross market borrowing 17.2 lakh crore rupees. Bureau Report, DD India.
All right, time to bring in our guests who are joining us on this broadcast. Joining us are three very special guests: Mr. Rajiv Memani, President, CII; Mr. Piruz Kambata, Chairperson of CII National Committee on Taxation and Chairperson and Managing Director of Rasna International; and Mr. Lakshmi Venkatraman Venkateshan, Founding and Managing Trustee of Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust. Before we delve into specifics, let's first have your individual takes on the budget, starting with you, Mr. Memani. Your thoughts on the theme or the thought behind this year's budget.
Thank you very much. I think this year's budget presents a very strong and credible roadmap for making India more competitive. I think there are the theme of reforms, structural reforms continues. There is consistency with the earlier budgets. I think the most important thing is that the macroeconomic discipline that's required was there, and the nudges that are required for private sector to invest. I think those nudges are there. So I think at an overall level, I think what the government has done is to ensure that there is the macroeconomic discipline, in spite of the fact that last year tax revenues were lower by almost 1.5 lakh crores. And this year also going forward, they've assumed a tax buoyancy of 0.8. They've ensured that the fiscal deficit and the fiscal glide path remains more or less in check and in order. And I think the sectors, I would say particularly, I would start with manufacturing. I think the benefits, the identified 7 sectors in manufacturing, plus all the other related benefits that they have given, I think that's very good. Within that, I think MSMEs are a very important part, and the benefits that they have given to MSMEs in terms of growth capital, greater availability of debt, I think that's very important. And for India to grow, manufacturing to grow, the growth of MSMEs is very, very critical. On the infrastructure sector, the capital projects spent that has been outlaid, and the increase of 1 lakh crore there, and also the significant increase of the from what was actually spent last year or this year to what's been projected the next year to the transfer to states for aids and grants for capital expenditure. If I add the capex and the state capex provision, the increase is almost 20%. So if the states are efficient in utilizing this, it could almost be 20% from in terms of capex. Even on the services sector, whether it is tourism, whether it's newer areas like Orange, whether it's benefit to the GCCs and the IT services sector through what they've done, by introducing safe harbors and consolidating the definition of IT services is very good. Labor-intensive manufacturing has got encouragement. So, I mean, I can go on and on. The one other thing I would say which is very important is the benefit that they have given to sectors which are sectors of the future, which require tremendous amount of investments going forward. but the budget has given gentle nudges to those sectors. So whether it's data centers, the tax benefit that's been given, the customs duty exemption that's given to MROs for importing the raw materials, the customs duty benefit that's been given to nuclear power projects, the benefits that have been given to rare earth, the benefits that have been given for container manufacturing. I think these are very critical sectors going forward for India's growth and also bring in a lot of efficiency in the country. So there, without spending too much of money, the government has given a lots of nudges to private sector and lots of making it much more viable for private sector to invest in these sectors. So I would say I'll stop here. I think these are some of the things. And before I close, I think this time, rather than giving also a lot of direct incentive benefits, a lot of emphasis is also been there to improve the skills and also improve the overall ecosystem in the sectors that they are trying to push for or support.
Fair enough. Coming to you now, Ms. Kambata, your take on this year's budget. Did it tick all the right boxes for you?
Almost all, and Rajiv did mention just now all what industry has got. So I will not like to repeat that. But I would definitely like to say that the budget is preceded by a FTA which we signed with Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and many others. And I think we have to put the whole budget along with those incidents like the FTA signing, the GST rationalization, the labor code, and a lot of reforms which the government has undertaken. So I think the government is walking the talk in the Prime Minister's direction of reform, transform, and perform. So that is very evident, and this budget is a continuation of that. Having said that, if you see in the budget, for example, there are a lot of things on decriminalization of the Income Tax Act, which probably has not been covered. So you are saying there is no need for you to prosecute for small things. You pay a penalty, and that is it. There are various things where, there is clarity on tax. And I always say for us, tax clarity is more important than tax break. And we have seen, I have seen in the budget, there are clear ideas of where this tax clarity has been given. There is also a whole chapter on benefits to foreign companies for investing, which is also greatly welcome. And more or less our requirements in terms of, easier access to capital is there. They are talking of reforms in the banking. So in overall, I think the budget in that direction is a very growth-oriented budget. There are some soft things in the budget also which I would like to mention. For example, for the specially abled people. Now, that is a very vulnerable section, very important section to assist. And we are talking in the budget of having manufacturing assisted devices to help them. I think that is great news. We are talking of AI usage to help these people. Great news. Similarly, for farmers, we are talking of an AI app. See, India is known as a role model now for the digitization in the payment. Not for the rich people who are doing digital banking, but for the poorest who is also accessing to digital banking, and that is really helping him have a better living. Also giving access to the government funds. Now you are extending the same thing to a farmer by giving him an app by which, using AI and this app, he knows what to make, what crop to sell, at what price. You can integrate this app with the various government benefits. The food processing companies can be part of this. And imagine what you are going to create with that. You are going to enable the farmer to actually realize a better value for his crop. And this technology with the farmer is what I want the AI's real usage. AI's real usage is that it can help farmers, women, small startups. And I think this is very important for us to know, and the government is enabling that. Now, sticking to the agriculture part of the budget, what has the budget done? Once again, taking on the FTAs, if you see in the FTAs also, phase one is what? That processed food, the tax has been lowered. Now, that means it is good news that government doesn't want agriculture to sort of be part of FTAs, but processed food is yes. So that means we can make the food for the world. Now, where the flip has been given to high value added crops. Like coconut water, for example, I am from the industry, huge demand for that. Now imagine what type of money we'll get if you export proper value-added coconut water well packed. It is, in my mind, the best energy drink. Similarly, cashew nuts, almonds. Why should we import almonds? Or for that matter, pine nuts, coconut, sandalwood. So these are the important things. Then marine. The best protein today is the fish protein. A lot of emphasis has been given to marine exports. A lot of benefits have been given, which will help the fisheries sector. We should help the fishermen, which are in crores. So look at that benefit which they got. And all this shows that the government wants the industry also to partner. And I think time has come for industry to partner in these areas which the government has identified, including the GCCs, including the fact that we can be partnering in making aircrafts and biotechnology, in all this food, they are talking of textile parks. So I think the message from the government is we are giving you all this. I think now the private sector, in particular Indian private sector, has to also take this up and start investing. If we invest in these sectors, which are what I call high growth, high sort of sectors, we will also gain. When I say we will gain financially, but we'll also aid the company in the country's development.
Fair enough. Ms. Venkatesan, coming to you now, did the budget live up to your expectations?
The Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said the word Yuva Shakti up front and center, and within the first few minutes gave a focus on the MSMEs and micro. So we, of course, are extremely happy because very often this level of importance is not given at the very beginning. The important thing is this budget has been imaginative and also very practical, because you're talking for the very first time about a fund, for an equity fund for the micro sector with a 2,000 crore self-reliant fund in addition to the 10,000 crore MSME growth fund. Now, talking about equity infusion into the micro sector automatically enables them to become dynamic, to scale, to grow, and to also leverage the debt industry, because very often that has been the bane of the micro sector, that they are undercapitalized and under-supported. So the very fact that we were thinking something as imaginative as a fund of that sort is extremely welcome. The second thing about for the grassroots is the kind of focus on employment creating sectors, particularly where we were talking about the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Vikas program, which is aimed at the Khadi, the program, the scheme that is supporting handicrafts and handlooms, tourism, as well as the textile employment expansion program. All that is specifically focused and aimed at employment creation, which again, for those of us who are working at the grassroots and at the bottom of the pyramid, it's extremely important to know that these kinds of schemes will be given a fillip. The third thing is, again, coming back to the concept of youth or the theme of youth. The fact that very often there is a gap between the people who are skilled and then matching them up to employment. So the very fact that you were talking about a scheme that is going to be, I mean, there is a standing committee that the finance minister has promised will be set up to create a pathway between education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Again, this is something unique because very often education is thought of as ending in employment and not necessarily about entrepreneurship. So this was again a unique principle. So there were many aspects that really talked about the what she said right up front, which is to support the disadvantaged and the underprivileged.
Ms. Venkatesan, Mr. Kambata and Mr. Memani, do stay on. I like to play out some sound bites this time from IT and Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Now, India is stepping up its push to become a global technology and innovation hub with a strong focus on artificial intelligence, electronics manufacturing, infrastructure, and the orange economy. In the budget, the government has outlined an ambitious roadmap for growth and job creation. On these priorities, my colleague Deepika Mehto spoke exclusively to Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Take a listen.
Hello and welcome to our special segment on DD India. Union budget has been announced and right now we are joined by Union Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav. Sir, thank you so much for exclusively talking to DD India. The budget has been announced for the year 2026-27 and AI has been a special focus this time with a special panel announced for the same. What is the importance of it?
India is going to host the biggest AI summit in the world very soon, and AI is going to bring a major change in the entire, each and every sector of our economy in our lives. So it's very important that we should harness the benefits of this technology. That's why in the budget, Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister have given huge emphasis to AI, and a major all-encompassing program will be taken up for making the use of AI in every sector, from agriculture to healthcare to education to transportation to manufacturing to creative economy. Everywhere AI will be used in a very big way.
Reform Express continues to march on with the vision of a developed India by the year 2047. 7 new high-speed corridors have been announced and an increased capex have also been announced in addition to that. How do you look at this 360-degree development?
This is very important. As Honorable Prime Minister has always emphasized, we must make sure that our country grows at a very rapid pace. It creates a lot of employment, and it also brings huge benefits to each and every citizen in our country. And that's why the Reforms Express has been unleashed by our Prime Minister. In every sector, huge number of reforms will be taken up. Today, Honorable Finance Minister has announced reforms in IT services, in data centers, in electronics manufacturing, in practically every sector of the economy. Reforms have been announced today, and the 7 new high-speed corridors, they will make a big change in the way we live, the way cities grow, and the way the economy grows. Chennai-Bangalore will become a journey of 1 hour and 13 minutes only. Bangalore-Hyderabad will become a journey of 2 hours. Chennai-Hyderabad will become a journey of 2 hours 55 minutes. Mumbai-Pune will be less than 1 hour, 48 minutes. Pune-Hyderabad will be 1 hour 55 minutes. Delhi-Varanasi will be 3 hours 50 minutes. And Varanasi-Siliguri will be only 2 hours 55 minutes. So this will be a big change in the way people travel in our country.
Environment has also been a focus, and all these corridors will also be environmental sustainable?
Yes, they will reduce pollution significantly. The pollution load of railway is 95% less compared to the pollution load of the highways. That's why it's very important that we focus on large number of high-speed corridors. So these 4,000 kilometer long high-speed corridors will bring about a major change in our country, both in economy as well as from the environmental point of view.
So there's also been a special push to the orange economy. We've heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving a special message, putting a special emphasis on the orange economy. And this time when we talk about it, there's a major push through IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technology. How is it going to benefit especially the youth of the country?
Absolutely. The creators economy has been given a huge importance by our Prime Minister. Last year, the WAVES Summit itself set a new benchmark for the entire world, and the IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technology, is set up as a part of the Orange Economy Initiative. Now this will get connected to 15,000 high schools and 500 colleges. New creators labs will be set up in these 15,000 high schools and 500 colleges. That will help us create 20 lakh employment in the orange economy.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for exclusively talking to us. There you heard Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw talking about the different benefits that the country is going to get with the Reform Express, marching on with the vision of India becoming a developed nation by the year 2047, and also with the aim of becoming the 3rd largest economy. With camera person Yogesh, this is Deepika for DD India from New Delhi.
Now, in the budget, post-Operation Sindoor, defence services of the country have received an unprecedented allocation of 7.85 lakh crore rupees for the financial year 26-27. This is a major boost to the country's armed forces. The allocation, equivalent to 2% of the estimated GDP, marks a 15.19% jump over last year's budget estimates, and makes defence the single largest spending ministry, accounting for 14.67% of total central government expenditure. Beyond routine modernisation and operational needs, the enhanced outlay also factors in emergency procurement of arms and ammunition undertaken after Operation Sindoor across both capital and revenue heads. A major thrust is visible in capital spending, which has been raised to 2.19 lakh crore rupees, up sharply from 1.8 lakh crore rupees last year, underscoring the government's push to upgrade military capabilities and defence preparedness. The budget reiterates a strategic commitment to building a future-ready, self-reliant military with a clear emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat and transforming the country's armed forces to global benchmarks. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said that the budget will help in further strengthening India's defence capabilities. A record 7.85 lakh crore rupees were allocated towards the defence sector. Take a listen.
और इस बजट में रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं इसके लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने के हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है, यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है।
And my colleague Siddharth Bharadwaj now joins us more on the budget. Siddharth, take it away.
All right, Ramesh, a very good evening to you first of all. And in the budget for financial year 2026-27, you can see when we see it from the broader perspective, this budget is, has focused on youth. This budget is a youth-driven budget. This budget has focused on women. This budget has focused on poor. And this budget has also focused on the welfare of the farmers. Earlier, we had a word about the key priorities of this budget. We also had a word about the key highlights of this budget. But since you were telling our audience about the defense allocation that has been made in this union budget for financial year 2026-27, we'll talk about it. Like I was just mentioning earlier, we had a word about the major highlights of the budget and then the key priorities. Let's now see the ministry-wise allocation of this budget. Ramesh, first I'll show you how much allocation has been made for different ministries, starting with the Defense Ministry. Ramesh, you can see the graph here, and we'll talk about 2024-25 and then 26-27. So in 2024-25, it was 6,21,940 crore, and when you see in 2026-27, the budget is 7,85,000 crore rupees. So there's a 15% increase, over the budgetary estimates of the financial year 2025-26. And this is coming at a time when Bharat is very fast moving towards its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. That year when Bharat will be celebrating the centenary of its independence, and defense production has also got a massive boom. Also, when you talk about the Ministry of Railways, the allocation that we'll show you here of 2024-25 is 6,21,940 crore. And when you talk about 26-27, it's 7,85,000 crore rupees. So you can see a massive boom in the Ministry of Railways. Also this is coming at a time when the Bharat is also launching several trains, including Vande Bharat and Amrit Bharat Express as well, and there are some other trains as well, and our trains are equipped with all the amenities, all the comfort for the ease of travel for the passengers. And it is the time when people from the country, from outside, are coming here and taking the videos of our trains and showing it to the people who are there in their countries. Goes on to show that how the nation is making progress when it comes to, in this particular domain. Also, when you talk about the Ministry of Education, we'll talk about the budget that has been allocated in this budget of financial year 2026-27. This is 6,21,940 crore in 2024-25 and 7,85,000 crore rupees here. So when we talk about the Ministry of Defense, you were talking about how much allocation has been done in this particular budget. This is 7,85,000 crore rupees in the defense. This is at a time again when the defense production is getting a massive boom, and our weapons are being hailed everywhere, especially after Operation Sindoor, when indigenously made, indigenously manufactured weapons gave a befitting reply to the enemy. And today, India is not just an importer of the weapons, it's also an exporter at this time. When you talk about the defense budget, Ramesh, you also have rupees 1.39 lakh crore, which is allocated for the domestic industries, including the private players. So you can see the invitation to the private players, they are coming in, is further actually enhancing this particular domain, and world is looking at India again. Also, higher allocation for operational readiness sustained. Also, Ramesh, when you talk about rupees 12,100 crore have been allocated to ECHS, which is 45.49% higher than the budgetary estimates of financial year 2025-26. So all in all, this is a budget which has been made considering the women, considering the poor, considering the youth. This is a youth-driven budget, and the welfare of the farmers as well. And there are some other things as well, other budgets as well, which has been allotted to different ministries. We'll talk about it later. But all in all, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also hailed this budget, saying that this is a youth-driven budget. And also, we just heard what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was saying, that this mission, this particular budget for the defence sector will strengthen Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is self-reliant India, and also Viksit Bharat, which is developed India by 2047, which is India's vision. Back to you, Ramesh.
Right, Siddharth, thank you. Siddharth Bharadwaj there on what the budget has in store for India's defence modernization and preparedness. Right, we still have with us our guests, Mr. Piroj Khambata, the chairperson of CII, National Committee on Taxation, and chairperson and managing director of Rasna International. Also with us is Ms. Lakshmi Venkatraman Venkateshan, founding and managing trustee of the Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust. Mr. Khambata, if I can bring you back in the discussion, we wanted to have your take on the manufacturing and competitiveness index, as it were, especially in light of the so-called effect of Trump tariffs and the number of FTAs that India has signed in the last several months.
See, the confidence is up. I think Indian industry has understood that one thing is clear, that Atmanirbhar Bharat, the mantra which our Prime Minister gave, though it looks slightly difficult because Indian industry was used to importing, to be very honest. But I think slowly as we are getting forward, we are understanding the importance of making whatever we need and substituting imports with our own products. And that has started in every industry, and people are investing in R&D, getting new innovation to ensure that we reduce our dependency on goods which are foreign in industry, which is, I think, a very good news which has happened. And examples are there in mobile phones, in toys, in our industry, which is quite evident. But now the second phase is more important, that we start manufacturing not only for the country, but for the world. And today's budget and the FTAs are all a step in that direction. I still believe that our real economic growth will only come if we become an exporting nation. Indeed. We become a global manufacturing hub. We start making almost anything and everything for the world. To give you an example, in Europe, we have signed an FTA for processed food, I said. Now, why should we only export, let us say, dal and rice and papad and chutney and pickle to UK or Europe? Why can't we make for them whatever they are eating on the table? Because there the factories are closing, the agriculture is not doing greatly. We can make for them the pastas, the tomato sauce, and those companies can set up here. We can have joint ventures here. We can do contract farming here. So when we do all these processed products, which agriculture will buy? We'll buy from India only. So the farmer will fully get the benefit of it. He will get double the value for his crop. And in this budget, if you see it's a little bit micro, a lot of benefits has been given to faster clearance of customs. Exports in particular. Trusted taxpayers are getting a lot of benefits. So the processes and procedural issues are also getting sorted at one end. So the government is giving you all the tariffs, all the FTAs. They are giving you the tax benefits, especially GST and what has been announced. They are also helping you with the procedure to ensure that the paperwork becomes less. So overall, if you see the whole packages, we, Indian industry, need to invest. We need to invest in the Make in India, and we need to make and manufacture for the world. That is the message I would like to give from your channels to all the Indian manufacturers, especially the SMEs also. In essence, whoever is large was first SME only. So you also let us invest in this. Let us invest our time in this, and let us be part of this Viksit Bharat story. And for me, Viksit Bharat is something 2047 maybe for the whole country. But India is not one. We have states which are doing fabulously well. So I definitely believe that there are many states who will become Viksit much before 47. And I think that is the right model. And that's how this competition is happening between the states, which is also helping us a lot in that.
Absolutely. As you say, Mr. Kambata, make in India for the world, and that's an idea worth pursuing. Coming to you now, Mr. Venkateshan, the budget has been variously described as driven by youth power and one that paints a picture of macroeconomic stability. One, do you share this view? And two, what might be in store for the youth from the perspective of an impetus of fillip to the orange economy in particular?
Well, certainly this budget lives up to its image of being a Yuva Shakti budget because first and foremost, it puts emphasis on technology, skilling. The orange economy is certainly at the heart of it. The AI skilling centers, and then we are talking about university hubs, which are supposed to be 5 major hubs, which are supposed to be set up close to where the manufacturing is, so that the gap between skilling, education, and participation in the economy through jobs, employment, as well as in entrepreneurship, that gap gets reduced. So I think this is very important. Another factor is, of course, as I said earlier, they are setting up a standing committee to ensure that this pathway is very important. And then if you believe that skilling is critical, equally important is the gainful engagement of the skilled people in gainful employment. The challenge here, of course, is how do you take an AI-driven economy and or supported economy, or the orange economy, and percolate it down to the second-tier cities and to the rural areas. So in that sense, I think the budget again talks about the last mile connectivity. They do talk about infrastructure, whether it's waterways or whether it is roads and rail, down to the last mile, because that is very important to make sure that the micro enterprises and the MSMEs get integrated into the global value chain and don't just remain isolated centers of production. The last but not the least is also the emphasis on a service economy, because they didn't just talk about manufacturing. Equal emphasis was based on service economy, which is again important from the employment perspective. There is one aspect, if I had a wish list, was that women were given a little bit more of a focus. I do believe that there is a lot happening in the budget that is very positive for youth and for the underprivileged. And therefore, if in each of the schemes, be it in employment generating schemes or in sectors which is supposed to be for the mass employment and so on, if we were able to identify portions of the budget which will then be set apart for women, I think that would go towards a long way, because most of the micro loans are given to women. They do get a small loan size, which is less than 67,000 rupees in the case of a Mudra loan. So to the extent that the women specific schemes are set within the larger scheme and they get integrated, I think this economy can become very powerful for the underprivileged and the disadvantaged.
Indeed. Mr. Kambata, let's also have an industry perspective from you on the broad brush focus areas contained in the budget document, namely the CAPEX, capital expenditure, the social sector in particular, healthcare, education, and so on. You think the thought behind it all is in line with the government's priorities?
Very much so. See, ultimately, defense, healthcare, rural, these are the areas where definitely a country like India has to put in more money. We are talking of an inclusive growth. So we cannot have a budget only for, let us say, a section of the society. So that is, I think, well understood. And I think it is the right way to go. But from the industry point of view in particular, because I think that is where I would like to focus, I think there are a lot of new age industries which have been identified in the budget and which actually are very important for the development. For example, the whole idea of rare earth and development of that whole segment. Semiconductor, to be part of biotechnology. This is definitely an area where industry has to work. Let us look at one more big area where industry has to take the full benefit, is the Ayurveda. When you say Ayurveda, for us it is Ayurveda, for the world it is a natural way of healing. And today alternate natural ways of healing across the world are being practiced. And India is being looked at as a global leader in that, be it yoga, nature therapy, Ayurveda. So when the government talks of supporting that with colleges, with clinical testing, with ensuring, now, for example, in the India EU treaty, there is a clause that they have accepted our doctors. So Ayurvedic doctors can practice in Europe. That is, in my mind, a very big thing. Because if they start practicing in Europe, what are they going to prescribe? Indian Ayurvedic medicines, who is going to get benefit? The Indians, who is going to make it here? And in my mind, there's a very thin line between Ayurveda and food also. For example, Chavanprash. In my mind, this is the thing for the food product. There are so many such products. So in a sense, once again, it is an agriculture product. So I believe that is an area of future growth. The Ayurveda for the world, nature therapy, homeopathy, and the government has given a boost in this budget to all these sectors. And I think industry should fully take benefit and lap onto these opportunities. That's what I believe.
Why not? And as we wrap this up, Ms. Venkateshan, you get the last word. If I were to ask you, is, in your estimation, Reform Express truly picking up speed and momentum, you think?
Absolutely so, for the simple reason that when we've been talking about reforms with the large macro factors, this budget has really given due credence to Yuva Shakti, to the people at the grassroots, as well as to the micro sector, and giving them importance and giving them support. I think that without that, the concept of Viksit Bharat at 2047 would be a dream, but with this, I think it's going to become an absolute reality at the ground level.
All right, on that rather optimistic note, may I thank both our guests, Ms. Lakshmi Venkataraman Venkateshan, Founding and Managing Trustee of Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust, and Mr. Piruj Kambata, Chairperson of CII National Committee on Taxation and Chairperson and Managing Director of Rasna International. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Right, moving on, the budget 26-27 has delivered a major push to India's financial markets with a clear message for global investors. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has opened direct access to Indian equities for foreign individuals, raised ownership limits, and unveiled a new market-making framework for corporate bonds. More details in the next report.
Communicable diseases. Union Budget 2026-27, presented on Sunday, marks a significant step forward in strengthening India's integration with the global financial markets. Key announcements include the introduction of a market-making framework for corporate bonds, a new investment route for foreign individuals into Indian equities, and a substantial increase in ownership limits for such investors in listed companies. In a major boost to foreign individual participation, the investment limit for an individual PROI has been increased from 5% to 10%, while the aggregate investment ceiling for all individual PROIs has been raised from 10% to 24%. This reform enables foreign individuals to invest directly in Indian listed equities without routing funds through registered foreign portfolio investors. The expanded category includes non-resident Indians, overseas citizen of India card holders, foreign citizens, and entities registered outside India.
Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the portfolio investment scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%.
Direct access for foreign individuals is expected to attract greater overseas capital inflows, enhancing liquidity and market depth. Broader participation beyond institutional investors will diversify ownership and reduce reliance on a limited set of large players. Increased demand for Indian equities could support stronger valuations. The move aligns India's equity markets with global best practices, improving their appeal to international investors. Budget 2026-27 proposes for a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices, along with a proposal for total return swaps on corporate bonds. The union budget proposes an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore rupees. The current scheme under Amrut, which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crore rupees, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns.
To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore.
The budget 2026-27 reinforces India's ambition to emerge as a mature, globally competitive financial market. Bureau Report, DD India.
Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has entered the history books, presenting a 9th consecutive budget. 2026-27 budget has given relief in the form of TCS cuts on foreign travel and money sent abroad for education. Take a look.
The Union Budget 2026-27 unveiled wide-ranging reforms in direct and indirect taxes aimed at simplifying compliance, easing the burden on taxpayers and boosting growth. A major highlight is the new Income Tax Act 2025 coming into force from April 2026. Simplified tax rules and redesigned forms will make filing easier for ordinary citizens. TCS rates see a sharp cut overseas tour packages, education and medical remittances under liberalized remittance scheme will now attract just 2% TCS, which is down from up to 20%. Union Budget 2026 is proposed to exempt interest award by Motor Accidents Claims Tribunal from income tax. Manpower services will come under contractor payments for TDS capped at 1 or 2%. Small taxpayers can now get lower or nil TDS certificates through an automated process. Time to revise returns is extended till 31st March with a nominal fee. A 6-month foreign asset disclosure window is proposed for students, young professionals, NRIs, and tech employees. Assessment and penalty proceedings will be merged. Pre-deposit for appeals is reduced to 10%, and several offences are now decriminalized. The IT sector gets a single safe harbor regime with higher thresholds. Foreign cloud and data center companies operating from India receive tax holidays till 2047. All non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis will be exempted from minimum alternate tax. Custom duties are rationalized across sectors like marine, leather, textiles, energy, aviation and defense to support manufacturing and exports. Personal imports duty is halved to 10%.
A lot of steps taken to enhance ease of doing business. A lot of steps taken to decriminalize the businessman. So I think it was more of tax administration and ease of doing business. It's a fair budget, a progressive budget, and more of a forward-looking budget for me.
The liquidity of the industry will go up because now inverted duty structure will also be granted upfront 90% of the said amount. More importantly, some industries like tour operators and marketing companies who have been working for foreign companies, they will gain significantly by this finance bill because the definition of intermediary has been amended and now their services will qualify as an export.
Nation is now a step closer in ease of doing business. Faster clearances, expanded AI-based scanning, special economic zone reliefs, duty-free fish exports and removal of courier export caps aim to power trade and logistics. The budget signals a decisive shift towards simpler taxes, faster processes and global competitiveness. Tripti Tripaঠি's report for DD India.
In some other news, Prime Minister Modi unveiled the new name of Punjab's Adampur Airport on Friday on the occasion of the 649th birth anniversary of revered saint and social reformer Guru Ravidas. The terminal has been renamed as Sri Guru Ravidas Maharaj Ji Airport. The Prime Minister also inaugurated the new terminal building at Halwara Airport in Ludhiana. Addressing the gathering, the Prime Minister said the airport has been renamed on the revered saint's name. He congratulated the people of Punjab and the nation.
संत रविदास जी के नाम पर आदमपुर एयरपोर्ट का नया नामकरण हुआ है। आदमपुर एयरपोर्ट को अब श्री गुरु रविदास जी महाराज जी एयरपोर्ट के नाम से जाना जाएगा। इसके अलावा हलवारा एयरपोर्ट की नई टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग का उद्घाटन भी किया गया। मैं पंजाब समेत पूरे देश के लोगों को इन कार्यों की बहुत-बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
And that's all for this edition of this special broadcast. Let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get the latest news and updates from India and around the world on the DD India mobile app on both Android and iOS platforms. Scan the QR code to download it. And we'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. From all of us here in New Delhi, thanks for watching this special broadcast.
Welcome to Jaipur.
Today we try to answer a key question. Is there a cleaner, affordable and eco-friendly way to travel?
Air quality has deteriorated significantly over the past 10 years. The reason? The increase in road traffic.
The train is powered by green hydrogen, a renewable fuel that promises to reduce climate-damaging CO2 emissions. So the green hydrogen becomes a real alternative to fossil fuels. Both countries have a joint green hydrogen roadmap to increase production and reduce the reliance on fossil fuels.
I think there should be a lot more built-out pavements with green space in it. This road is extremely long and is lovely for walking and cycling, but there's nowhere to sit.
A bombing campaign against Iran. The Philippines vessel suffered structural damage. The saga of child sexual abuse is the United States China's debt trap strategy. Truth is stranger than fiction. But sometimes hard to uncover. Trust trust us to tell the truth, unadulterated and pure, of every story that matters to you. You read between the lines, cut the clutter, and connect the dots to get you the full picture. Watch Connecting the Dots at these times with me, only on DD India.
स्वागत आहे to Magnetic Maharashtra. One of India's newest states, one of India's oldest lands. Jharkhand is a hidden Welcome to Jharkhand, the land of forests.
Always welcoming. The vibe of Punjab is larger than life.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India News Hour, India's voice to the world. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Coming up in the next hour, Prime Minister Modi says the budget presents an ambitious roadmap for accelerating the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat campaigns. The budget focuses on three duties of sustainable economic growth, capacity building and Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The Defence Ministry gets the highest allocation among all departments and the highest ever outlay of 7.85 lakh crore rupees, 15% higher over budgetary estimates of FY 25-26. Industry leaders welcome the budget, call it forward-looking. And in tennis, world #1 Carlos Alcaraz beats Novak Djokovic to win the Australian Open, becomes the youngest player to complete a career Grand Slam. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed the budget. He said that it embodies the vision of trust-based governance. Take a listen.
ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है।
The Prime Minister says that this budget has provided unprecedented support to every sector. He said that the support extended to the MSMEs will give them new strength to transform from local to global.
जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है वो उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा।
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the budget is the first one in the second quarter of the century, leading towards the vision of India becoming a developed nation by 2047. Addressing a post-budget press conference in New Delhi, the minister said that the budget is aimed at Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. She added that in this year's budget, health has been given equal importance with special emphasis on mental health. The minister said that the budget pushes the Indian economy to maintain its high growth momentum with an emphasis on continuing structural reforms.
We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum, and for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated.
Now, in the budget, the defence services of the country have received an unprecedented allocation of 7.85 lakh crore rupees for the financial year 26-27. This is a major boost to the country's armed forces. The allocation, equivalent to 2% of the estimated GDP, marks a 15.19% jump over last year's budget estimates and makes defence the single largest spending ministry, accounting for 14.67% of total central government expenditure. Beyond routine modernization and operational needs, the enhanced outlay also factors in emergency procurement of arms and ammunition undertaken after Operation Sindoor across both capital and revenue heads. A major thrust is visible in capital spending, which has been raised to 2.19 lakh crore rupees, up sharply from 1.8 lakh crore rupees last year, underscoring the government's push to upgrade military capabilities and defence preparedness. The budget reiterates a strategic commitment to building a future-ready, self-reliant military with a clear emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat and transforming India's armed forces to global benchmarks. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said that the budget will help in further strengthening India's defence capabilities. A record 7.85 lakh crore rupees were allocated towards defence sector.
और इस बजट में रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं इसके लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने के हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है। यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है।
Railway and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav hailed the budget, saying it lays a clear roadmap for a Viksit Bharat. He expressed happiness over the announcement of developing 7 high-speed rail corridors across the country in the budget.
7 नए हाई-स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स आज बजट में अनाउंस हुए हैं। अहमदाबाद और मुंबई का हाई-स्पीड कॉरिडोर की जो प्रोग्रेस है, सारी दुनिया आज उसको नोटिस कर रही, इतनी तेजी से काम चल रहा है और जिस क्वालिटी का काम चल रहा है, उसके बाद में आज ये जो 7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स अनाउंस हुए हैं, उससे देश में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सेक्टर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो जाएगा, चेंज हो जाएगा।
Minister Vaishnav said that the government has proposed to provide support to the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies of Mumbai in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges.
IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, जो IIT, IIM, AIMS की तर्ज पे बन रही है, उसको स्थापित किया पहला कैंपस मुंबई में। तो अब IICT को जोड़ा जाएगा 15,000 हाई स्कूल्स के साथ और 500 कॉलेजेस के साथ। मेटी में, आईटी में और जीसीसी में और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मिला के करीब 1 करोड़ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट है। आज के अनाउंसमेंट से 1 करोड़ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली बढ़ेगा, सब्सटैंशियली बढ़ेगा।
The budget has placed a strong emphasis on building next generation infrastructure with a major push for high-speed connectivity across the country. Reacting to the announcements, Rajya Sabha member and former diplomat Harshvardhan Shringla said the focus on massive infrastructure expansion, including the development of 7 high-speed corridors, will accelerate economic growth and strengthen regional connectivity.
It's a very imaginative budget. If you look at the fact, I mean, what for someone like me, I was very inspired by the 7 high-speed rail corridors. These link important economic centers of our country. We have to remember that almost 50% of our population today lives in urban areas. It's important to ensure that their commute is smooth, is efficient. That increases the efficiency of our economy. And clubbed to that is the concept of freight corridors. That is also being given a boost. So take one example relevant to me. I am from Darjeeling Siliguri area. There is a freight corridor that is linking Delhi to Varanasi and Varanasi to Siliguri. So 2 high-speed corridors which will really enable people like me to travel from Delhi to Siliguri in record time. What might have taken me 3 days will now take me just 12 hours or something to travel from Delhi to Siliguri.
And Niti Aayog's CEO BVR Subramaniam called it a tech and services budget, hailing the government's new initiatives in services sector while keeping up the good work in manufacturing.
This budget has 2 large areas of focus. One is services and the other is technology. I think this is a technology and services budget. Look at the number of things which the finance minister has announced on services. She's talked about a standing committee on services, and it's very important because services is about what? Education, healthcare. She said we should have 10% of the world GDP in services coming from India, and we're talking about what? 5 medical hubs, 5 educational cities. We've talked about the orange economy. So a huge focus on services. In manufacturing, it's a continuation of all the good work in the past.
And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has entered the history books, presenting a 9th consecutive budget. The 2026-27 budget has given relief in the form of TCS cuts on foreign travel and money sent abroad for education.
The Union Budget 2026-27 unveiled wide-ranging reforms in direct and indirect taxes aimed at simplifying compliance, easing the burden on taxpayers and boosting growth. A major highlight is the new Income Tax Act 2025 coming into force from April 2026. Simplified tax rules and redesigned forms will make filing easier for ordinary citizens. TCS rates see a sharp cut overseas to packages, education, and medical remittances under liberalized remittance scheme will now attract just 2% TCS, which is down from up to 20%. Union Budget 2026 is proposed to exempt interest award by Motor Accidents Claims Tribunal from income tax. Manpower services will come under contractor payments for TDS capped at 1 or 2%. Small taxpayers can now get lower or nil TDS certificates through an automated process. Time to revise returns is extended till 31st March with a nominal fee. A 6-month foreign asset disclosure window is proposed for students, young professionals, NRIs, and tech employees. Assessment and penalty proceedings will be merged. Pre-deposit for appeals is reduced to 10%, and several offences are now decriminalized. The IT sector gets a single safe harbor regime with higher thresholds. Foreign cloud and data center companies operating from India receive tax holidays till 2047. All non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis will be exempted from minimum alternate tax. Custom duties are rationalized across sectors like marine, leather, textiles, energy, aviation, and defense to support manufacturing and exports. Personal imports duty is halved to 10%.
A lot of steps taken to enhance ease of doing business. A lot of steps taken to decriminalize the businessmen. So I think it was more of tax administration and ease of doing business. It's a fair budget, a progressive budget, and more of a forward-looking budget for me.
The liquidity of the industry will go up because now inverted duty structure will also be granted upfront 90% of the said amount. More importantly, some industries like tour operators and marketing companies who have been working for foreign companies, they will gain significantly by this finance bill because the definition of intermediary has been amended and now their services will qualify as an export.
Nation is now a step closer in ease of doing business. Faster clearances, expanded AI-based scanning, special economic zone reliefs, duty-free fish exports, and removal of courier export caps aim to power trade and logistics. The budget signals a decisive shift towards simpler taxes, faster processes, and global competitiveness. Tripti Tripaঠি's report for DD India.
In a major push for sports, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced the launch of a Khelo India mission to focus on systemic development of training centres and coaches over the next decade. The minister said that the country has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high-quality and affordable sports goods. The initiative is expected to boost sports equipment manufacturing in the country and reduce the financial burden on athletes.
India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high-quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences.
Besides other sectors, the budget also focuses on harnessing technology, especially artificial intelligence, to drive growth, jobs and exports. Rahul Upadhyay has more.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on Sunday announced the formation of a new committee, Education to Employment and Enterprises E2E Standard Committee, to review the impact of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence on India's services sector. The panel will recommend measures to unlock the full potential of the services sector as part of the broader Viksit Bharat vision.
Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology-driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI Mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund.
The committee will work towards making India a global leader in services with a target of achieving a 10% share of global services exports by 2047. It will identify priority areas to maximize growth, employment, and export opportunities in the sector. The committee will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, on jobs and skill requirements, and propose measures to prepare India's workforce for the future. Sitharaman highlighted that the government has already taken significant steps to support innovation, citing initiatives such as the India AI Mission, the National Quantum Mission, the Anusandhan National Research Fund, and the Research Development and Innovation Fund. With this renewed focus on technology and services, the Union Budget 2026-27 aims to position India as a global powerhouse in the decades ahead. Rahul Upadhyay's report for DD India.
The budget has delivered a major push to India's financial markets with a clear message for global investors. The minister has opened direct access to Indian equities for foreign individuals, raised ownership limits, and unveiled a new market-making framework for corporate bonds. Details in the next report.
Union Budget 2026-27, presented on Sunday, marks a significant step forward in strengthening India's integration with the global financial markets. Key announcements include the introduction of a market-making framework for corporate bonds, a new investment route for foreign individuals into Indian equities, and a substantial increase in ownership limits for such investors in listed companies. In a major boost to foreign individual participation, the investment limit for an individual PROI has been increased from 5% to 10%, while the aggregate investment ceiling for all individual PROIs has been raised from 10% to 24%. This reform enables foreign individuals to invest directly in Indian listed equities without routing funds through registered foreign portfolio investors. The expanded category includes non-resident Indians, overseas citizen of India card holders, foreign citizens, and entities registered outside India.
Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%.
Direct access for foreign individuals is expected to attract greater overseas capital inflows, enhancing liquidity and market depth. Broader participation beyond institutional investors will diversify ownership and reduce reliance on a limited set of large players. Increased demand for Indian equities could support stronger valuations. The move aligns India's equity markets with global best practices, improving their appeal to international investors. Budget 2026-27 proposes for a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices, along with a proposal for total return swaps on corporate bonds. The Union Budget proposes an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore rupees. The current scheme under Amrut, which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crore rupees, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns.
To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore.
The budget 2026-27 reinforces India's ambition to emerge as a mature, globally competitive financial market. Bureau Report, DD India.
In a major push for tech-driven agriculture, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced the launch of Bharat Vistar in the budget. The budget further emphasized high-value agriculture, allied sectors and technology-led farming. Tanvi Taneja has more.
In the words of M.S. Swaminathan, the father of India's Green Revolution, if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. The Union Budget 2026-27 emphasized high-value agriculture, allied sectors, and technology-led farming. High-value agriculture will get a boost for promoting high-value crops like that of coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, and cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in the northeast, and nuts like walnuts and almonds in the hilly regions. The Finance Minister announced coconut promotion scheme to boost productivity. Special support would be given for sandalwood cultivation via partnerships with state governments to promote scientific farming and post-harvest processing.
High-value agriculture. To diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030.
The Finance Minister also announced credit-linked subsidy programs for supporting animal husbandry so as to promote entrepreneurship, modernize livestock enterprises, and scale up integrated value chains in the dairy, poultry, and livestock sectors. To strengthen the fisheries value chain, the government will launch initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and other water bodies. These aim to strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas. Sitharaman also announced the launch of Self-Help Entrepreneurs or She-Marts, a new initiative for rural women-led enterprises run by self-help entrepreneurs and owned by the community.
She-Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She-Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments.
In a major push for tech-driven agriculture, Finance Minister Sitharaman announced the launch of Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool set to integrate AgriStack portals and ICAR's agricultural practices with advanced AI systems, transforming how farmers access resources and make better decisions. Tanvi Taneja for DD India.
In a major boost to the country's MSME sector, the government has announced a comprehensive plan to lower compliance costs, simplify taxation and reduce litigation exposure for MSMEs, enabling them to focus resources on growth, employment generation and formalization.
Calling MSMEs the backbone of employment and innovation, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stressed the need to create champion MSMEs to drive enterprise growth and resilience.
Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria.
The government highlighted the success of the trade receivables discounting system, TREDS, through which over 7 lakh crore rupees have already been extended to MSMEs. To expand its impact, TREDS will be made mandatory for settling MSME purchases by central public sector enterprises alongside unified trade systems enabling a single-touch interface. To boost liquidity, a 10,000 crore rupee fund will be set up to create champion SMEs, including a dedicated growth fund for small and medium enterprises. This Self-Reliant India Fund will also receive a 2,000 crore rupees top-up. Export facilitation will be strengthened through product-specific entries, while a lower deduction certificate scheme will support small taxpayers, including MSMEs. Simplified TDS norms for manpower supply will aid labor-intensive units. Further, penalties for procedural defaults will be converted into fees, extended timelines for revised and updated returns will receive fear of penalties and promote trust-based compliance. To ease regulatory burdens, professional bodies will train corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, to help MSMEs meet compliance needs at affordable costs. Together, these measures aim to deepen credit access, reduce friction, and strengthen MSMEs, the backbone of India's economy. Bureau Report, DD India.
All right, for more on the budget, I'm now joined by my colleague Siddharth Bharadwaj with his analysis. Siddharth, over to you.
All right, Ramesh, a very good evening to you. See, in the budget for financial year 2026-27, the groups that are in focus, Ramesh, are the women, the farmers, the poor, and the youth. This budget is a youth-driven budget, as said by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Earlier, here on the touchscreen, we talked about the key priorities, we talked about the key highlights of the budget. But now, in this edition, in this session, we'll be talking about the ministry-wise allocation. You had a word, regarding ministry-wise allocation, but still, we'll have a look at it once more. So, Ministry of Defence, I would like to show our viewers, the budget for 2026-27 is 7,85,000 crore rupees. I'll quickly show you the budgets of Ministry of Railway, which for this year, for financial year 2026-27, is 2,78,000 crore rupees. Now, when we come to the Ministry of Education, the budget for financial year 2026-27 is 1,39,289, and there are other budgets that have been allocated to different ministries. But we'll be now talking about, Ramesh, the groups that are in focus. So, like I said, the groups that are in focus are poor and marginalized, women, youth, and farmers, the welfare of farmers. Also, we'll be talking about the sector-wise thrust. Let's look at that. This is very, very important. In the agriculture sector, Ramesh, support for high-value agriculture and promotion of Indian cashew as well. Coconut and sandalwood also. Now, proposal to launch Bharat Vistar AI tool integrating agri-stack portals. See, AI is very, very important. India is also hosting AI Summit this month, and which will be a very, very important summit wherein people from all across the world will be joining the AI Summit, and India has always advocated for the constructive use of the artificial intelligence. Now, we'll talk about once again the major highlight of this budget. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. We had a word about this earlier. Now, Ramesh, we'll be talking about major highlights, champion MSMEs via 3-pronged approach. Also, we'll be talking about the SMEs who will be getting 10,000 crore boost. Also, Self-Reliance India Fund of rupees 4,000 crore. This is a time, Ramesh, as we all know, that when Bharat is very fast moving towards its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, the year when India will be celebrating the centenary of its independence. Apart from that, Ramesh, now we'll also be talking about, in this budget, let's talk about the sector-wise thrust once again. In the sector-wise thrust, in the agriculture sector, we had a word. Then now when it comes to the tourism sector, 5 regional medical hubs to promote medical tourism, and also national destination digital knowledge grid to be established. Also, in the women empowerment, Nari Shakti, as we know, She Marts for rural women enterprises, and also establishment of hostels in every district. When we come to the next sector, in the education sector, 5 university townships to be created in vicinity of major industrial and logistic corridors, and also education to employment and enterprise standing committee to be set up. So definitely, the government is certainly focused on different
Indeed.
sectors, aligning with its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, and also, including different groups in this budget, which is women, farmers, youth, and the poor. So all in all, when we see this budget, from the broader perspective, this includes almost every group. No one is left behind in this particular budget, and also the special focus is on youth and Nari Shakti as well.
As you
Ramesh, Prime
correctly
Minister.
mentioned, Siddharth, the focus is clearly on all 4 major stakeholders: youth, the poor, farmers, and women. Siddharth, thank you for that update. Appreciate it. Right, and joining us is our guest for this leg of the broadcast. Joining us is Nilaya Varma, co-founder and CEO of Primus Partners. Welcome to this broadcast. If I can start by asking you for your general overview or your individual take on the budget, what would you say?
Thanks, Ramesh. I think
Welcome.
For me, I'll start by saying the biggest headline for this budget is the lack of one single headline. I think the budget actually addresses a much wider range, and to me, that's a very, very plus. I want to pick up 3 points specific, Ramesh. Number 1 is jobs. I think, we've the jobs at 2 ends. At one level, by giving financial incentives and tax breaks for AI data centers, and India is looking at 10 to 14 gigawatts of additional capacity in the next few years. We're actually making India critical for the world when it comes to the digital infrastructure for the world. Second is, when you're talking about jobs, the entire approach on a services mission, which includes caregivers, the entire care economy, the tourism sectors, that's really a jobs for a large number of youth, which today require, and across tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And finally, the third point, something which I'm very excited about listening to the comments, is the entire concept of economic regions. Because worldwide growth, we all know urban infrastructure or urban cities drive growth. But today we need to build infrastructure and support not just the main center, but tier 2 and tier 3 cities around large cities, so that we can have more innovation. We can provide better infrastructure across not just one city, but across region. So overall, I'm very excited by what we've seen in the budget, because this is about our future, not just today or tomorrow.
Can we also have an industry perspective from you on the twin issues of manufacturing and competitiveness in terms of, especially in light of the so-called Trump tariff effects and the number of FTAs that India signed in the recent past?
Look, I think we've shown tremendous resilience as an economy, despite so much of pressure and everybody thinking that because of the tariff, our exports will come down and therefore GDP will get impacted. It hasn't. But I think at the root of competitiveness, and the finance minister has spoken about it, there are again 3 broad elements, right? One is the innovation ecosystem. And innovation ecosystem starts at school. We've addressed that in this budget. Second is really about educational institutions around manufacturing clusters, that again, through universities, we've addressed that. And finally, looking at MSME champions, something that as an organization, we've spoken and written extensively about. Today's innovation in IP does not happen in large organization, it happens in smaller organization. And by putting focus in there and a significant amount of money, I think we're addressing that. And all of this, when you look at how the capital expenditure on infrastructure has grown, is all about improving reducing our logistics cost and driving competitiveness.
Since you referred to the MSME champions, I have to ask you this. Does the budget document, in your estimation, give you satisfaction insofar as the MSME sector is concerned?
It does.
Why do you say that?
I think there will be finer prints, but my understanding of what the intent is, I think we're looking at how China has gone about driving its small and medium enterprises.
Right.
And the way they've gone about is identifying what they call little giants and focusing a select number of them, helping them grow, not just by only providing money or incentives, but helping them bring in foreign technical expertise, exposing them to international markets. And if you look at the entirety, when the finance minister said that we will have corporate mitras, it's all about providing the opportunities for small and medium enterprises to be globally competitive.
Now, the budget has been variously described as driven by youth power and one that paints a picture of macroeconomic stability. Do you share that view, especially in light of the impetus given to the orange economy?
Absolutely. Look, India has had macroeconomic stability now for more than a couple of years, and the government has been steadfast in making sure that fiscal stability is there. We've also had 6.5–7% rate of growth. Now, to go into double digit, this budget invests in what we're always calling is the creative economy or the orange economy, which is where the jobs are, which is where the IPs are going to get created. And again, we would say the orange economy has got a green light today in the budget today.
And looking at the other recurring themes in the budget document per se, if I were to ask you about the capital expenditure, about the social sector or the services sector in terms of healthcare, education, and so on, are you happy with the reasoning or the trajectory insofar as the priorities are concerned?
Yeah, personally speaking, I'm never a big fan of budget being only limited to tax proposals. Budget provides a direction, and I think this budget clearly provides the direction. It has said and put money for high-tech manufacturing, reviving or strengthening our traditional manufacturing sector, but also investing in the jobs of the future. So absolutely, I think it does a wonderful job in that respect.
A quick word from you about the other critical sectors such as nuclear energy, rare earths, and AI and semiconductors. Are you sanguine about the direction that the minister has outlined in her speech?
Absolutely, and this will take some time, but obviously we've taken the step. We have a quantum mission. We have an AI summit happening just in a few weeks, and somebody who's been associated with it, I think there are major announcements coming that way. And really, look, we've always said this, the tomorrow's economy is about who owns IP, and IPs are going to be driven by technology and investing across technology spectrum, not just the infrastructure, but the capability and the capacity. All of those things have been touched about. I would say it would be important to have a very strong implementation system wherein not obviously individual ministries have to drive implementation, but we really need to have a budget implementation office at the level of the Prime Minister's office or the Ministry of Finance, which makes sure some of these allocations and intent are translated into actions, policies, and programs in quick time.
Okay, so as we wrap it up, if I were to ask you, in your estimation, is the Reform Express picking up speed and momentum?
Absolutely. I think, reform is something she started by. She referred to the fact that there's been a GOM and various committees which have recommended reform across the board. Very often, small things do not get reflected in conversation like this, but let me just give you one example. The fact that for small and medium enterprises, you can get lower TDS without having the hassles of applying for it means 8–9% improvement as far as cash collection is concerned. So yes, the reform is at the core of it, but not just reforms from a policy perspective, but allocation to sectors and initiatives which will support reform is what I get excited about when I see the fine print.
All right. On that note, Nilay Verma, co-founder and CEO of Primus Partners, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspectives with our viewers at home and abroad. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Right, moving on. This year, budget prioritizes education and skills for India's future growth. We have some leaders from the education sector. Let's take a listen to what they have to say.
The budget is extremely encouraging. I think there's a lot of continuity and momentum. The announcement to set up content creator, digital labs in secondary schools, that's aimed at strengthening the creative, digital and technology-linked skills of young people. I think that's so important. What we do in the school ecosystem impacts our country and industry so much. And also, of course, the continued policy push towards applied learning, skilling, industry-linked education beyond the traditional academic routes is also very encouraging.
A big boost of this budget is on development of skills which are very critical for the future of this particular nation. The AVGC labs, the animation and gaming industry, gets a big boost with over 15,000 schools and 500 colleges where these labs will be set up. And this will give a big boost to future careers that children can learn to create content. Apart from that, the NID and design education in India will get a big boost with several centers coming up. Hospitality institutes also getting a big focus, which are all employable sectors.
All right, time for a very short break. Keep watching DD India. Don't go anywhere.
The land of forests, nature's hidden jewel. Jharkhand is a traveler's paradise.
Welcome to Delhi.
One of India's newest states. One of India's oldest lands. Jharkhand is a hidden
Take a front seat to witness the grandeur. That Gar Firdaus Barruez.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Prime Minister Modi unveiled the new name of Punjab's Adampur Airport on Friday on the occasion of the 649th birth anniversary of revered saint and social reformer Guru Ravidas. The terminal has been renamed as Sri Guru Ravidas Maharaj Ji Airport. He inaugurated the new terminal building at Halwara Airport in Ludhiana as well. Addressing a gathering, the Prime Minister said that the airport has been renamed on the revered saint's name. He congratulated the people of Punjab and the nation.
संत रविदास जी के नाम पर आदमपुर एयरपोर्ट का नया नामकरण हुआ है। आदमपुर एयरपोर्ट को अब श्री गुरु रविदास जी महाराज जी एयरपोर्ट के नाम से जाना जाएगा। इसके अलावा हलवारा एयरपोर्ट की नई टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग का उद्घाटन भी किया गया। मैं पंजाब समेत पूरे देश के लोगों को इन कार्यों की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
The Prime Minister paid floral tributes to Saint Ravidas on his birth anniversary. Through a social media post, he said that in his thoughts, the spirit of justice and compassion was supreme, which forms the very foundation of the government's schemes for public welfare. The Prime Minister then visited the Dera Sachkhand Balan in Jalandhar to participate in a public program in honor of Saint Ravidas. Right, moving on, thousands of protesters took to the streets in the U.S. city of Minneapolis to demand the withdrawal of federal immigration agents from Minnesota following the fatal shootings of Alex Pretty and Rene Good, both of whom were U.S. citizens. Under a national immigration crackdown, President Donald Trump has sent 3,000 federal officers to the Minneapolis area who are patrolling the streets in tactical gear, a force 5 times the size of the Minneapolis Police Department.
And symbols are really important to me, and the symbol of the Statue of Liberty has always been my favorite symbol of America. And what's going on right now with ICE in our city is not who we are. The Liberty statue is a symbol of light and welcoming to immigrants and opportunity. And going door to door and hunting down people and coming in the night with masks on is not who we are. And this has got to stop.
Israel reopens the Rafah border crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt under U.S. President Trump's plan to end the war. The next phase of Trump's Gaza plan calls for resolving complex issues such as Hamas disarmament, which the group has long rejected, further Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and the deployment of an international peacekeeping force. Russian attacks on Ukraine overnight and early Sunday killed at least 2 people and wounded 7 others. Among the strikes was a drone attack on a maternity hospital in the southern Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. Officials said 2 women who were undergoing medical examinations at the time were injured. The attacks came on the final day of a unilateral reduction in Russian strikes on Ukraine, which had been announced by President Trump. Meanwhile, Russian shelling of the southern city of Kherson early Sunday injured a 59-year-old woman, local authorities reported. Pakistan's security forces are on the lookout for the perpetrators of the series of coordinated deadly attacks in Balochistan, with the government vowing to retaliate after more than 120 people were killed on Saturday. Around a dozen attack sites were cordoned off, with troops combing the area a day after militants attacked, killing at least 18 civilians and 15 security personnel, according to military data, including at least 92 militants killed by security forces. Mobile internet services and rail services have been suspended for over 24 hours. The attacks have left locals in shock as no one dares to step out of their homes for fear of their lives. The Baloch Liberation Army, the province's most active militant separatist group, claimed responsibility for the attacks. The leader of Portugal's Chega party, André Ventura, has high hopes with the upcoming presidential polls, aiming to capitalize on discontent among the non-socialist voters. The anti-establishment, anti-immigration leader, who secured just 23.5% of the votes in a recent runoff polls, vowed a head-to-head fight when polling stations open on 8th February. The Chega party has become the country's main opposition party in the last parliamentary election, bagging 22.8% of votes. Ventura will face moderate socialist Antonio José Seguro, who led the first round of Portugal's presidential election on 18th January in the February 8 elections. As in much of Europe, the rise of the far right has pushed government policies, particularly on immigration, towards a more restrictive stance. And now to all the news from the world of sport. In tennis, world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz swept past Novak Djokovic to win his first Australian Open and become the youngest man at the age of 22 to complete a career Grand Slam. His win denied the Serbian great an unprecedented 25th major title. The Spaniard was imperious after a slow start in dismissing the 38-year-old 2-6, 6-2, 6-3, 7-5 in Melbourne to claim a 7th Grand Slam title and cement himself as the undisputed world number 1. Alcaraz surpassed a legendary Rafael Nadal, who was at Rod Laver Arena to witness it. Nadal was 24 when he completed the career Grand Slam. Alcaraz added to his 2 titles each from Wimbledon, the French Open and the US Open. Young Indian shuttler Devika Siha clinched a maiden BWF Super 300 crown after Malaysia's Goh Jin Wei retired midway at the Thailand Masters final in Bangkok. The 20-year-old was leading 21-8-6-3 when Goh, a 2-time world junior champion, pulled out because of a hamstring injury, handing the Indian the biggest title of her career. Devika's rise has been steady. She claimed a maiden international title at the Malaysia International in August 2025 and later contributed to India's mixed team bronze at the 2025 World University Games. Last season, she finished runner-up at the Indonesia Masters Super 100 tournament and reached 4 finals in 2024, winning the Swedish Open and Portugal International. And that's all for this edition of DD India News Hour. Let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. For those on the go, you can get the latest news on the DD India mobile app on both Android and iOS platforms. Scan the QR code to download it. And we'll be back with more news as it breaks here. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. From all of us here in New Delhi, thanks for watching DD India News Hour.
Tamil Nadu.
Open your mind to a whole new world. Explore mystic wonders of nature in the forests.
Today, we try to answer a key question. Is there a cleaner, affordable and eco-friendly way through travel.
Air quality has deteriorated significantly over the past 10 years. The reason? The increase in road traffic.
The train is powered by green hydrogen, a renewable fuel that promises to reduce climate-damaging CO2 emissions, so that green hydrogen becomes a real alternative to fossil fuels. Both countries have a joint green hydrogen roadmap to increase production and reduce the reliance on fossil fuels.
I think there should be a lot more built-out pavements with green space in it. This road is extremely long and is lovely for walking and cycling, but there's nowhere to sit.
Hello and welcome and namaste from New Delhi. You're watching a special edition of DD India News Hour, focusing on the Union Budget. I'm Gautam Roy, and coming up over the next 1 hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says the budget presents an ambitious roadmap for accelerating the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat or Self-Reliant India campaigns. The Defence Ministry gets the highest ever outlay of 7.85 lakh crore Indian rupees, 15% higher over budgetary estimates of FY 2025-26. And in tennis, world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz beats Novak Djokovic to win the Australian Open, becomes the youngest player to complete a career Grand Slam. Well, first up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed the Union Budget. He has said that it embodies the vision of trust-based governance.
ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है।
The PM also called it a youth power budget, saying that it embodies the thinking, dreams, resolve and dynamism of the youth.
यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे.
And speaking to the media after having presented a budget, the finance minister said that budget 26-27 is the first one in the second quarter of the century, leading towards the vision of India becoming a developed nation by 2047. Addressing the post-budget press conference in Delhi, the finance minister said that the budget is aimed at Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The FM added that in this year's budget, health has been given equal importance with special emphasis on mental health. She said that the budget 26-27 pushes the Indian economy to maintain its growth momentum with an emphasis on continuing structural reforms.
We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum, and for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated.
Also, India is stepping up its push to become a global technology and innovation hub with a strong focus on artificial intelligence, electronics manufacturing, infrastructure and the orange economy. In the Union Budget, the government has outlined an ambitious roadmap for growth and job creation. On these priorities, DD India's Deepika Mahato has spoken exclusively with Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Ashwini Vaishnav, who also holds a portfolio for electronics and IT as well as railways.
Hello and welcome to our special segment on DD India. Union Budget has been announced and right now we are joined by Union Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnav. Sir, thank you so much for exclusively talking to DD India. The budget has been announced for the year 2026-27 and AI has been a special focus this time with a special panel announced for the same. What is the importance of it?
India is going to host the biggest AI summit in the world very soon, and AI is going to bring a major change in the entire, each and every sector of our economy in our lives. So it's very important that we should harness the benefits of this technology. That's why in the budget, Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister have given huge emphasis to AI, and a major all-encompassing program will be taken up for making the use of AI in every sector, from agriculture to healthcare to education to transportation to manufacturing to creative economy. Everywhere AI will be used in a very big way.
Reform Express continues to march on with the vision of a developed India by the year 2047. 7 new high-speed corridors have been announced and an increased capex have also been announced in addition to that. How do you look at this 360-degree development?
This is very important. As Honorable Prime Minister has always emphasized, we must make sure that our country grows at a very rapid pace. It creates a lot of employment and it also brings huge benefits to each and every citizen in our country. And that's why the Reforms Express has been unleashed by our Prime Minister. In every sector, huge number of reforms will be taken up. Today, Honorable Finance Minister has announced reforms in IT services, in data centers, in electronics manufacturing, in practically every sector of the economy. Reforms have been announced today, and the 7 new high-speed corridors, they will make a big change in the way we live, the way cities grow, and the way the economy grows. Chennai-Bangalore will become a journey of 1 hour and 13 minutes only. Bangalore-Hyderabad will become a journey of 2 hours. Chennai-Hyderabad will become a journey of 2 hours 55 minutes. Mumbai-Pune will be less than 1 hour, 48 minutes. Pune-Hyderabad will be 1 hour 55 minutes. Delhi-Varanasi will be 3 hours 50 minutes. And Varanasi-Siliguri will be only 2 hours 55 minutes. So this will be a big change in the way people travel in our country.
Environment has also been a focus, and all these corridors will also be environmental sustainable?
Yes, they will reduce pollution significantly. The pollution load of railway is 95% less compared to the pollution load of the highways. That's why it's very important that we focus on large number of high-speed corridors. So these 4,000 kilometer long high-speed corridors will bring about a major change in our country, both in economy as well as from the environmental point of view.
So there's also been a special push to the orange economy. We've heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving a special message, putting a special emphasis on the orange economy. And this time when we talk about it, there's a major push through IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technology. How is it going to benefit especially the youth of the country?
Absolutely. The creators economy has been given a huge importance by our Prime Minister. Last year, the WAVES Summit itself set a new benchmark for the entire world, and the IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technology, is set up as a part of the Orange Economy Initiative. Now this will get connected to 15,000 high schools and 500 colleges. New creators labs will be set up in these 15,000 high schools and 500 colleges that will help us create 20 lakh employment in the orange economy.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for exclusively talking to us. There you heard Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw talking about the different benefits that the country is going to get with the Reform Express, marching on with the vision of India becoming a developed nation by the year 2047, and also with the aim of becoming the third largest economy. With camera person Yogesh, this is Deepika for DD India from New Delhi.
The budget has also delivered a major push to India's financial markets with a clear message for global investors. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has opened direct access to Indian equities for foreign individuals, raised ownership limits and unveiled a new market-making framework for corporate bonds. More details in this report.
Communicable diseases.
Union Budget 2026-27, presented on Sunday, marks a significant step forward in strengthening India's integration with the global financial markets. Key announcements include the introduction of a market-making framework for corporate bonds, a new investment route for foreign individuals into Indian equities, and a substantial increase in ownership limits for such investors in listed companies. In a major boost to foreign individual participation, the investment limit for an individual PROI has been increased from 5% to 10%, while the aggregate investment ceiling for all individual PROIs has been raised from 10% to 24%. This reform enables foreign individuals to invest directly in Indian listed equities without routing funds through registered foreign portfolio investors. The expanded category includes non-resident Indians, overseas citizen of India card holders, foreign citizens, and entities registered outside India.
Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the Portfolio Investment Scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%.
Direct access for foreign individuals is expected to attract greater overseas capital inflows, enhancing liquidity and market depth. Broader participation beyond institutional investors will diversify ownership and reduce reliance on a limited set of large players. Increased demand for Indian equities could support stronger valuations. The move aligns India's equity markets with global best practices, improving their appeal to international investors. Budget 2026-27 proposes for a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices, along with a proposal for total return swaps on corporate bonds. The Union Budget proposes an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore rupees. The current scheme under Amrut, which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crore rupees, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns.
To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore.
The budget 2026-27 reinforces India's ambition to emerge as a mature, globally competitive financial market. Bureau Report, DD India.
Also in the budget, post-Operation Sindoor, defence services of the country have received an unprecedented allocation of 7.85 lakh crore Indian rupees for the financial year 26-27. This is a major boost to the nation's armed forces. The allocation, equivalent of 2% of the estimated GDP, marks a 15.19% jump over last year's budget estimates and makes defence the single largest spending ministry, accounting for 14.67% of total central government expenditure. Beyond routine modernization and operational needs, the enhanced outlay also factors in emergency procurement of arms and ammunition undertaken after Operation Sindoor across both capital and revenue heads. A major thrust is visible in capital spending, which has been raised to 2.19 lakh crore Indian rupees, up sharply from 1.8 lakh crore rupees last year, underscoring the government's push to upgrade military capabilities and preparedness. The budget reiterates a strategic commitment to building a future-ready, self-reliant military with a clear emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, and transforming the nation's armed forces to global benchmarks. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said that the budget will help in further strengthening India's defence capabilities.
और इस बजट में रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं इसके लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने के हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है, यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है।
And the budget has also signaled a major shift in India's growth trajectory, placing science, technology and artificial intelligence at the core of national development. The budget outlines an AI-first vision aimed at boosting jobs, innovation and global competitiveness. With big pushes for semiconductors, data centers, advanced manufacturing and AI research, the government is positioning India as a global hub for deep tech and innovation. Tapas Bhattacharya has this report.
Union Budget 2026 marks a decisive shift in India's growth story, placing science, technology and artificial intelligence at the center of national development. Presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the budget lays out an AI-first vision, positioning technology as a driver of jobs, productivity and global competitiveness, where machines augment human potential, not replace it. A major highlight is India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0, expanding beyond chip fabrication to cover chip-making equipment, semiconductor materials, and full-stack Indian design. The aim: build end-to-end semiconductor sovereignty and secure global supply chains. The electronics components manufacturing scheme outlay has been sharply increased to Rs 40,000 crore, boosting India's manufacturing edge. The budget also pushes India as a global data center and cloud hub, announcing a tax holiday till 2047 for foreign cloud service providers using Indian data centers, sending a strong signal to global investors. Artificial intelligence emerges as a clear growth enabler. Allocation to the India AI mission jumps dramatically to Rs 2,000 crore, enabling startups and researchers to access subsidized GPUs and build homegrown AI models. A high-powered committee will assess AI's impact on jobs, underlining the focus on upskilling and AI-augmented roles, not job losses. From AI-powered farming through Bharat Vistar to rare earth corridors, advanced manufacturing, AVGC creator labs, and new astronomy facilities, the budget lays the foundation for deep tech leadership. Union Budget 2026 positions India not just as a consumer of technology, but as a global hub for innovation, AI, and research-driven growth. Tapas Bhattacharya's report, DD India.
Diagnostic laboratories.
And still to come on DD India News Hour. The Finance Minister also raises the government's bet on infra spending, raising it by 9% compared to last year to 12.2 lakh crore Indian rupees for FY 26-27.
स्वागत आहे टू मैग्नेटिक महाराष्ट्र. One of India's newest states. One of India's oldest.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India News Hour with a special focus on the Union Budget. I'm Gautam Roy. Now, the budget has placed renewed focus on strengthening India's healthcare ecosystem. The Finance Minister unveiled Biopharma Shakti, a 10,000 crore rupees strategy aimed at strengthening India's biological ecosystem and positioning the country as a global biopharmaceutical manufacturing hub. The government has also reduced the cost of medicines for 17 types of cancer and 7 rare diseases. Take a look at this report.
In the Union Budget 2026-27, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman placed healthcare and biopharma manufacturing high on the government's priority list. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, government has proposed Biopharma Shakti with a proposed outlay of 10,000 crore rupees over the next 5 years. It will upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar.
To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites.
The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research and upgrading 7 existing ones. The mission will also create a network of 1,000 accredited clinical trial sites, which are essential for testing before taking these medicines to the market. The Finance Minister announced a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for veterinary colleges, hospitals and diagnostic laboratories. Ayurveda and yoga also received a major push in the Union Budget as global interest in traditional wellness systems continues to grow. Finance Minister announced plans to train 1.5 lakh caregivers for wellness and yoga services. The government also proposed setting up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda to strengthen education and research in the field. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman outlined an ambitious plan to position India as a global hub for medical value tourism. She announced the government's support for setting up 5 regional medical tourism hubs. The scheme aims to help states build large-scale integrated healthcare destinations that attract international patients while also strengthening domestic healthcare infrastructure. Apart from this, existing institutions that train allied health professionals will be upgraded and new allied health professional institutions will be established in both the public and private sectors. Taxes on 17 cancer drugs and medicines for 7 rare diseases would be exempt, making them cheaper. Finance Minister announced a major institutional expansion aimed at addressing long-standing gaps in India's mental health care infrastructure. Bureau Report, DD India.
And as we've been mentioning, the Finance Minister has entered the history books, presenting her 9th consecutive Union Budget. Budget 26-27 has given relief in the form of TCS cuts on foreign travel and money sent abroad for education as well. Let's just look at some of those exciting proposals too.
The Union Budget 2026-27 unveiled wide-ranging reforms in direct and indirect taxes aimed at simplifying compliance, easing the burden on taxpayers, and boosting growth. A major highlight is the new Income Tax Act 2025 coming into force from April 2026. Simplified tax rules and redesigned forms will make filing easier for ordinary citizens. TCS rates see a sharp cut overseas tour packages, education and medical remittances under liberalized remittance scheme will now attract just 2% TCS, which is down from up to 20%. Union Budget 2026 is proposed to exempt interest award by Motor Accidents Claims Tribunal from income tax. Manpower services will come under contractor payments for TDS capped at 1 or 2%. Small taxpayers can now get lower or nil TDS certificates through an automated process. Time to revise returns is extended till 31st March with a nominal fee. A 6-month foreign asset disclosure window is proposed for students, young professionals, NRIs, and tech employees. Assessment and penalty proceedings will be merged. Pre-deposit for appeals is reduced to 10%, and several offences are now decriminalized. The IT sector gets a single safe harbor regime with higher thresholds. Foreign cloud and data center companies operating from India receive tax holidays till 2047. All non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis will be exempted from minimum alternate tax. Custom duties are rationalized across sectors like marine, leather, textiles, energy, aviation and defense to support manufacturing and exports. Personal imports duty is halved to 10%.
A lot of steps taken to enhance ease of doing business. A lot of steps taken to decriminalize the businessman. So I think it was more of tax administration and ease of doing business. It's a fair budget, a progressive budget, and more of a forward-looking budget for me.
The liquidity of the industry will go up because now inverted duty structure will also be granted upfront 90% of the said amount. More importantly, some industries like tour operators and marketing companies who have been working for foreign companies, they will gain significantly by this finance bill because the definition of intermediary has been amended and now their services will qualify as an export.
Nation is now a step closer in ease of doing business. Faster clearances, expanded AI-based scanning, special economic zone reliefs, duty-free fish exports, and removal of courier export caps aim to power trade and logistics. The budget signals a decisive shift towards simpler taxes, faster processes, and global competitiveness. Tripti Tripaঠি's report for DD India.
Let's now talk about these tax proposals, both direct and indirect. We have two special guests in our studio. We have Ravi Agrawal, Chairperson, Central Board of Direct Taxes with us, and we also have Vivek Chaturvedi, who's Chairperson, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. Good evening to you both. If I could come to you, Mr. Agrawal, first and talk about, well, the elephant in the room has been the STT changes and the way the markets have reacted to it. Do you think the reaction has been a little bit too much? Perhaps a little time needs to be taken to digest the proposals because they would discourage speculation, especially in derivatives. But who would it actually hit? Will it hit the big players or the normal retail sort of traders?
So if you see the provisions that have been brought out in this budget, the cash segment, STT on cash segment has not been disturbed. So because essentially that is related to investment, so that's not disturbed. But so far as FNO segment is concerned, that is largely speculative in nature.
Derivatives, yes.
Derivatives. And the volumes involved, that is over a period of time, over past years, if you see, past 2 years, the volumes have grown exponentially. Then the retail investor participant in this FNO segment, largely they have incurred losses. So therefore, with that perspective,
I think more than 85% have incurred losses.
Exactly. And the volume of FNO, if you see, it is more than, as the figures reflect, is about 500 times the GDP of the country. So that is the extent of the volume that is there. So the attempt is basically to address it through some sort of a tax increase in the rates, so as to effectively dissuade to some extent the retail investor from actually going in for speculation and incurring losses. So that is the primary idea behind this proposal.
Mm-hmm. And if we talk about direct taxes on income, there's no major changes there, but the new Income Tax Act comes into force from the 1st of April this year, and that itself, do you think will usher in a lot of changes, perhaps widen the tax base as well, and positively impact the government's direct tax revenues too? What is your estimate now?
Absolutely, and in fact, if you recall, a year back, when we were discussing in this same studio, and we were talking about the bill at that point in time. It was income tax bill of 2025. Essentially, at that point in time, the effort was to simplify the language and to simplify the way in which you can present the provisions.
And that simplification has gone further as well with amendments?
Yeah, so the simplification, ultimately the Parliament actually approved that bill, and now it is an act of 2025, which is going to be rolled out with effect from 1st of April 26. So the present proposals in the budget is a step 2 in that direction. So for step 1 was simplification of language and the way we present it. And the step 2 is simplification of the processes, consolidation of the processes, and making some changes so as to make it easy for the taxpayer for compliance purposes, prompt better compliance. You see, the taken together simplified language as well as the changed procedures and provisions going forward would make it easy for the taxpayer on one hand, and also for the tax administration. So there are a series of changes that have been made, a bouquet of changes I would say, which includes decriminalization provisions that have been brought out, very comprehensive decriminalization that has been done. Then the provisions of updating the returns.
So there's fine, but there's no prison term or
yeah,
something
so
like that.
Earlier the defaults would involve rigorous imprisonment for as high as about 7 years. Now it has become graded, and at that point in time, I mean, in the old act, it was minimum imprisonment and then the maximum. Now what has been minimum imprisonment has been done away with, and so if a prosecution happens, then maybe the punishment could be only fine rather than imprisonment. So that keeping in view the philosophy of Jan Vishwas, the alignment has been done. Then through updated returns at every stage of the proceedings, the taxpayer is now being given a chance to update the returns and come out clean, including after issuance of notice as well as after passing of the assessment orders. So this is yet another change that has been done in this act, which is a major procedural change. The third major procedural change is combination of assessments and penalties. So earlier it was a sequential sort of a process. First assessment would happen, then it would pass through the process of appeals. After the process is over, then the penalty proceedings would be, initiated, and then it will again go through the same process.
A long time.
So it would take a long time. It was a pain for the taxpayer. But now what is being proposed is that the two things, assessment as well as penalty, would go together.
Hand in hand.
So therefore, it saves time, it minimizes litigation. So for the tax administration.
So what sort of an impact would all this have on the bottom line in terms of increasing the tax base and increasing overall revenue?
Ultimately, the philosophy should be that if you make it easy for the taxpayer to comply, the taxpayer is comfortable with the compliance process as such, and the provisions are simpler and easy to understand. Naturally, the tax base also increases because more people come into that fold. No, the projections, I would not be able to give those projections.
Okay.
But then, as a natural, I would say, the result, it would actually result naturally in improving the tax base and improving compliance.
Okay. Mr. Chaturvedi, pardon me for taking a little time with Mr. Agarwal, but thoda zaruri ho jata hai. But if you come to indirect taxes, a lot of changes have been made in this budget as well. Very targeted and critical in sectors which need a helping hand or need encouragement as well. To be able to be more competitive within the Indian market and even outside. Right. Tell us about that.
So, if you look at the budget proposals, particularly on the rate side, because there are two parts to it. One, of course, is the procedure part also. I'll come to it subsequently. Now, if you look at the rate side proposal, which is largely customs duty exemptions, it's been a very carefully nuanced and calibrated approach, and it's very sector specific, as you rightly said. It's also looking at where the industry needs protection, where raw materials are required on a concessional rate or a duty free rate to boost production, make the industry more resilient, to look at issues like our energy security. For example, we've done away with the capital goods for manufacture of lithium ion cells for energy storage systems. We've done a duty exemption on monazite that is used to manufacture magnets.
I'm not sure if I heard the FM, but she did not mention, she normally does mention these things as to how much revenue will be foregone because of these changes.
I would say more importantly than the revenue foregone is how critical the concession would be in relation to a sector and what it in turn promotes. Now, for example, a concession has been given to the seafood processing industry. So, it was linked to the FOB value of exports. So, 1% of your export you were allowed duty free imports, which has been now jacked up to 3% of the total thing. This is a pure export boost initiative. So, the efficacy of the revenue measures would also need to be looked in the context of how critical that sector is. For example, we have done away with or provided a concessional duty for setting up nuclear power projects. Now, you do not look at it from the revenue foregone perspective on that, you look at it more from the country's energy security perspective. Or for example, if I have done away with a duty on shoe uppers, it is largely for the export effort. So, it has been a very calibrated, very nuanced approach, sector by sector, promoting MSMEs, promoting growth, looking at protection, the basket, if I would say so. And this is as far as the rates are concerned. The second part, of course, is the process reforms that we brought in, which again is a very big measure, because most of the process reforms are designed to facilitate the element of trust between the government and the industry. So, we have, for example, brought up an extension of the duty deferral for AEOs, so that you can pay duty only once for all your imports, once a month. We are rolling out the same scheme for a class other than AEOs, which are similar, like manufacturer importers. That is a proposal. If you look at the changes we made in the courier export regulations, where we have done away with the limit of 10 lakhs for promotion. This is going to help our MSME sector, our niche people who had a problem that the value limit was much more than 10 lakhs, so they could not use the courier part. The industry problems of what to do with returns and rejects in the courier mode. We have now made it very simple, so that they do not have to get the packages open and pay a duty. It can be re-exported based the establishment of the identity between the goods exported and the goods re-imported. So, a slew of measures designed to look at specific sector wise pain points have also been undertaken. I am sure overall conspectus of the reforms is more both on the rate part as well as also on the process part.
The other point is that India, especially in this phase when Donald Trump came to power and came up with his tariffs, a slew of tariffs for different countries. The US market is closing up. We need to make our own industry more diversified in terms of exports, and to give everyone really who is into exports a helping hand, and at the same time make them more globally competitive as well, because at the same time India has been doing other FTAs which will lead to later on foreign goods coming in more easily to our market as well. So how has this issue been addressed through the issue of indirect taxes?
Well, as far as this particular issue is concerned, as far as the FTAs are concerned, we have been extremely mindful of the fact that the domestic industry has on sectors we need to give it more padding and more protection. I think that has been taken care of during the negotiations. CBIC, of course, is a part of the negotiations. More importantly, the measures that we have undertaken, particularly on the concessions that have been given to the industry, are largely designed to increase the export competitiveness of the industry in these difficult times. For example,
the aviation industry, they need
the
parts
aviation industry, the fisheries, in fact, that is a very important sector. For example, we have extended the definition of India in the territorial waters in the Customs Act. So, Indian fishermen can harvest the fish even on high seas in the exclusive economic zone, and from there they can export it. And if they bring it back to India, to the mainland, it is not treated as an import. So, competitiveness for the industry, specific sectors. A specific example, leather industry, for example, we've done away with the duty on shoe uppers because that's one of the major components of leather exports. So we have taken those very calibrated measures to give the concession so that the sector benefits and becomes more competitive.
And this custom duty halving on any imported item of personal use.
Yes.
What is that about, and how will it be determined what is personal and what is not?
No, there's a definition of personal imports in the Customs Act. We have rationalized the duty to 10% for all the personal imports, and this is largely to promote the ease of living for individuals. As are certain other measures.
This will apply to everything, anything for personal use, could be jewelry, could be electronics.
Yes, so we have made the changes in our baggage rules also. In fact, that's another big ticket item that we have introduced if you look at that. Now, the baggage rules, for example, were not revised since 2016. So it's been a 10-year period. We have revised it. We've increased the general free allowance from 50,000 to 75,000 for tourists. For foreign tourists, it's gone from 15 to 25,000. Earlier, the jewelry was excluded from the definition of personal effects.
Okay.
We brought a definition of personal effects which is more inclusive. We've done away with the value limits on the jewelry that could come or be brought into the country by a lady passenger or a gent passenger. For example, if you are aware, there was a value cap along with a weight cap. So we've done away with the value cap. Now it's a flat weight cap of 20 grams and 40 grams which can be brought in. We've eased the transfer of residence rules. We've eased rules relating to temporary import of professional equipments which I don't have to clear into India on payment of duty or suffer a detention, a simple certificate, and when I'm taking it back, that certificate suffices for that purpose. So all these measures are largely designed for ease of doing business, for ease of living, and also for doing away with a lot of I would say
inconvenience, I guess.
Inconvenience that was caused at the airports.
And Mr. Agarwal, if you could tell us about how these direct tax proposals will lead to reduction in litigation. You mentioned how the punitive element has been reduced from no prison to or limited time to mostly fines. But what about the other provisions, other issues where litigation does arise under the present circumstances?
Yeah, so in the change provisions, what we have proposed is that once a notice is issued for assessment, even at that stage, post issuance of the notice, where prima facie issue has been crystallized, the taxpayer has been actually notified about the discrepancies in his case. Thereafter, if the person wants to come forward and disclose with some additional tax, the person can actually go forward and do it. Till now, that provision, that facility was not there. So with that window, maybe people would come forward and they would disclose and close the litigation. That is one. The second is, even after the person has gone through the assessment process and an order has been passed, after that, if the person wants to actually settle the case, in the sense that doesn't want to further pursue it, and so there, at that point in time also a window is there. The person can pay some additional tax and then close the case. So that way the multiple opportunities are given to the taxpayer to actually ensure that, he doesn't take forward the litigation. So that is one. And the second is, as I mentioned, clubbing the assessment with penalty. That also would help in minimizing the litigation. The third is that with this simplified language, since there would be more clarity, therefore the compliance would also increase. So that would also help in reducing the litigation.
So this is for individuals, and what about corporates?
This is for all.
All. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. And in terms of the kind of things that have been done with TCS, what has been in the mind of the government in proposing such a change, again slashing tax rates to a huge extent, and even giving tax holidays to the companies who can come in the cloud business or set up data centers?
Yeah. So these are two separate components. Insofar as TCS on remittances, when we talk about that, for example, remittances for the purposes of education or
package tours,
education or medicine, that is one for medical purposes. So that has been reduced, and for others also that threshold also has been taken care of. Essentially the idea is that TCS in such cases is more for tracking purposes, tracking the transactions.
Okay.
And once you reduce the rate of the TDS, it's more liquidity in the hands of the person concerned. So if there is an education element involved or a medical element involved, then it is required that the person has more liquidity with him because of the purpose for which the remittance is being made. And simultaneously with the TCS you can track the remittance and also ensure that the compliance is there. For overseas travel, there was a request from the Indian travel agents also, but that because of the online facilities, there was some sort of a arbitrage in the sense that since the TCS was being levied on the Indian overseas tour operators, and it was not for the outside ones, so therefore that was a arbitrage. So that has also been minimized. And so far as the cloud service providers are concerned, or data centers, cloud service providers, toll manufacturers, contract manufacturers, there the emphasis was that we need to promote this industry, because how do you actually encourage data centers coming up in the country? And this is one way in which we have brought tax certainty, and tax certainty for till to 2047. So there's a huge period for which this tax certainty has been provided, because the concern was that if they provide the services, then the permanent establishment, the concept of permanent establishment would trigger in, and the global income of those entities may also be subject to tax. So that clarity has been provided that the global income would not be subject to tax, and it's only the service providers, the Indian data centers in India who are Indian residents or basically who either provide service to the non-resident or to the related parties, they would be taxed only for the India income, and so far as the cloud services income is concerned, that would not be taxed.
Okay.
So that is one. The second is toll manufacturer, so where the person provides capital equipment for the purposes of manufacturing. There also some sort of a safe harbor is provided and tax certainty is there. Third component is about warehousing. So just in time provision of equipments or components for the purposes of manufacturing certain electronic devices. So there also it was being done on offshore. The title was being passed, and people were finding it difficult to actually navigate and to optimize the efficiencies. So to bring in more efficiency, this provision has been brought. So with these three provisions, we feel that it will give a substantial boost to the industry. Apart from that, substantial relaxation has also been given in the context of ITES services, wherein safe harbor provisions have been expanded. So from a turnover of 300 crores to 2,000 crores. So the huge expansion has been done and certainty has been provided. And we feel that with this, the industry in this vertical would actually get a good boost.
Mr. Chaturvedi, you mentioned how the nuclear energy sector is getting a lot of break in terms of indirect taxes to promote diversification of India's energy sources and make it more sustainable as well. But the component of sustainable future for us is also a huge component is the auto industry. There was a provision related to batteries in the tax in the proposal, the budget proposals. But is there more there as far as India's sustainability goals are concerned in terms of not just the auto industry but other allied areas as well?
Well, most of the proposals, of course, are now on the table. So, and we did have a lot of consideration to all the proposals that did come during the pre-budget and the budget process. Auto industry specifically, of course, we haven't really tinkered with anything right now. But there are other sectors as well which have been the focus of this budget. The marine sector, the textile, the leather, nuclear energy, of course, I mentioned. And
because in previous budgets there have been concessions for solar parks and setting up.
Yeah, so for example, we have something for the solar power. Sodium antimonite has been given a customs duty exemption. That is a component that is one in terms of value, it's about 26% of the solar glass component which goes into the manufacture of solar panels for energy. So as I said earlier, it's a very balanced, very calibrated approach. It's not a whole hog, but it's sufficiently adequate to look at the current needs of the industry, both in terms of protection as well as resilience.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Agarwal, as well, Mr. Chaturvedi, to talk about the whole gamut of taxes that each taxpayer, not only taxpayer, the entire country is concerned about, because it does cater to a lot of not just interest but also core issues as far as managing not just households or businesses is concerned, but even the government's revenues. Now, let's move on and talk about how infrastructure has also taken center stage in the budget, with the government doubling down on public investment to drive growth. The FM has proposed a sharp increase in capital expenditure, reinforcing the push for infrastructure-led development, green mobility and regional economic expansion.
Infrastructure remained king in the union budget as the finance minister raised the government's bet on public spending. Capital expenditure has been proposed at 12.2 lakh crore rupees for the financial year 2026 and 27, which is up from 11.2 lakh crore rupees in the current fiscal, underscoring the continued focus on growth through infrastructure.
Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, the budget proposes new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. It also plans to operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years.
Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra.
Tier 2, Tier 3 cities have been identified as new growth engines. City economic regions will be mapped by growth drivers. 5,000 crore rupees per CER over 5 years has been proposed. Infrastructure Risk Guarantee Fund will boost private investments. REITs and CPSE assets will accelerate asset monetization. Indigenous seaplane manufacturing will get incentives. Seaplane VGF scheme will support connectivity and tourism. 20,000 crore rupees outlay has been put for CCUS over the next 5 years. For sustainable passenger mobility, the finance minister also announced plans to develop high 7-speed rail corridors between cities, positioning them as new growth connectors.
In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri.
With higher capital spending, a green transport push, and a sharper focus on cities beyond the metros, Budget 2026 signals continuity in infrastructure-led growth aimed at boosting competitiveness, sustainability, and long-term economic momentum. Bureau Report, DD India.
And moving away slightly from the budget, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Indian Coast Guard in New Delhi. Speaking at the event, the Defence Minister lauded the humanitarian record of the organisation. He also highlighted the prompt response and operational readiness of Indian Coast Guard in case of maritime accidents and natural disasters.
इंडियन कोस्ट गार्ड का ह्यूमैनिटेरियन रिकॉर्ड वास्तव में बेहद सराहनीय है। अपनी स्थापना से लेकर अब तक समुद्र में 11,800 से ज़्यादा लोगों की आपने जिंदगी बचाई है। आपके करेज, स्किल और सेंस ऑफ ड्यूटी का यह सीधा सीधा अपने में एक प्रमाण है। चाहे साइक्लोन हो, चाहे समुद्री दुर्घटनाएं हों या ऑपरेशन सागर बंधु जैसे रीजनल ह्यूमैनिटेरियन मिशन, आपने हर बार प्रॉम्प्ट रिस्पांस, कंपैशन और प्रोफेशनल अप्रोच का परिचय दिया है।
Now let's get to some sports news as well. World number 1 Carlos Alcaraz swept past Novak Djokovic to win his first Australian Open and become the youngest male at the age of 22 to complete a career Grand Slam. His win denied the Serbian great an unprecedented 25th major title. The Spaniard was imperious after a slow start in dismissing the 38-year-old 2-6, 6-2, 6-3 and 7-5 in Melbourne to claim a 7th Grand Slam title and cement himself as undisputed world number 1. Alcaraz surpassed legendary Rafael Nadal, who was at Rod Laver Arena to witness the game. Nadal was 24 when he completed the career Grand Slam. Alcaraz added to his 2 titles each from Wimbledon, the French Open and the US Open. And that's all we have for this edition of DD India News Hour and a special edition on the budget, but let us know your thoughts on the news of the day. And for those on the go, you can get all the latest news and updates from India and across the world on DD India's mobile app. It's available on both Android and iOS. Just scan the QR code on the screen to download the app right away. And we'll be back with more news as it breaks here on DD India. I'm Gautam Roy, and from all of us here in Delhi, thanks for watching DD India News Hour Special.
Welcome to Jharkhand, the land of forests.
Always welcoming. The vibe of Punjab is larger than life.
Today, we try to answer a key question. Is there a cleaner, affordable and eco-friendly way to travel?
Air quality has deteriorated significantly over the past 10 years. The reason? The increase in road traffic.
The train is powered by green hydrogen, a renewable fuel that promises to reduce climate-damaging CO2 emissions, so that green hydrogen becomes a real alternative to fossil fuels. Both countries have a joint green hydrogen roadmap to increase production and reduce the reliance on fossil fuels.
I think there should be a lot more built-out pavements with green space in it. This road is extremely long and is lovely for walking and cycling, but there's nowhere to sit.
Welcome to Jaipur.
The land of forests, nature's hidden jewel. Jharkhand is a traveler's paradise.
Welcome to Delhi.
Live from New Delhi, you're watching DD India Live, India's voice to the world. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran, coming up in the next 30 minutes. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the budget, says it lays an ambitious roadmap for accelerating the Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat campaigns. The budget focuses on three duties of sustainable economic growth, capacity building, and Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The Defence Ministry gets highest ever outlay of 7.85 lakh crore rupees, 15% more than the budgetary estimates of FY 25-26. And in tennis, world number one Carlos Alcaraz beats Novak Djokovic to win the Australian Open, becomes the youngest player to complete a career Grand Slam. First up, all the budget news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the budget. He said that it embodies the vision of trust-based governance.
ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है।
He called it a youth power budget, saying that it embodies the thinking, dreams, resolve and dynamism of the youth.
यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे।
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the budget is the first one in the second quarter of the century, leading towards the vision of India becoming a developed nation by 2047. Addressing a post-budget press conference in New Delhi, the minister said that the budget is aimed at Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. She said that in this year's budget, health has been given equal importance with special emphasis on mental health. The minister said that the budget pushes the Indian economy to maintain its growth momentum with an emphasis on continuing structural reforms.
We are laying the path and giving a push to the economy to maintain the growth momentum. And for that growth momentum or sustained economic growth, which we want to ensure, primarily we are looking at building the ecosystem with structural reforms which will go on. Reforms have been carried out. We are continuing to do the reform activities, so it will continue with an aim to make sure that we create enough environment for improving productivity and making sure employment is generated.
In the budget, the post-Operation Sindoor defence services of the country have received an unprecedented allocation of 7.85 lakh crore rupees for the financial year 26-27. This is a major boost to the country's armed forces. The allocation, equivalent to 2% of the estimated GDP, marks a 15.19% jump over last year's budget estimates and makes defence the single largest spending ministry, accounting for 14.67% of total central government expenditure. Beyond routine modernisation and operational needs, the enhanced outlay also factors in emergency procurement of arms and ammunition undertaken after Operation Sindoor across both capital and revenue heads. A major thrust is visible in capital spending, which has been raised to 2.19 lakh crore rupees, up sharply from 1.8 lakh crore rupees last year, underscoring the government's push to upgrade military capabilities and defence preparedness. The budget reiterates a strategic commitment to building a future-ready, self-reliant military with a clear emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat and transforming India's armed forces to global benchmarks. And Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that the budget will help in further strengthening India's defence capabilities. A record 7.85 lakh crore rupees were allocated towards the defence sector.
रक्षा क्षेत्र के लिए 7.85 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। मैं इसके लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की ऐतिहासिक सफलता के बाद आए इस बजट ने देश की रक्षा व्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाने के हमारे संकल्प को सुदृढ़ किया है। यह आवंटन पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 15% से भी अधिक है, यानी इस बार भी केंद्रीय बजट का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा रक्षा मंत्रालय को मिला है।
Railway and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav hailed the budget, saying that it lays a clear roadmap for a Viksit Bharat. He expressed happiness over the announcement of developing 7 high-speed rail corridors across the country in the budget.
7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स आज बजट में अनाउंस हुए। अहमदाबाद और मुंबई का हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर की जो प्रोग्रेस है, सारी दुनिया आज उसको नोटिस कर रही, इतनी तेजी से काम चल रहा है और जिस क्वालिटी का काम चल रहा है, उसके बाद में आज ये जो 7 नए हाई स्पीड कॉरिडोर्स अनाउंस हुए हैं, उससे देश में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सेक्टर पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म हो जाएगा, चेंज हो जाएगा।
Minister Vaishnav said that the government has proposed to provide support to the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies of Mumbai in setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges.
IICT, Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, जो IIT, IIM, एम्स की तर्ज पे बन रही है, उसको स्थापित किया पहला कैंपस मुंबई में। तो अब IICT को जोड़ा जाएगा 15,000 हाई स्कूल्स के साथ और 500 कॉलेजेस के साथ, मेटी में, IT में और GCC में और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में मिला के करीब 1 करोड़ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट है। आज के अनाउंसमेंट से 1 करोड़ का एम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली बढ़ेगा, सब्सटैंशियली बढ़ेगा।
The budget has placed a renewed focus on strengthening India's healthcare ecosystem. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman unveiled Biopharma Shakti, a 10,000 crore rupee strategy aimed at strengthening India's biological ecosystem and positioning the country as a global biopharmaceutical manufacturing hub. The government has also reduced the cost of medicines for 17 types of cancer and 7 rare diseases. Take a look at the next report.
In the Union Budget 2026-27, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman placed healthcare and biopharma manufacturing high on the government's priority list. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, government has proposed Biopharma Shakti with a proposed outlay of 10,000 crore rupees over the next 5 years. It will upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar.
To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites.
The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research and upgrading 7 existing ones. The mission will also create a network of 1,000 accredited clinical trial sites which are essential for testing before taking these medicines to the market. The Finance Minister announced a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for veterinary colleges, hospitals and diagnostic laboratories. Ayurveda and yoga also received a major push in the Union Budget as global interest in traditional wellness systems continues to grow. Finance Minister announced plans to train 1.5 lakh caregivers for wellness and yoga services. The government also proposed setting up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda to strengthen education and research in the field. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman outlined an ambitious plan to position India as a global hub for medical value tourism. She announced the government's support for setting up 5 regional medical tourism hubs. The scheme aims to help states build large-scale integrated healthcare destinations that attract international patients while also strengthening domestic healthcare infrastructure. Apart from this, existing institutions that train allied health professionals will be upgraded and new allied health professional institutions will be established in both the public and private sectors. Taxes on 17 cancer drugs and medicines for 7 rare diseases would be exempt, making them cheaper. Finance Minister announced a major institutional expansion aimed at addressing long-standing gaps in India's mental healthcare infrastructure. Bureau Report, DD India.
The budget has also placed a strong spotlight on education, skills and innovation, outlining a wide-ranging roadmap to prepare India's youth for future growth. From university townships and research infrastructure to healthcare expansion and skill-to-employment linkages, the government has unveiled a series of initiatives aimed at building a knowledge-driven and globally competitive India.
This year's budget prioritizes education and skills for India's future growth. While presenting the budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said government will set up 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial logistics centers, clustering STEM institutions with improved housing and research infrastructure. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences, 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The move is aimed at promoting research in astrophysics and astronomy. The budget also proposes establishing at least one girls' hostel in every district. The minister also announced to set up content labs in 15,000 secondary schools. The government also proposed forming a high-level committee for education to employment and entrepreneurship that can recommend measures focused on the services sector as a key driver for a developed India.
I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047.
The minister also proposed setting up one National Institute of Design. Finance Minister also revealed plans to establish 3 new Ayurveda institutes and 3 new aims in the Union Budget 2026-27. The centre has also proposed to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalised Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%, from creator labs to university townships. The Budget 2026-27 signals a bold push to link education, innovation and enterprise, shaping India's journey towards a knowledge-driven economy. Bureau Report, DD India.
And still to come on DD India Live. The second round of talks among Russian, Ukrainian and US officials on Wednesday. And Indian shuttler Devika Sehag wins her maiden BWF Super 300 crown.
One of India's newest states. One of India's oldest lands. Jharkhand is a hidden
Take a front seat to witness the grandeur
Welcome back. You're watching DD India Live. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended the Golden Jubilee celebrations of the Indian Coast Guard in New Delhi. Speaking at the event, the minister lauded the humanitarian record of the organisation. He highlighted the prompt response and operational readiness of the Indian Coast Guard in case of maritime accidents and natural disasters.
Indian Coast Guard का humanitarian record वास्तव में बेहद सराहनीय है। अपनी स्थापना से लेकर अब तक समुद्र में 11,800 से ज़्यादा लोगों की आपने ज़िंदगी बचाई है। आपके करेज, स्किल और सेंस ऑफ ड्यूटी का यह सीधा अपने में एक प्रमाण है। चाहे साइक्लोन हो, चाहे समुद्री दुर्घटनाएं हों या ऑपरेशन सागर बंधु जैसे रीजनल ह्यूमैनिटेरियन मिशन, आपने हर बार प्रॉम्प्ट रिस्पांस, कंपैशन और प्रोफेशनल अप्रोच का परिचय दिया है।
President Volodymyr Zelensky said a second round of talks among Russian, Ukrainian and US officials on a US drafted plan to end the war will begin on Wednesday instead of Sunday. President Zelensky did not give a reason for the delay. But the announcement comes a day after one of Russian President Vladimir Putin's top envoys held surprise talks with US officials in the US state of Florida without Ukraine. Neither the Kremlin nor the US have confirmed the new dates. This was after Russian attacks on Ukraine overnight and early Sunday killed at least 2 people and wounded 7 others.
We are in constant communication with the American side and are expecting specific details from them regarding further meetings. Ukraine is ready to work in all working formats. It is important that there are results and that the meetings take place. We are counting on meetings next week and are preparing for them.
Russia's Deputy Security Council Chairperson Dmitry Medvedev said Russia expects to achieve military victory in the war in Ukraine soon, but stressed that preventing future conflicts would be the greater challenge. Speaking on the ongoing conflict, Medvedev said he hoped the conflict would end as quickly as possible. However, he emphasized that a lasting outcome must focus on avoiding renewed hostilities.
It is absolutely obvious that the fact of a military victory is very important, and it can already be seen in a number of indicators. You know this well, having come from the front line, you feel it yourself. But it is no less important to think about what comes next. After all, the purpose of victory is to prevent new conflicts. It is obvious the objectives of the special military operation were set out from the start by President Vladimir Putin. They have remained largely unchanged since then. There are some nuances, but overall they are the same. So I would like this to happen as soon as possible.
Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has warned of a regional war if the US attacked it, following heavy American military deployments in the Gulf. Khamenei said that recent anti-government protests were akin to a coup. This comes a day after a top Iranian security official, Ali Larijani, said that work on a framework for negotiations with Washington, D.C. is progressing. In a major push to sports, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced the launch of a Khelo India mission to focus on systemic development of training centers and coaches over the next decade. The minister said that the country has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality and affordable sports goods. The initiative is expected to boost sports equipment manufacturing in the country and reduce the financial burden on athletes.
India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high-quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research, and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences.
In some more sports news, world number 1 Carlos Alcaraz swept past Novak Djokovic to win his first Australian Open and become the youngest man at the age of 22 to complete a career Grand Slam. His win denied the Serbian great an unprecedented 25th major title. The Spaniard was imperious after a slow start in dismissing the 38-year-old 2-6, 6-2, 6-3, 7-5 in Melbourne to claim a 7th Grand Slam title and cement himself as the undisputed world number 1. Alcaraz surpassed legendary Rafael Nadal, who was at Rod Laver Arena to witness it. Nadal was 24 when he completed a career Grand Slam. Alcaraz added to his 2 titles, each from Wimbledon, the French Open and the US Open. Young Indian shuttler Devika Sihak clinched her maiden BWF Super 300 crown after Malaysia's Goh Jin Wei retired midway at the Thailand Masters final in Bangkok. The 20-year-old was leading 21-8, 6-3 when Goh, a 2-time world junior champion, pulled out because of a hamstring injury, handing the Indian the biggest title of her career. Devika's rise has been steady. She claimed her maiden international title at the Malaysia International in August 2025 and later contributed to India's mixed team bronze at the 2025 World University Games. Last season, she finished runner-up at the Indonesia Masters Super 100 tournament and reached 4 finals in 2024, winning the Swedish Open and the Portugal International. Spinners Ayush Mahatre and Khilan Patel starred with ball as India defeated Pakistan by 58 runs in the Under-19 World Cup match in Bulawayo to book a semi-final berth. Both the bowlers took 3 wickets apiece to bowl Pakistan out for 194 and secure a commanding 58-run win. Pakistan struggled throughout the innings, failing to maintain the required pace for a semi-final spot and eventually collapsed under pressure. Earlier, Vedant Trivedi anchored India's innings with a determined 68 runs as they reached 252 runs on a challenging pitch. India will face Afghanistan in the second semi-final in Harare on Wednesday. The Indian Navy organized the second edition of the Indian Navy Half Marathon in New Delhi on Sunday. Held under the tagline of Run with the Navy, the event saw more than 13,000 participants across multiple race categories. Flagged off by Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia, the marathon witnessed international participation from 24 countries.
Union Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia and Indian Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi flagged off the second edition of the Indian Navy Half Marathon 2026 at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Delhi on Sunday. The event was also attended by veteran badminton player Saina Nehwal and former Indian hockey goalkeeper P.R. Surjesh. Around 13,500 runners took part in the event, competing in 3 categories: 21.1 kilometers, 10 kilometers and 5 kilometers, making it open to runners of all age groups and fitness levels.
Indian Navy ने आज हाफ मैराथन की सेकंड एडिशन का आयोजन करा। इंडियन नेवी देश की तटों की रक्षा तो करते हैं, लेकिन उसके साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी के फिट इंडिया मूवमेंट को भी बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी कार्यक्रम करते हैं।
भारतीय नौसेना में हम लोग की पूरी कोशिश रहती है कि किस तरह से हमारे जो ऑफिसर्स हैं, जवान हैं, हमारे डिफेंस सिविलियंस हैं, उनको किस तरह से नॉट ओनली फिजिकल फिटनेस बट ऑल्सो द मेंटल एस्पेक्ट्स एंड स्पिरिचुअल फिटनेस, ये तीनों बातों पे हम ध्यान दे रहे हैं। और ये देख के बहुत खुशी हो रही थी कि हर उम्र के जो हमारे सिटीजन्स हैं उन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया। द ओल्डेस्ट रनर आई एम टोल्ड वाज 87 years plus, and I also saw some toddlers in arms, some young kids who were running and running with Josh.
Former Indian hockey player and 2-time Olympic bronze medalist P.R. Surjesh said that India is moving in the right direction on fitness, with the government taking several initiatives, and described the Indian Navy Half Marathon as a commendable effort.
India is getting into the right track in terms of fitness, and secondly, the government, they are taking a lot of initiative to keep everyone on their toes to make sure that the generation is coming up with more fit and healthier way. It's a great initiative, and this half marathon is also a great initiative because it's happening all over in our country, and I think the participation is also increased a lot. So I think it's a great initiative from the Navy side as well.
The race route passed through iconic landmarks including India Gate, Kartavya Path, offering participants a memorable running experience. A special run and walk was organized for veterans and senior citizens. The event also saw strong international participation, with 88 runners from 24 countries, reflecting the global appeal of the Indian Navy Half Marathon. Narayan Sukh's report for DD India.
All right, time for a very short break. Keep watching DD India.
Goa,
a wild paradise like none other. My work as a filmmaker has taken me across the world to some of the most hostile and incredible places on our planet. But Goa, where I grew up, and the place I call home, will always be one of my favorite places on earth. I'm taking you on a journey across the state to explore the wildlife, heritage, food, and adventure sport here. This is going to be a journey like none other. Over a third of Goa.
Welcome back. You're watching DD India. I'm Ramesh Ramachandran. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is interacting with more than 30 college students from across the country after the presentation of the Budget 2026-27. The students, who also witnessed the budget live from the Lok Sabha gallery, are taking part in an open discussion on the budget's key priorities, its vision for India's future, and its impact on youth. The interaction aims to enhance students' understanding of finance, governance, and the democratic process. As if you're just joining us, we are standing by for a special broadcast featuring Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
I think this is the first time possibly in post-independent India. On the day of the budget, the Honorable Finance Minister herself makes it a point to actually interact with young people and build on the youth dialogues that the Honorable Prime Minister had earlier this year. The format of this would be, I'll set the context for all of you, and then you've all been here yesterday, you've watched ma'am present the budget in Parliament today, you've seen the entire Parliament, and it's very exciting and enthusiastic day for you. Ma'am has had a long day, and I'm so thankful that you could make the time to actually be with young people. That means a lot. It also indicates two very powerful concepts. In the budget speech, the Honorable Minister said that this is a Yuva Shakti and a budget. And this is a sort of a proof of the pudding for all of us. And the second is the government's commitment to make governance as a partnership state, and Jan Bhagidari being the mandate that the Honorable Prime Minister has given all of us. This is also a true reflection where citizens and the future builders of Vikasit Bharat can engage with the Honorable Minister herself. So for all of you, those of you, I know many of you are policy students, some of you come from economics background. Ma'am herself is from the economics background. And it's an opportunity of a lifetime for you to engage and ask her questions. And with Madam's permission, they also would like to know a few things about what does it mean to be a woman leader in the country and stuff like that, ma'am. So and when you were a student, so they have a lot of things to ask of you. Now, budget preparation is a long process. We only see here on the presentation at Parliament on the day of the budget, but there's so much that happens. I would like you, madam, to explain to these young people what the process is, how many people work with you to make this happen. Now, all of us appreciate the budget, the enormity of it, the complexity of it, but we just see you presenting. In 90 minutes is all that we see, but there's so much of hard work that goes on, and for the youth of India, they need to understand what makes it happen, that today happened so smoothly.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. You're all the future leaders this country is looking, and the budget and the activity that we do is only paving the way for you all. So interaction with the youth is always something which every leader looks forward to, I believe. But I'm in particular interested because I've always had this opportunity to relate and talk to you youngsters, because I used to be a part of a school, an experimental school, and therefore it's been happy augury for me to be in touch with youngsters. And now this time my team thought of doing something out of the ordinary, saying you go after presenting the budget to each one of the studios or each one of the newspapers and give them interviews and do things like that. Why don't you do something different this time? And therefore they thought that they'll get in touch with universities and come with a group of students with whom you can do this interaction. And that's how this has worked out, and it's so nice. I hope you had a good stay last evening and you were taken care of. And I'll certainly like to know from you, how was the experience of sitting in the parliament and listening to a budget. I must say my own experience when I was a college student, when I had come to Delhi, I didn't watch a budget session, but I did attend the parliament. It was awe-inspiring, my God. Those days, those leaders, whoever they were, whichever party they belong to, but it makes you feel, wow, look at them sitting, oh, that is that person. I went back home, you know, saying, literally my parents asked me, who did you see in Delhi? What's your face like? It was all like in my eyes. God, could I see them sitting there in the house and perform? And at that time, I wouldn't have had an imagination or a dream or even a remote thought that I'll be blessed enough to be here, sitting in the same parliament. And that's why I think I want you all to keep that hope alive. Many of you all can be in the parliament. You know, build yourself for that. That's what India wants. We don't want cynical youngsters. We don't want, you know, negative spreading youngsters. You want to see hope, not for anybody else, for yourself. You can come here, you can be here, and you can make a difference to this country. So keep your spirit up. And I'm actually today looking forward to hearing on that score from you all. Tell me what you're looking forward to, what you want this country to be. And I can every now and then tell you what is a country I was born and I was brought up, and to what is this country where I'm living now. Both are Indias. But that India, I wouldn't want any of you all to remember, because you wouldn't have been born then, but that's not the India we want anymore in the future for anybody. We want a better India. We want a, I'm not saying everything which happened in the past is bad, but because of the way in which economies grew after coming out of imperialism, our pace of growth, our type of growth, our type of governance made it delayed. Everything was delayed. See, what happens is, formally it starts sometime in November, late October, when we call different industry groups, different, businesses, specialists or economists who watch the Indian economy. In batches, we call them, and the entire finance ministry's officials sit and listen to what they think should be done next. And in this, then trade unions come, or interest groups come, and they also give their viewpoint. Some particular industries which are hard-pressed because of some situation, they come, emergency, we want you to do it, otherwise we'll be doomed. Even that kind of representation happens. So all this is collected. In this era of social media, we also put it out in public saying, anyone who wants to come to give any opinion, not physically, but through social media, do contact this particular handle and put your ideas across. We collect all that. So everything is looked into. And after that, first cut is made of these things can happen. Then the concerned department is invited to discuss. See, we had some representation from farmers. They want this. Are you okay? Agriculture, Department of Agriculture, will you do this? Then somebody else comes with textile sector problem for weavers. We sit with the concerned ministry to say, hey, textiles, do you want to do this? Sometimes they say, oh yes, brilliant idea. Some other times they will say, this is already a scheme with us. But if it's already a scheme with you, why didn't the people know about it? So like that, dialogue happens with the concerned departments. Not just the departments, I also hold, as finance minister, I hold a meeting with finance ministers of the states. So I sit with them and ask them, tell me what ideas you have. Each one will get only 5 minutes to talk, because all the 30 will have to speak union territories. And so other than what they speak, they submit a memorandum and go, please do this. From that also we take ideas, because they are relevant to states' own request and requirement. So all these are put together. Then we sit and cost it, saying how much will it mean to Government of India? This year, next year, 5 years. And after that is when we think an idea is workable. Because when you say an idea is workable, somebody should take the responsibility to implement it. And also correct course if something is going wrong. And also come back to say money is fully utilized. It has reached the last person who needs to be approached. And then independently, of course, the CAG and others will audit and account and everything else.
So this whole process goes through this. Afterwards, a first draft is made. And that first draft with which we call the ministries again to say, this is the shape and contour this particular scheme is taking up. Are you sure you will implement it? Then when everything is finally decided is when I start writing my speech. The speech writing goes through about 3-4 iterations, meaning एक बार पढ़ लिया मगर उसमें बहुत सारे correction. दूसरे बार पढ़ लिया that language is not legal. You know, I say something about you will be given tax exemption and somebody else takes me to court, hey, finance minister said you will give tax exemption, क्यों नहीं दे रही हो? The language should be appropriate. So it is vetted for that. Then finally again, the language is vetted because nobody wants to hear a finance minister 3 hours. I've done that also, 2.5 hours, and people hated me for it. Said, what the hell? We want to hear the budget all right, but not this long. So it has to be crisp. It has to say so many things, but it has to be within the time limit. So that's how much of preparation happens.
One question which I would like to begin with, and then we can go to the students now. This is your 9th consecutive budget. I think this is the first time in India any finance minister has presented 9 consecutive budgets. You've had an opportunity to incrementally build on the original idea of looking at the future, at the same time solving problems of today. In the world of public policy, when we teach our students, we always say the biggest challenge for political leadership is to balance long-termism with short-termism. That's something you have done so well in the last 9 years, and we are seeing you pre-COVID, we are seeing you during COVID, and now post-COVID. Possibly, I don't think any finance minister in the world has had this kind of a demand placed on them. From your perspective and experience, ma'am, how was your understanding of India's economic priorities? Because they changed so rapidly in the last decade, and you have to face all that. And how was your thinking each year influence the subsequent year? And how do we, as these young people here, because you're talking of Vikasit Bharat 2047, you're actually preparing them for it. At the same time, you have to solve people's problems today. How do you balance all this? And how do you actually ensure that no stakeholder feels left out?
It's a very difficult task. I wouldn't say I managed to do it. I don't think I'm sure every year if I have achieved it, but I try to. Balancing is a very difficult thing. On the one hand, you want to ensure that the minimum support system that the government has to provide for those who are in desperate need is met. But yet, not all money can just go for that. You need to build the country physically. You need the infrastructure, you need the village roads, you need the hospitals, you also need good schools and so on. And above all, the country's defense cannot be compromised with. So Operation Sindoor actually told you what kind of money spent in the last 10 years has come of help. And I know when I was in defense, bulletproof jackets were not available for our soldiers. They would have a gun in their hand, but they didn't have the bullet which goes into it. The gun se kuch nahi hota, firepower hona hai. So in that sense, you're looking at priorities. You want your nation to be secure. At the same time, you want the farmers to produce enough. And even if they produce, who's going to buy it from them? And if they are bought, they should be bought at a reasonable price. Equally, that price may not be suitable for the market because consumers might say it's too expensive. We'll have to ensure that some kind of a subsidy is provided. So there are conflicting demands. Managing the conflicting demand is the problem which every finance minister faces. You cannot tax every time you want additional resource, but you need money. So these are the kind of things which come every year. But we had a special, unique and once in a century problem of COVID. We had given a promise. Prime Minister was very clear, I don't want 1 rupee tax put on the citizens. But we needed to get vaccine, whether produced in India or imported, but we didn't import, produced in India. And that has to be distributed to all citizens. Life was to be saved. We can't ask a citizen saying, 500 rupiya de do ek injection ke liye. So it was offered muft. Where do I get the money from? So there were times during these last 5-6 years when we had to, without fear or without any hesitation, borrow money and
perform. But once we recovered from it and there was a very clear sign of, growth happening, we had to repay the money to get out of debt situation sooner so that our citizens are not burdened. Debt for a government is intergenerational, meaning I borrow today, but I'm not here to pay back. Who pays back? Whatever government, whenever they come. And what is government? After all, it's citizens' money that they take and pay. So today, what your parents get from the government is paid by the grandchildren. That's no good. You need to make sure the economy functions on its own revenue. So these are conflicting, interests with which one has to work. So balancing is important. So my priority, therefore, if growth happens, if good growth happens, the fruits of growth will reach all citizens. And if it reaches all citizens, they have the money to buy, they have the money to spend, and therefore somewhere the revenue will be generated. But if growth doesn't happen and we are stagnating, opportunities for people are not given, so they will be sitting with nothing in their hand. They can't create any demand for me. They can't go to the market, buy a thing, or because they buy the thing, there cannot be somebody who's producing it. And because somebody is not producing, nobody gets a job. It's a cyclical problem. And that is why growth is the primary priority. Sustain it at that level. World's fastest growing economy. We need to be at that level of 7%, 8% growth. So everything that I do will have to be for sustaining that growth. Spend it in the right direction. Make infrastructure, the people who are living near it will benefit. Cement industries will benefit. Steel industries will benefit. Those who work in those companies will benefit. So it's a cycle of measures which promote the economy. So growth, and growth is my priority because that can create jobs, that can bring more people into workforce, and because of that, more productivity can happen. But of course, we are living in a technology-driven world. We need to bring technology. Every one of you all, be it an IT specialist, be it an engineer or not, technology helps each one of us. I need to bring technology to every school, every college. Today we've announced, even for content creators who do animation, for instance. We've said 1,500 schools will have content labs, content creating labs. Similarly, 500 colleges will have them. That will be provided in this budget. So we have to go on bringing in technology into our lives, just so it doesn't eat away our jobs, but we should be removing monotony from our work using technology, and so on, many other things.
If you can just raise your hand, I can just call one of you. Yeah, Rashmi, if you would like to start off.
Some mics, they're there at the desk.
Good evening, ma'am. It's an honor to be here.
If you're okay, you can sit and talk.
I would like to start.
Okay.
It was an immense pleasure to be invited here and also be in the parliament and view the budget live. We would like to understand from you is, as a woman finance minister of the country, you have been in the front row seeing the struggles that women face in labor and workforce. Despite sustained economic growth in our country, women's participation in labor force has been a bit low, specifically in industry and service sector. So what is your opinion on that as a woman as well as the finance minister of our country?
Women coming into workforce is something which will have to be encouraged. There's no doubt. But of course, I cannot say every woman should come out and work. It's up to them individually. But if I want them, those who choose to want to come, I should create an environment which is conducive for them to come and take work, for which the labor laws will have to be favorable, the employer should have an open-mindedness, inter-workforce relationships should be conducive, and so on. So there are so many human elements into how this environment can be built up. The 3 labor codes have been brought in. States have also adopted that labor code, many of them, and it provides for security and safety of women workers, particularly if you've given extended work hours
and they have to return home or come to work in late hours. Necessary safety and precautionary measures should be there, for which we bring in certain laws through which we encourage. Other than that, employers nowadays understand the value addition that women workforce bring in, because they see efficiencies. I'm not saying men are inefficient, but the drive in women and the precision that they bring in with their fingers, people are realizing it, and therefore you find semi-skilled workers, more women are coming in. And of course my grievance is in the boardrooms there are not very many women. We need them to come into higher positions also, so that they can influence decision making and be exemplars, so that others can also come to such position. So more work has got to be done. I'm proud of one thing, that much before, as soon as we came into power, Prime Minister Modi decided that he's going to extend this maternity related facility which is given. It was about 4 weeks or something. It's been now raised to 6 full months. So there are several other measures also. I don't want to elaborate every achievement of the government, but one thing is beyond government. No government can do anything in it. And that is the attitude of us, each one of them, each one of us. Sometimes inadvertently, even if we want to be at par with the value systems of people around us, sometimes we let go some prejudices which are lying hidden in us. Not that we cherish or nourish it, but hai andar, aa jata hai baat mein. Are ye kya kapda pehnaye ho? Ye kya kar rahe ho? Looking at women as somebody who can receive ideas. I can tell them, hey, aise nahi karna chahiye. We as women will never look at a guy, hey, nahi, aise nahi karna chahiye. We won't do. It's just, I don't think the person intends to be nasty, but sometimes hidden prejudices come out. I'll take my own example and tell you this. Every year it becomes a strain on me, because what are you going to wear on budget day? I dare ask this. Would they have ever asked a male finance minister, Saab, kal budget ke samay kya pehen rahe ho? They won't ask it of a man, but no, even this is a subject of budget. Arey, sari kaun sa? Theek hai, when I come in a sari and you like it, you say, hey, lovely sari. But you don't say, what is she going to wear? I mean, what's she going to read? What's she going to tell us? Uska mahatva do na. I don't find it harmful. But interest, when it is woman, it pans across the substance and goes away on directions which are not necessary. So that becomes a stress point for women. I'm out of it now. I will wear what I want to wear. That's it, finish. But it becomes a subject of discussion beyond the work limitations, the contour you can draw for your job. On that, how you'll treat a man, treat me also. But that means it is important that we draw equality in true sense. You can't have demands for privileges. Mahila hai ki nahi chalega, kaam mein dikhao.
And in fact, the media has already analyzed what you wore today, what you wore last year, what you wore 2 years ago. And they sort of connect so many stories to all of them.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Abhilash. I am from Odisha, and currently I am pursuing MBA at IIM Bodh Gaya. Ma'am, you spoke about the orange economy today. So should the youth view it as a mainstream career in the future, such as IT sector, or primarily it is motivated toward a creator or a startup ecosystem? We as a youth all are here are keen to understand what is the policy intent behind it, ma'am.
It's a fantastic area to aspire to be in. There's so much promise. Entertainment today is not just through films. You're very familiar how gaming and everything else online going, not the moneyed ones, but not where you pay money and bet and all that. Quite a few decades ago in Japan, you must have heard of this also, the Ghibli studio, and also the way in which Ramayana itself was presented It's such a fascination for India. We have a lot of people who can do all that. But where is the opportunity? And also, I'm sure, I have a daughter grown up, so I'm sure, hey, isme kyun ja rahe ho bhai, isme kya hoga? IT padho ya become engineer, you get fantastic jobs. We believe there's no opportunity. Because there's no opportunity otherwise in India. We have to create opportunities, and that's why since the last budget, consistently we are making sure that we bring in policy for it, money for it, everything. And there was one big conference, global conference, Waves, which was held in Mumbai. What interest was there in it? And actually today the television media depends on these kind of inputs. So yes, it's a bright area to go in, and it has so many varieties. Your creativity can be challenged every day. If you have the aptitude, you should go into that.
Rani is from Odia and she would like to ask a question in Odia, ma'am, and I will translate it.
Yeah, sure.
आप ओडिया में पूछ सकते हैं.
शुभ संध्या मैम. मोर नाम राणी रहित सेंचुरियन यूनिवर्सिटी ओडिसा रु आसी आईटीआई छात्र. मैम मु आदिवासी अंचल रु आसी. आम आदिवासी अंचल पिला माने बाहर को जीवा पाए बहुत सुजोग मिलुची, किंतु भाषागत हेतु आमे योग्य स्थान को पहुंची पारुना. ए समस्यार समाधान पाई बजेट रे किछि सुविधा रही कि जद्वारा आमे आत्मविश्वासर सह हिंदी एवं इंग्राजी रे कहबार सक्षम होई पारिबो.
एक्चुअली रानी राय तो बोल रहे हैं, एक्चुअली ट्राइबल एरिया जो है उनका बहुत सारा अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला है बाहर जाने के लिए, इस टाइप का कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करने के लिए, लेकिन उनका प्रॉब्लम है हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश वो वीक है. वो ये नहीं है, उसका एरिया में जो ट्राइबल एरिया है सब कुछ उन लोग ऐसे ही है. तो ये बजट में ऐसे कुछ है क्या जो ये जो गैप बिटवीन इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी फुलफिल करने के लिए ऐसे कुछ बजट पास हुआ क्या, इसमें पॉइंट है क्या, ये पूछ रहे हैं.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल you tell her I'm very proud of her. Frankly ये बात कहना कि मुझे ओडिया आता है मगर हिंदी और इंग्लिश में कमजोर हूँ, मगर क्या कुछ बजट के द्वारा इसका सुलझाने के लिए रास्ता है, यही है ना? मैं ये बात बोल रही हूँ, इस बार या हर बार बजट में ये जो बात बोला जाता है वो बड़े पैमाने पर छोटे छोटे विषय एज इट इज एग्जीक्यूट हो रहे, उसको मैं बजट में क्योंकि 90 मिनट्स में कितने बोलूंगी, मगर इंग्लिश और हिंदी के लिए उड़ीसा जैसे स्टेट में दूर दराज इलाके में बहुत प्रावधान है, आप सीख सकते हैं. दूसरा, आजकल बिकॉज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी आप ऑनलाइन सीख सकते हैं, कोर्सेज बहुत सारे हैं, इंग्लिश भी है हिंदी भी है, उसका प्रावधान दे सकते हैं.
Normally on a budget day, I still remember my own father, he would look for has cement price come down, steel price come down, and that was what was a priority then. So a lot of announcements get made on the budget day. But from your perspective, what should citizens look for over the next year to truly assess whether the budget is succeeding on their behalf or not?
See, budget is not just taxes. Budget has a lot of schemes. Does that make me feel that issues related to my life are being addressed through these schemes? That's one thing you can have a look. Second thing, again, looking at taxes. Is the government being consistent? Last year they increase, this year they bring down, next year they again increase. Or on the same item they go on increasing. And then, is there a larger message? Is it going to help, let's say, one particular section? Poorer sections are going to benefit, or middle class is benefiting. If not, you should highlight it also. So in these, and most of the things are so transparent about the budget nowadays. Earlier, if you're saying, Bala, about cement prices, that was a priority. Because everything was controlled. You can only produce this many bags of cement. While the country would need, let's say, 1,000 bags, they would be told, you produce 10, you produce 2, you produce 8. An artificial scarcity, because everything was controlled. And when it is controlled, even if it is 10, when it goes to the market, there will be such a demand. Whereas now what you're seeing in India,
is all these controls have been taken out. If a producer thinks he's got the capacity to produce 1,000 bags, let him produce. Similarly, for him to get the raw materials, infrastructure is improved. So he's able to get the raw material at affordable cost. He's able to transport it to the place where the market is at affordable cost. So that 400 rupees is not the question. 60 rupees he produces, another 20 rupees for logistics, another 10 rupees for some markup. You will get it well within 100 rupees. Efficiencies of productions works today, whereas control worked then.
Coincidentally, ma'am, only today there's been a recognition that India's growth story is going to move the world's economy. And we have displaced the US from #1 and we have become #1 in that. So it's a nice news to hear on a budget day.
I'm sure many of you all are very active in social media. You would have seen. I'm just quoting this name not because there's a particular reason. Elon Musk takes the IMF data to say, wow, is this true? You know, that kind. I don't remember what exactly he said. Wow, he said, or something else he said. China contributes 26% of growth in GDP, global GDP. India contributes 17%. Together, 43% of global GDP growth comes from these two economies. Did any of you see that tweet? What does that convey? I will say this from my side in the parliament. But India's opposition should also understand that this is the kind of strength that India has acquired now. Next only to China. The gap may be big, 26 and 17. We'll bridge it. But we should have the confidence that together with a big economy, which is just next door, we contribute 43% of global GDP growth. And we are living in that India.
My name is Jyoti Meena. I'm from Alwar district of Rajasthan, and I'm currently pursuing MBA from FMS Delhi. So ma'am, as data is new fuel and AI is new electricity, and today only you have announced high-powered this education to employment and enterprise standing committee, which will also assess the impact of these new emerging technology, including AI. So understanding the impact of AI is equally important, but how government will actually ensure that the benefit of AI will actually reach the grassroots level of the society, especially to the rural and the aspirational district, because as they will be contributing a large chunk to the Viksit Bharat by 2047.
Spot on, right question also. And I'll tell you, we've already had 3 states running a pilot program where, let's say, 4 or 5 districts will be brought together, not physically, but they're all going to be plug and play. One of the districts will have a hub for AI training center. It could be in the local ITI, for which equipments will be enhanced, not the ITI which remains without any investment in it. That hub will specialize in AI usage for that area specialists. Like you come from Rajasthan, if I were to take 1 district or 2 districts which have these kind of activities, handicraft making, jewelry making, or sanganer, print wale, then there is something else happening in metalworks. Suppose 3 or 4 such districts are brought together, and 1 district has the master or the AI experts who come and make programs for, or tools, AI tools derived from AI, which can benefit textile in one or tools in another. This center will be the hub, and in those particular districts which specialize in one product, for instance, AI labs will be set up to improve productivity. That AI lab will not be left only to the trainer. Anybody who comes will be trained there. He can go back to his unit and say, all right, now I see benefit of this. Should I invest and make my unit AI adaptable? Suppose he decides, yes, I want my unit to be AI adaptable. Government of India gives you a scheme to put the money for it so that your unit can become AI adaptable. As a result, he is using AI. He may be from a district, but because of this exposure which is given by this hub and spoke model through district level ITIs, it is taken down to the people. AI will reach the concerned people who want it through government investment. And now we are taking it to the schools and colleges. The standing committee will advise them continuously as to how to improve college education, school education, and bring in AI into it.
We are aiming at 10% of global share in service sector by 2047. But as you know, major part of the service sector is unorganized in India. How are we going to approach this, and how are we going to try to formalize the informal sector?
Good question. Service sector need not just be IT related. Service sector can be hospitality. Service sector can be tourism. Service sector can be catering. Service sector now is across several domains. So for each domain, we'll have to get the inputs from the concerned in the unorganized sector, as it were, and then design policy instruments through which we'll be able to reach them. It's a question of reaching the last mile that Balasubramaniam spoke about. Reach the last people. Once you know what is it that they want, you'll have to tailor policies accordingly. And that has been the subject of study by 3 or 4 departments. And that is why HRD has today come to the service sector, has come to be understood by the ministries concerned, MSME, IT, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. All of them come together to say, we'll have to do something on this.
Good evening, ma'am, first of all. I'm Jashanpreet Singh. I'm from Mohali, Punjab, and currently I'm pursuing economics at Shri Ram College of Commerce. Ma'am, since in today's budget you talked about the creation of rare earth corridors. So I wanted to know that in these corridors, are we going to limit ourselves to the mining and the basic processing, or are we going to climb up the value chain and also making high value components like EV magnets and all of it?
So we were importing these kind of magnets and materials from abroad. We understand the importance of having to fabricate them and ready them. But for that, if the raw material will have to come again from somewhere else, that will be a handicap. So we've gone the whole stretch in the backward linkage. Identify the mineral, explore them, and then extract them, then process them. Then you should make also, the question that you asked, items which are so required, it should be manufactured. And that should be supplied to industries, whether it's a car, whether it's your refrigerator, whether it's a solar panel, whether it is a semiconductor chip, all of them require some or the other such rare earth-based component. The manufacturing of that is also part of the intent of the government.
These are basically from the Gen Z, ma'am, and so they are used to rapid-fire questions.
Yeah, whoever wants it.
A rapid-fire question for you. My name is Isha Haldar. I'm pursuing mathematics at Vishwabhati University, Shantiniketan. And my question to you will be, if you had to describe in one word, like we are the youth. We are, like, I am 19 years old, and as a 19-year-old, what were your inspirations and aspirations? If you had to describe them in one word, then what would it be?
I had to come away from the place where I was living. Of course, you are in a wonderful university. I love it. In fact, you know, when I was young, in my family, it used to be one of the things they said, Shantiniketanla poi padikano. Anybody understands Tamil? You understand, right? It used to be something which my family used to tell us. If at all you have to study, you have to go to Shantiniketan. You know, that kind of a great affection for your university. 19-year-old, my dream was to come to Delhi, study either in Delhi University or in JNU. And my parents were fully supportive of it. I wasn't the first girl to get out of my state to go and study somewhere else. There have been some elders in my family who's done it. One fine day, I just said, right, I'm going. And those days, we didn't have this examination, you know, all India examination. You can write it from wherever you want. No, I had to come to JNU. I had to come to Delhi University and write my entrance. But much before Delhi University, I had, because I was coming from economics background, I could write exam because I was so determined. I have to be in Delhi to study, JNU to study. So I wrote the exam for economics, I wrote the exam for political science, I also wrote the exam for CSRD, Center for Social Sciences Research and Development, essentially geography and geography. And luckily, I had seat in all the three. So as a 19-year-old, I came all the way from my place. It wasn't a direct train from Tiruchi to Erode to take a train which was coming from Kerala all the way, which came to Delhi. And at that time, Delhi was big fascination for me for academics. I can still remember that one day when I left home. My father couldn't come all the way to leave me in Erode. I had to take and change a train there. From Tiruchi to Erode is a broad meter gauge, I think, those days. And then from Erode, it was broad gauge coming to Delhi. That itself was an experience. But I can, if you ask me to draw, and if I had the skill to draw, I'll be able to draw because my mind is full of that picture of waiting in that station, getting into the train with a fear in the mind, saying, what's going to happen? I'm going to Delhi alone. Oh, but not a regret.
And today you announce high-speed corridors.
Corridor, yes.
मेरा नाम सौम्या पटेल है, मैं विश्व भारती शांति निकेतन से और मध्य प्रदेश जबलपुर की रहने वाली हूँ। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि मैं अभी बीए ऑनर्स इन हिंदी से 3rd ईयर में ग्रेजुएशन कर रही हूँ, तो अगर आप मेरी जगह होती तो क्या जो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स है उसमें बजट और फाइनेंस को रखती, क्योंकि यहाँ से आने से पहले मुझे बजट का कोई भी नॉलेज नहीं था, बट जब यहाँ पे आई और देखी तो मैंने देखा कि बजट के अंदर इतनी सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हम यूथ को जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि कल सर ने कहा कि समाज, सरकार और बाजार एक साथ चलना चाहिए, तब बजट भी काम करता है और देश भी काम करता है। तो क्या आप मेरी जगह होती तो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में, लाइक मेरा हिंदी सब्जेक्ट है, तो क्या आप वहाँ पे बजट और फाइनेंस को लेके कुछ करती या फिर रखती?
सो आपका ना ऑलरेडी हिंदी में इतना बढ़िया बोल रही हो, आप अगले बजट आप तैयार कर सकते हो। कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मगर विषय ये बात है कि लैंग्वेज के वजह से हम कोई कुछ कमजोरी मानना नहीं चाहिए। और एजुकेशन के संदर्भ में मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ, अगर आप लैंग्वेज का महत्व समझते हैं, जो भी हिंदी हो, ओडिया हो, बंगाली हो, जो भी हो, एजुकेशन का वैल्यू भी समझ करके उसके अनुसार प्लान भी कर सकते हैं। मैं वो बात में आ रही हूँ कि आप हिंदी में मास्टरी है, मगर लाइफ में लैंग्वेज का इंपॉर्टेंस के द्वारा टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज, सामान्य लोग के लैंग्वेज और क्लास में पढ़ने का लैंग्वेज, इन सब में ही इतने सारे काम कर सकते हैं। टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करो। आज भाषिनी इस पर्टिकुलर प्रोग्राम दैट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रन्स डिजिटल, इसमें मल्टीलिंगुअल कैपेबिलिटी है, उसमें कितने आप कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं। ऐसे you can think in multifarious ways.
I'm also tempted to ask you one word answer, ma'am. What leadership skill or what leadership lesson budget making has taught you? Because you've done this for 9 years now.
Working, teamwork. Wonderful. One word answer.
Excellent.
Hello, ma'am. I am Aditya Anand from IIM Ahmedabad. I am been born and brought up in Bihar, Muzaffarpur. We would like to ask you about question regarding agriculture. Now, most of the agriculture becomes economically feasible because economy of scale come into picture. Normally, farmers have large area of land. In a country like India, where 86% of the land is almost fragmented, how does the government address this scenario where agriculture needs to be made profitable for small farmers?
Most of the measures of the government on agriculture are for small farmers. And that's why you give them cash in hand so that they don't suffer for want of few, seeds purchase or family medicine purchase and so on. But what is more technology driven and which is worth it is you have geospatial technologies helping in mapping the holding of the farmer. Now, small farmers have a problem when their documents are very ambiguously written. They can't go pledge the document in the bank and get some loan, or sometimes because of the ambiguity, it gets into dispute and he spends his entire lifetime fighting in courts to get his land. So the exercise which government is doing is using satellite to help map the contours of the possession of the farmer, small farmer, give him a legitimate document saying, which is approved by the local authority. And with that document today, he becomes empowered enough to use that as a document for, taking a loan from the bank, or using that to build something on his land, or grow something else in his land. And when contractors, genuine ones who come to buy the product from them, they know actually what is the extent this crop is going to be. And again, geospatial, you'll be able to map it, saying how much is the crop density, what will be the yield. So technology today has made small farmers' lives better, but many more small farmers will have to be benefited from this.
Any questions on this side? Yeah, please go.
My name is Amisha Tete. I'm currently pursuing BCom Honours from Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi University, and I'm originally from Jharkhand. And today was one of the busiest days of your life. So we all are very intrigued to know what a normal or a daily day looks like in your life as a finance minister.
Well, it starts early, ends late, but I don't allow it to be late beyond, let's say, 8:30 or 9. But it's, in a way, nice and challenging. It's very gratifying if you've had a day where you have done your job benefiting so many people, or you corrected some wrong in the policy, or you're able to pick up on issues which will be relevant for people and therefore give it a shape, and then, bring a cost value to it, and then go push it to the authorities to clear it department-wise. And also when you hear from people that certain schemes which have benefited them have actually indeed benefited them. Like, for instance, last year we gave income tax exemption up to 12 lakh. I have come across, I didn't go desperately to meet them, but they would say, hey, you, 1 minute. I'm able to now have some money in my hand because I can spend them on my child's education. Or I'm building a floor up because I'm able to pay better EMI. So when you hear such things, you have made a difference to some people's lives.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Ravi Kumar Yadav from Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya. I am from Chhattisgarh. Ma'am, we are moving towards Indian Semiconductor Mission 2.0. Ma'am, do you think India is prepared to address the mission amid global geopolitical issues?
Yeah, there can be challenges, but when was the world without challenges? In 2019, when I entered the finance ministry, we thought liquidity was in shortage, the economy is in trouble. Oh my God, how will we solve this problem? No bank wants to lend because there were cases against them. But when 2020 came and COVID came, we thought last year was a cakewalk. 2020, we thought, oh my God, this is terrible. How will we manage? Where will the vaccine come? How will we reach food, first of all? How will we reach medicine, first of all, to people who are in locked up situation? Okay, we thought we gotten over it. Then came the first wave or second wave. When, my God, the fear of casualties, everybody was worried. We gotten out of it, and then we were growing nicely, and people said, no, it's K-shaped growth, A-shaped growth, B-shaped growth, C-shaped. I mean, come on, we are growing, be happy. And we have to keep it up. No, hey, it's not growth. India and Bharat, all that debate came. So challenges keep coming. You think this is the ultimate of challenge you've got? Next year proves that this is wrong. Next year brings even worse. So that's the whole.
Brahmi, you wanted to ask something? You raised your hand.
Namaste, madam. I am Brahmi, pursuing BSc Honours Economics at Central University of Andhra Pradesh. Madam, would it be appropriate to consider presenting a separate budget simultaneously with the general budget for the borrowing loans by the respective governments of center and state, treating the loans taken as a source of revenue and their utilization as the expenditure, so that for the purpose of accountability and transparency in lending? Thank you.
I can appreciate that. Accountability should be there. But who are they accountable to? Who am I accountable to? Who am I accountable to, and who are they accountable to? They are accountable to their legislative assembly. People have elected MLAs and sent them there. The government, or if you're talking about the government, which obviously if they're borrowing, it will be the government. And if they have to be accountable, they have to be accountable to that elected house. Elected house for Government of India is Parliament. State assemblies are where the state governments will have to be answering. So yes, I'm with you on accountability, but it has to happen only at the state level. The moment you, like you suggest, if I were to do it, they say, who are you? I'm elected here, I am an elected government here, I'm expected to take care of my people, don't come in. And that won't be right as well. But in borrowing, the union government has an authority. Under Article 293 of the Constitution, you can question a state if it exceeds its borrowing beyond the Financial Responsibility Budget Management Act, FRBM Act. If they cross that limit, I can question them. Reserve Bank can cut off funding for them on certain things. They will not allow them to come to the market to borrow, and so on. So there's a way in which we can ask them.
Yeah, Danya, you want to say something?
Good evening, ma'am. We want to know about what's your opinion about developing AI in India. Will it increases the unemployment, or it decreases the unemployment? As a medical student, I'm considering our profession. So people are developing, technology is developing. They are making their diagnosis there itself by knowing the symptoms, and they are taking treatment there itself, themselves, and prognosis also they are seeing. So will it AI replaces the doctor, or will it help the doctors? What's your opinion about that?
Like all technology, it comes with its own challenges. If you're able to harness it for the benefit of people, it will play within that role. If you go exceeding certain limits, it becomes unethical. If you use it excessively, like in countries abroad where population is declining, they have senior citizens, no productive age, younger people. They try to substitute many of the things that working age person has to do with robots and, Internet of Things and so on. But in a country like India, where you have absolutely revving to go youth who want to do things, who want to do it for themselves, who want to contribute to the society, AI should still be helpful to reduce the monotony, as I said a bit earlier, to give us greater advantage in productivity. What you can do in 5 hours if using AI, you're able to do it in 2 hours. The rest 3 hours you can do for something else. In bringing precision, if you need something in technology which has to help you in precision, not precision like when you do handwork. That precision, if machine does, it won't have the same finesse. So certainly it is not to replace, but to better human work. By bringing better productivity, precision, removing the monotony, and being also imaginative in which way it can get you things done, and so on. So we'll have to be conscious of how we want to use it.
Ms. Lakshya Shekhawat from Rajasthan, currently pursuing BSc Honours degree from AIMS Nagpur. Honourable Minister, Budget Session 2026 had provided a significant or visionary increase in Ayush and allied health sciences. But the nursing department, the nursing profession, yet said that there is a decline in the nursing profession. Even after 24/7 nursing profession is giving care to patient. In any profession or any budget allocation for this sector also?
Of course, when I say allied health, it also includes nursing.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm so grateful to be able to be given the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rohani Bakhru. I'm a final year BCom Honours student studying at LSR, Delhi University. Ma'am, what I was hoping to understand from you is that what aspects of leadership do our students probably underestimate when it comes to policy-making roles such as yours?
Self-confidence. If you believe in yourself as much as you should, and not doubt about yourself, not wonder I can do it or not, I don't have anybody to help, you don't get into any of this. So your self-confidence is what you have to estimate appropriately and not underestimate it. Nothing is impossible for somebody who's confident. But it should not be overconfidence either. So you have to do a fine balancing there. Okay? You get where I'm going, right? So confidence is one thing which is underestimated. If every Indian feels confident to do things, not overconfident, imagine where this country can go.
You notice a lot, ma'am.
Ma'am, what I feel is each and every student or each and every citizen, whatever they talk or whatever the statement they have given is just an opinion or a perspective. Whereas sitting in the honorable position, each and every word matters and each and every statement becomes a policy. In such a scenario...
Frightening me. I'm freewheeling my thoughts here. No. And here's somebody saying, hey, you better...
Watch out. And he's persuaded himself to ask that question.
So, ma'am, to frame this union budget, so inclusive growth and development for the Viksit Bharat 2047, and how we as the youth can take and design the decision making in our lives. The decision making to draft a unique and a comprehensive growth and policies for the next Viksit Bharat in such a manner how, being a youth, we can take or design our own decision making in our lives.
See, there are many things you have to keep observing. One is you're a student, you have your, you'll have to clear your course, you have to design yourself in such a way that you move to the next one, higher education or take up a job opportunity. Even as you're doing all this, you have to watch what is happening around you. And you have to watch what is the kind of direction the government or, let's say, large institutions are doing. Large institutions, I don't mean just companies. Educational institutions, medical institutions, trading bodies, things like that. If you see them and if you're able to observe what they are doing, you'll find a pattern, adapting to times, not being averse to technology, getting new and old people to work together, giving back something to the community. These are kind of things which are beyond that self-interest that I'm talking about. Self-interest where you want to make profit, you want to keep your family happy, you want to earn more. Aside from this, observe institutions. What is that trend which is coming up? What's the government doing? And once you notice that and once you're able to form some kind of a sense out of what's happening, then you will know what kind of way in which you have to move, towards those sort of things. Because that will build you and also give you a role to play in the society.
After I'll let you speak. Yeah, Bashira, you want. I was just worried about your time, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Basira from Karnataka, pursuing my master's in vegetable science from University of Horticulture Sciences, Bagalkot, Karnataka.
Vegetable science?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't know that there was a course like that. I've heard of agricultural sciences. Wow.
Ma'am, अगर ज़िंदगी में कोई नई चीज़ होती है तो एक चीज़ एक दिन नहीं लगती है, दूसरी दिन नहीं लगती है. अगर वही चीज़ हर रोज़ होने लगी तो हमें उसकी आदत पड़ जाती है और लगता है कि इसमें कोई तो नई बात नहीं है. मैं ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि does presenting budget for 9 consecutive years make responsibilities heavier or clearer?
Heavier.
Expectations also so much from
Expectations, but each year comes with a new challenge. Please sit down. It comes with a new challenge and each year you're proving that you're worthy of where you are. The more number of years you are in a job, people tend to think, theek hai, unko laga liya. No, you can't afford to do that. Every year you have to stand up to prove yourself. That is as much, I don't want to say stressful, but it weighs in your thoughts. Because you've got to perform before a live set of very informed people, people with experience, people who have come from the ground, people who know what people are looking for, common people are looking for. And you have to stand up before them and speak. And after that, you have to stand up before them to answer every one of their questions. So, 8 बार कर दिया तो 9वीं बार आसान नहीं है.
I am Satyam Kumar from Muzaffarpur, Bihar, and I am currently pursuing MBA from IIM Bodh Gaya. So, as a management student, India's systematic approach towards carbon avoidance has been a case study for us. But this time around, government has come forward with a new way, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So how does this align with India's way of carbon avoidance for last decade, or does it overshadow India's previous investment in this field?
No, it won't overshadow the previous investment. But what it does now is there are strategies through which you're able to effectively capture the carbon utilization. So we want those technologies to be in the ground. Equally as much as measuring, it's also probably going to trade. And if you trade, you're giving benefit to those regions which cannot have that technology. So it has several layers to it to bring that success. But even though 2070 appears to be very far off, it's not really far off for the extent to which we have to do the exercise. And by which time India will be so different. Unless we do it now and begin doing it now to take it forward, future generations can always say, what is this? This set of people who lived 50 years ago knew all about it, didn't do it. Damn. We want to be responsible people, responsible citizens, responsible government. And therefore, we have spent quite some time in formulating this. And I think it will give us a very good beginning.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening. I am Dhiresh from Bareilly, Uttar Pradesh. And I pursuing BCom Honors from Sri Ram College of Commerce. Most of the people are talking and asking about the budget. But as a human being, I want to know that what makes you happy in your life?
Wow. Listening to music. Reading a book.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Aditi Anand from Lady Shri Ram College of Women. I am currently pursuing BCom Honors and I come from Uttar Pradesh. So, ma'am, every year, people of India have expectations from government, from the budget, and you prepare the budget as per that. But what are the expectations that the government has or you have from the people of India, from the youth of India that we are here? So from the citizens of India, what are the expectations of the government? I would really like to know.
About the students, about the citizens, we want them to be very aware of what's going on around them. Awareness is important. What do I mean by awareness? Just knowing something? Oh, budget is going to be prepared and it will be presented on 1st February. That's awareness. But is that enough? That's not enough. What kind of awareness then I'm talking about? So you need to see the situation and also the reality around it. Take the instance of, let us say, one scheme. I will bring something to help the textile sector. If your response is going to be, when you are aware there is a scheme coming, but if your information says that this will help only those who are doing, people who are in Coimbatore, Surat and all that, you are aware, but it makes no difference. Whereas if you're aware and you're able to see that this is a way in which that sector is getting support, new people can also enter it, and in order to help people understand what is it actually saying, you go online, understand it, and probably among people your age, say, is it worth business for India to go in? There is an inherent advantage. Should we do it? Should we not? Would you like to do it? Will I like to do it? Just keep churning the thought among yourself. One. Second, also the scheme comes through, it works, it doesn't work, it partly works. If in case you meet up with somebody, it's one of the things which you have to acquire. conversational skill. You are meeting a set of people who come, like this group. What you're asking, what you're talking, you could probably talk to this girl who's come from Orissa. Her understanding of her society there, and your understanding being a Delhiite, or somebody else who's come from Shantiniketan. Conversational skill is not just for, will you share my drink? Do you have do you go for a stand-up comedy and show? Not just that, talk that also. But if you have a bit more deep conversation, your perspective on different things around you will itself open up avenues for you. You can decide where you want to be, you can decide what you want to do, and you can also understand from the experience of somebody else who's the same age as you are, coming from a totally different perspective, a very valid perspective. Not just your perspective, but even that perspective is valid. Then you know the world is from different angles. That brings a different individual inside you to come out. You don't know what lies inside you till actually you meet up with people of different spectrum. And you'll be surprised who you'll become afterwards. And that's so beautiful, I'm telling you, when you draw the person from inside you, who you didn't know earlier. It brings out the best from you. And you actually feel very happy about yourself. You should try each time.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Tejas Chabra. I'm from Bangalore, and I'm currently pursuing my master's in economics at Shivnada University. At the outset, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, not just to interact with you, but to visit Parliament. Just as you were awestruck, I think it's a civilizational icon to visit the Parliament and see proceedings. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. My question is, over the last decade, there's been a lot of investment in capital expenditure, both at the center and the state level, across multiple projects across states. Given how some of the states' fiscal positions are you at all concerned about a crowding out effect on private investment in some states?
If you're looking at it from the point of view of capital, money that is available in the market, crowding out because of the excessive borrowing or whatever, one or two states cannot crowd out. But it starts giving that sense that maybe we are getting crowded out. And that's exactly what we have to avoid. But how do we avoid it? The market has its own mechanisms. The moment you know that it is getting heated up because of government borrowing, the yields go up. Crowding out happens at that time. The markets are indicating to you it's getting crowded out. And the private will suffer. But market corrects itself. It might correct itself with a lag, but it does correct itself. But in the meanwhile, public outcry also comes out, saying, what's happening? Why do you have to borrow so much? There are one or two states where people have started questioning. So, systems correct it, but with a time lag.
I think there's so much you're given for the youth in today's budget. One thing that stood out for a person like me was a lot of young people have a lot of talent, especially in sports. But some of the space and ecosystem for them to nurture it and grow into it was not there. But today in Khelo India Mission, you're given a sort of an integrated talent development pathway. Could you help us all understand what is in it for the young people of India so they can prepare for upcoming events?
Everything is in it for young people of India. Into sports, who will come in? Only those who are in their teens. Only those who are in their young 20s. So it's all for you. It's all for you because it's not also an open-ended thing. You'll have Commonwealth Games being held in India. Subsequently, India is pitching for the Olympics. Things in sports are happening in India. And no better time to plunge into sports if you have the inclination. And there's just so many sporting activity that you can be engaged in. Doesn't have to be one. It doesn't always be in games only cricket, track and field. So much happening. So yes, Best time for Indian young people to get into sports.
Myself, Bhavya. I am currently pursuing my BSc Honours Nursing from AIMS Nagpur, and I'm originally from Haryana. Ma'am, we all want to know where your energy levels come from. Like, you were in the parliament, you have given your speech on budget, then you interacted with party, then with media, and now you are here with us, full of energy. Even we all as youth, it's difficult to match your energy levels. So we want to know, ma'am, where this energy comes from.
No, it's not just me. Look at the Prime Minister. My God, the energy that he has. So, I think one triggers the other. You see people with you. As I said, it's a contagion. When people around you are energetic and want to do things and they're making a difference, they're making an impact, you would want to be equally energetic. So that's why it's always important to keep the correct company, you know. From young, you'll have to be with people who can bring in that kind of a contagion. People who are confident, people who want to learn things, people who want to, you know, do things with a positivity. Not somebody who's, kuch nahi hoga bhai. No. And people who want to read and share thoughts. People who have some collective interests. Hey, let's all go do something. You know, it can be social work, it can be go and listen to a music concert, whichever be it. I'm not saying you should listen only to classical music. Listen to anything. But once you have that camaraderie, the sense of belonging, sense of being together, you learn from one another as to which are the qualities which are, you know, helpful. And then you build yourself up. So that's where you have to keep the right company. So when our elders said, you know, tell me your friends, then I'll tell you who you are. It's not without reason. Keep good company. Don't get drawn even for a moment with small time talk. You know, fellow sits around, wastes his time, talks around something. It might be entertaining, but not always. Don't do that. And please, till such a time you all have your life settled, you're earning, you've got your family, you have some goals. You don't need to be driven mad for ambition and, you know, goal setting. But till such a time, let me sound old-fashioned, keep yourselves away from temptation. You have to climb ladders of different levels. Compete. You can be a musician, you can be a painter, you can be anything. I'm not saying all of you all should become IT engineers and start coding. No. Do something. There will always be a time when you can put up your feet and say, Chal, I'm going to Maldives, I'm going to have a great holiday. Do it. But not till you reach some level. And these are the formative years when you can do such wonderful things.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Varsha from Sambalpur, Odisha. And I am pursuing...
Lovely saris, yeah, from Sambalpur.
Yes, ma'am. We have known all over the world for Sambalpuri saris. And the handloom is extremely pretty.
Absolutely.
And recently I had gotten a chance to visit the handloom where the entire sari is made. So it is extremely pretty and it's
What
very
kind
different.
of designs they make, yeah, amazing.
And the fun fact is, ma'am, the colors are first embedded onto the threads. After that, the sari is being worn. Ma'am, my question is, you have been an inspiration for all of us here today. So what inspires you the most? And on a day like this, when the entire nation is watching you, what goes through your mind?
No, what inspires me is, don't mistake me, I honestly feel, if I don't have work, I'll feel, you know, what's wrong with me? Work motivates me. Work meaning, is it finance minister's work? No, any work. I've done variety of things before reaching here, and I can't see really at any one point in time me feeling, why am I doing this? No, anywhere where I was, if there was work, I was engrossed into it and I used to like it. So work motivates me. I just do, oh, right, I have to read this, I read it. And afterwards when people say you've done this, done that, and all that, I said, okay. Not till I go back to my house do I get a complete feel of what happened that day. And then it's anyway too late to react. I sleep off, I get up, I do the next day the same way. But sometimes it overwhelms you. Oh my God, people are watching you, you've done this. And without God's grace, I couldn't have done what I've done all this while. I constantly believe it's impossible humanly, I would think in my limitation, impossible to have come this far from where I've begun. Without grace, I can't dream of it. Immense karuna of Sri Krishna.
Thank you.
I think we can keep going on. Ma'am, today it's been not just the finance minister talking to all of us. We saw shades of a mother in you, a counselor, a mentor, a masterclass in leadership, so many things rolled into one. I know we've had a long day, ma'am. We can keep going on, but any closing thoughts before we wind down the session?
Thank you for coming today. I really like the thought that you've taken the trouble to come and be here, watch the... First of all, I want one or two of you all to tell me, what was the feeling when you sat in that parliament? One person told me about it, you told me. Today, is it?
मैं संबलपुर उड़ीसा से हूँ, गंगाधर मेरी यूनिवर्सिटी, मैं एमए मास्टर कर रहा हूँ अभी इकोनॉमिक्स में। मैम आज जो कुछ हम पढ़ते थे, कुछ फोटो में देखते थे, आज लाइव देखने का मिला, वो लाइफ टाइम नहीं भूल पाएंगे हम लोग।
First, when I entered the parliament, I couldn't process for 5 minutes because it felt unreal. And when I entered, I saw you speaking, like reading the budget. But since I couldn't process, I was just, like trying to figure out who all are sitting where. So like this was, I think everybody was feeling the same. So yeah, it was an amazing experience. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
तो आप में कुछ चेंज जो आपने खुद में महसूस किया the first time and this last time?
I asked you a question. मैंने आपसे पूछा कि पार्लियामेंट में बैठे हुए आपको क्या लगा? आप तुरंत मुझे पूछ रही हो? नहीं, ठीक है. I'll tell you. As I said, each time it is new. Each time you feel you're doing it for the first time. I may have done it for the 9th time, but each time, till I finish it, it's like in a trance. I have to do this, I have to do this right, I have to keep my mind and thought and everything else. I should not be distracted. Each time is new time.
I belong to the Department of Political Science, where we continuously keep on reading about Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, Parliament, Indian Constitution. For the first time, that to a new Parliament, it felt very exciting, ma'am. And our interaction session with you is really honored. And whenever I entered in the gallery, ma'am, I just looking, where is PM, where is Finance Minister, where is Jay Shankar sir. Like continuously, I kept on watching where are our prominent ministerial portfolio people, from where, how it is live. First time I never saw before. So first time I kept on staring how ma'am is speaking, how ma'am is feeling, how she is able to handle this pressure. Everyone are looking at her. And many people are also giving small comments from the other side also. So I was observing each and everything, ma'am. It was really honored to meet you, ma'am. And thank you for this opportunity, ma'am.
Ma'am, to be honest, till last night a couple of us were discussing and we were not still able to digest that what we are here for. We were just thinking we are here in Delhi for some work. And we are not able to digest that tomorrow we are going to visit the parliament, the new parliament. We are going to hear the budget live and then have a session with you. Even now, at this moment, I think I'm still living a dream. And it's like, just as you said, after going back home, you will get time to internalize it and realize what you did. And I think the same will happen with all of us. Once we go back today to our guest house, we'll get some time and realize what we've actually been here, what we've done, and what kind of an opportunity, golden opportunity we've got. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I'm still in awe that I have visited the parliament, that I'm talking to you in the same, like we are in the same room. I'm still in awe. I still feel like it's unreal. But visiting the parliament, I mean, your room was the first room I actually recognized. It was G09. I still remember the number. And Dr. S. Jaishankar's room was right next to yours. It was G10. And I mean, looking at the leaders, looking at how decisions are being made, earlier we used to see them in Sunset TV or in some news channels, but seeing them with your own eyes, it was a very different experience that I'm not able to still process. I mean, I've lived it in the morning, I'm still in awe. So that was my experience, ma'am. Thank you.
So I felt very happy because I thought that how my father will be reacting after I will tell him that what I have experienced today. And I was genuinely feeling that this sari is very lucky because I was wearing the same sari in my UPSC interview. And today I am wearing the same in front of you. So I felt very happy.
So, ma'am, honestly, when we entered the parliament, I don't know about everybody else, but I felt like a child entering into a park, and like I just wanted to experience everything there. And then when we finally entered the assembly area where you were giving the speech, so when I first looked into the big screen, it felt like I'm still watching it. It's on screen, and like being there, listening to you, the budget, a few things were like, is it really happening, or I need to pinch myself to like feel like I'm really here. So it was really a dream come true moment for me. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
I think I speak for all of us that for initial 3-4 minutes, we all were completely starstruck. The first feeling that I have when I was sitting there and looking below, it was majestic. It was something that I didn't realize that it is a feeling I'm feeling right now. Even I don't know what I should name it, but I don't think I will be able ever to forget that feeling. Thank you for that.
मैं जब छोटी थी तो मेरे घर के जो लोग थे वो टीवी पर देखते थे कि आप जो हैं वो बजट पेश करें, तो मुझे बोलते थे कि तुम देखो, तो मैं उनको बोलती थी वो लेडी को देखा है आपने और मुझे देखा है उनके पास इतना नॉलेज है और मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं है. तो मतलब इन माय लाइफ की मैं कुछ सर्टेन चीजें हैं उनको मैंने रॉन्ग किया था, लाइक विश्व भारती. कौन जाएगा उतना दूर 2 दिन पढ़ने के लिए, और लाइक मतलब यहाँ पे भी ये पार्लियामेंट वगैरह मैं कैसे आ सकती हूँ. बट लाइक उन्होंने बोला कि मतलब सपने की तरह लग रहा है. मुझे यहाँ आके ऐसा लग रहा है कि अगर सच में आप खुली आंखों से सपने देखो तो शायद वो पूरे होते हैं. और अगर मैं इन्हीं खुली आंखों के साथ सपने देख रही हूँ और इन्हीं सपनों को अगर मोबाइल में कैप्चर कर पाऊँ सभी के साथ और आपके साथ, तो बहुत अच्छा होगा. Thank you.
Did you all notice when she speaks, not she in particular, but anyone, when they speak in their own mother tongue, the expression is distinctly different from when you speak in an acquired language. That acquired language can be English or Hindi or any other. But look at the way she conveyed. You know, what did she say? My eyes. What did she say? Khuli aankhon se sapne. What a beautiful way of saying, you know. We would say in English, daydreaming or, you know, something of that kind. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm dreaming, something. But what a metaphorical way of saying I'm keeping my eyes open, but still I feel I'm dreaming. That comes when you speak in a tongue which is native to you. That's why I want you all to be sure, irrespective of the medium of education, you should have a cultivated interest in your mother tongue. स्कूल में पढ़ लिया हो गया, वो नहीं है. पढ़ो किताब in that language, ओडिया, बंगाली और राजस्थानी, हिंदी से हट करके राजस्थानी, you know, things like that. The beauty of conversation comes when expressions like that are heard. It's like a nice aromatic coffee, you know. That's the biggest thing I would convey to you all, you know. If you're able to have mastery over your language and your native language, any language is easy after that. But if you're stuttering and stammering in your own mother tongue, communication will be weak. If you can't communicate and communicate well, it need not always be podium speaking, debate competition. Even sitting around when you're talking with your people, some people capture your full attention. Why is that? Because of the way in which they convey a thought to you. Learn to acquire that. Acquire it and use it. Human beings are the only creatures who can speak. Speak and speak with your heart in it. Let maturity come through your mouth. And you will be an automatic leader. You should strive to acquire it. वो खुद नहीं आएगा. You have to try and polish it. You'll stand out.
What an extraordinary day for us, ma'am.